Audiobook title Caledon's full chapter from 01 to chapter 185 status. Completed by author T.G. Parsons. Welcome back, travelers of the Zephyr, where just one chapter somehow turns into so sunrise again. Today's descent into obsession is Caledon's Fall by T.G. Parsons, a complete space opera, war and mecha epic that started life on Royal Road and then marched all the way to Kindle Unlimited. And yes, Caledon really is having a worse time than you. If your last bad day did not involve losing an entire dukedom, consider yourself ahead. Caledon was in ruins. The dukedom fell to enemy blades, bad politics, and one catastrophically incompetent former duke who has definitely secured a place in the do not emulate section of history. Into this mess steps Cal, heir to a shattered legacy, trying to rebuild a world that has been pillaged, mismanaged, and generally treated like a tutorial planet nobody expected to survive past level 10. Cal wants to claw his way back to those halcyon days of the past, though in practice that means juggling nobles, soldiers, and mechs while the galaxy politely does its best to kill him. Expect hard-leaning sci-fi with mechs, kingdom building on a planetary scale, and that tasty blend of space opera, war, and political scheming that makes you quietly grateful your biggest responsibility is pressing play. You will get noble houses and ruined worlds, VR training, high-beam weaponry, and giant war machines stomping about like someone crossed Dune, old-school mech warrior novels, and a very angry reclamation project. If you enjoy watching a driven, genetically engineered, very capable Lade try to rebuild a fallen realm, while the universe throws every possible complicati on at him, you are absolutely in the right audiobook. This recording is brought to you by Zephyr Audiobook, home of dangerously bingeable web novel marathons, where 4-hour uploads are considered a warm-up stretch. If this story grabs you, do the noble thing, subscribe to the channel, leave a like, and drop a comment for the algorithmal gods. Apparently even empires and audiobooks need proper logistics. Now, strap in, power up your imaginary mech, and prepare to watch a broken dukedom fight for a new future. This is Caledon's Fall by T.G. Parsons. Part 03 sent. The corporation itself maintained deniability, claiming it was the actions of a rogue group in their organization. Cal had been wondering about the leader of the Corsairs, Jack, since he had left the hospital, but no information was available. The man had made wild accusations, claiming to be related to the Emperor. Was it possible he was and had been dealt with privately? If he was tried and imprisoned, there was no public record available. Pushing the thought out of his mind, he only had to wait a moment for the test results to come through. Test complete, neural suitability adequate. Beginning burden test. The pressure on Cal's head grew stronger, ratcheting up every second, but it was still nothing compared to the Atlas. Test complete, neural burden within regulation safety standard. Unfortunately, the mindless test couldn't tell him how much lag or burden he would experience, only if it would be detrimental to his health. Closing the terminal, he exited the mobile suit just as Mare descended from hers. How was it? He asked. Great. The repressor has more systems than I expected. The sensors are like looking out of a third eye in the back of your head. It will take some getting used to. Mare replied enthusiastically. All right, I'll have both of them readied. Can you find your way back to your quarters? Warner asked, keen to speak to the technicians and have both mobile suits perform their best for the princess. There would be no way he would allow any defects in the machines to hinder their training. Cal and Mare followed the path back to their rooms. Along the way, Cal asked a question that had been bothering him. I've been curious. What did your parents think of you coming to Mars with me to train? Are they supportive of your decision to become a pilot? Cal asked. Although his parents neglected him his entire life, he knew that most normal families would be concerned if their daughter traveled to Mars with a young man she hardly knew to train in dangerous mechs. They don't know. I've avoided speaking to them after they tried to assign me an escort for the ball without my input. Mare replied, brushing aside her hair and replacing her sunglasses as they entered the bright Martian sunlight. Cal sighed, knowing that trouble would eventually find them from that statement. Grandmother knows. She was concerned, but understood what we needed to accomplish here. She trusts me. It helps that we're on a planet filled with the most loyal members of the Imperial Guard, in the galaxy. So you should be on your best behavior. Mare joked, flashing him a beautiful smile. Chapter 93, Southern Highlands, Chapter 93. Careful grabbing onto this edge. I've seen them crumble, even when they look stable. Warner called out from where he was hovering above them in the Seraph. The reduced gravity of Mars meant that the energy drain of flying was significantly reduced, allowing him to spend most of the day in the air without a problem. Cal avoided the ledge as he jumped, his mobile suit's boosters carrying him over the cliff's edge and landing firmly on solid rocky ground. Mare joined him shortly after, dropping the heavy crate she was carrying in her arms. They had set out in the morning for a day trip through the mountains, with supplies for a repair on one of the nearby weather stations. It would have been left to a maintenance crew that would arrive him a week or so, but it presented a good training opportunity for the pair. They had adjusted to the medium class mechs fairly well. When Cal first piloted a light class, he remarked that it was similar to operating a second body. He had trouble differentiating what his natural body was doing and what was the mobile suit systems. The medium class was similar, but added a twist of increased sensor capabilities, shielding systems, and the ability to fine-tune reactor output. Now he imagined it like a second body, with 2 heads and a half-dozen arms. The experience was embarrassing for the first 2 days. The pair had stumbled around like children, barely able to walk. The progress from light to medium class was an exponential increase in difficulty, and no matter how much experience you had as a light class pilot, there would be a skill gap. What a view, Mare said, staring out over the Martian Southern Highlands. The weather station they were delivering the supplies to was on top of a large, snow-covered mountain. Unlike Terra or Caledon, the terrain on Mars rose to heights that would dwarf anything on a planet with higher gravity. Their path had led them through deep valleys, ancient impact craters, and mountain passes. Even after the terraforming had been completed, the Guard kept Mars pristine and untouched for the most part. There was a beauty on the planet that couldn't be found anywhere else in the galaxy. Here's good. I'll speak to the techs if you both want to have a rest and grab a bite, Warner said, landing the Seraph gently in the cleared area and disembarking. 2 technicians wearing Imperial Guard uniforms were there to meet them. Their shuttle dropped them off shortly before the mechs arrived. The cockpit of Cal's Bolger open to the cold mountain air. His bodysuit's environmental systems kept him from feeling it, the air too thin to safely remove his helmet for long. Cal's feet sunk about a foot into the white snow, and it took effort to shuffle over to Mare, who was approaching with a bag slung over her shoulder. There should be a room in the station, Mare called out, gesturing to the small structure with the large antenna rising from it. Cal nodded to show his agreement, and the pair made a path through the snow to the front entrance. The doors closed behind them with a hiss, the atmosphere adjusting before the inner doors opened to allow the pair entry into the weather station. It was a single room with equipment and holo displays of the Southern Highlands. Cal noticed the weather patterns predicated a storm in a day. He made a note of it for tomorrow's training. In the center of the room was an empty metal table, and Mare dropped her bag in the middle before undoing her helmet. Her black hair was plastered to the side of her head with sweat, and her face was flushed with the exception. Joining her, Cal set his helmet on one of the empty chairs before sitting. He made a conscious effort to relax his left hand, placing it flat against the tabletop. The spasms were becoming more frequent, and they had started to affect both his hands at times. Thankfully, they didn't occur when he was in a mech, but he wouldn't chance it in a life-or-death situation. That wasn't so bad, Mare said, pulling out 2 metal containers with water and placing one in front of Cal while keeping the other on her side of the table. She added a tin of rations and dry biscuits. Can you imagine climbing unassisted, no exosuit or mech? Cal replied, pulling over the rations and opening one of the bags. Taking a whiff, he smelled potatoes and bacon. Grabbing a fork, he dug in. Maybe we should try it before we go. Could be a fun time with just the 2 of us, Mare said, sitting and opening her own. Cal laughed at the statement, shaking his head. He doubted they would make it a day outside the base. He was exhausted just from the climb in a mech. I'm going to have to focus more on my morning exercises. It's uncomfortable to be out of breath while Warner and the other guards run circles around us, Cal replied. The guard pride themselves on overcoming adversity. When most people see a mountain blocking their path, They admire its beauty while finding a way around it. The guards see it as a challenge to surmount. I count myself amongst those that would have plotted an easier course to my destination. Cal responded while opening his container and taking a drink of cold water. And that, Baron Caledon, is why the guard would have never recruited you. Mare teased, and Cal gave her a grin in response. Their loss, Cal joked, and Mare joined in with his laughter. Anything interesting in your messages this morning? Mare asked, more out of a want to make conversation than burning curiosity. The tournament organizers messaged with my prize. Aside from my choice of light class match, in the game amongst the new variants they displayed, there was a very interesting inclusion. 2 tickets to the princess's birthday celebration on Terra. Alma has received the same. They combined the first and second-ranked prizes and doubled them. Cal replied when he saw Mare's questioning look. Who are you going to take? Mare asked jokingly, knowing that he would have already had an invitation as a baron. It was somewhat redundant for them to provide him with tickets to the celebrations, but they must not have wanted to appear biased. I've agreed to auction them off for a local charity on Caledon. Scylla is making the arrangements, Cal explained. How about you, any news from home? Cal asked as he finished his MRE and tossed the empty pack onto the table. Moving on to dessert, he opened the container to find a selection of sliced fruit from Terra. Say what you will about the guard, they ate well. My parents messaged me, Mare said casually between bites. Oh, Cal winced in sympathy. He doubted it had been pleasant. They were upset about my refusal to do my duty and be a good and respectful daughter, and agree to the Carmichael's request of accompanying me to my birthday celebrations. Mare described, do you want to agree to it? I'm willing to step aside in order to keep the peace within your family, Mare. You won't hurt my feelings. I'm made of sterner stuff than that, Cal assured her. Of course not, and before you get a big head about it, it's not because I'm infatuated with you or some silly, nonsensical notion that you are going to tease me mercilessly about. I would just rather avoid the Carmichaels at all costs, even if it means attending the ball with you. Mare said, and flicked her empty package at him when he laughed. I'm glad I could help, Cal replied, and there was a message from my grandmother reminding me that she wants me back in the last week of May for a dress fitting and to help with the preparations. Then, we only have a few weeks left here. We'll need to get as much training in as possible before we have to leave, Cal said, placing his trash in a nearby bin and placing his helmet back on his head. Mare followed suit, and the pair left the station just as Warner finished with the technicians. Ready to head back. I have a shuttle waiting for you. We'll tow the mechs back later. No need. We'll pilot them back, Mare replied, already walking toward the oppressor with Cal on her heels. Don't push yourselves too hard, Warner shouted, but all he got was a wave in response. With a sigh, he headed towards his seraph, knowing it was going to be a long day. Chapter 94, Sacred Terra. Chapter 94. The celebrations on Terra would be the first time millions of people experienced the world's natural beauty. Typically off-limits to all but the most loyal of imperial citizens, the surface of Terra would still essentially be restricted to visitors. Instead, one location was selected for the month-long festival. It was decided that North America would make the ideal location to protect the imperial palace and the emperor. In the thousands of years since the world had been overpopulated and polluted, no place had changed so much under the conservation efforts of successive emperors. The waters of the Gulf of Mexico had healed, the marine life thriving in the pristine environment. Shining blue with white sand beaches, imperial engineers had selected a large, flat area next to the beach to begin their work. Tall hotel resorts, amusement parks, administration buildings, and restaurants. They built an entire city in only a few short months for the occasion. Wide walkways were designed to highlight the recreational areas, and all hover cars would be banned from the surroundings. Guests would be assigned spacious and tastefully furnished rooms overlooking the sea or beautiful gardens, containing rare flowers and trees that could only be found on Terra. Entertainment would be provided at night on stages and in venues throughout the new city. Singers, acrobats, actors performing plays and comedy routines, there would be something for everyone. And to keep the peace, imperial guards in exosuits would be stationed throughout, while the imperial bureaucrats helped the guests with their needs. As June approached, Cal and Mare returned to Terra. Page break, can you believe it? We're here on sacred Terra. Tai shouted as they exited the shuttle on the resort landing pad. All guests would arrive in orbit from starships located in select systems, where they would board an Imperial Guard vessel and undergo strict scans of their bodies and luggage before being ferried to the Terran system and the surface. Everyone, from the poorest person to the highest of nobles, would be forbidden to leave the designated area of the celebrations without a permit, and those were only issued to nobles to attend the ball at the palace, valid for that day only. Even though they would all be treated equally, there was a disparity to be seen in their treatment. Nobles arrived in separate shuttles and had specific buildings with the very best of everything provided. But even then, there were limits. All invited guests could eat and drink for free and go anywhere in the resort, except for the private rooms of others. For 1 month only, Terra had opened its arms to the invited masses, and millions had come. "It's marvelous," Sit replied, opening her arms wide and tilting her head back. Breathing in the fresh air, filled with the scent of spring flowers and cut grass, she enjoyed the sun on her face. Her long white dress fluttered in the wind. Tai stepped forward and picked her up, his black dress pants and blue t-shirt contrasting her pristine clothing. The pair spun in a circle for a moment, laughing, before someone loudly cleared their throat behind them. "If you would all follow me, I will show you to your accommodations," an Imperial steward offered, gesturing to the path away from the landing pad. Tall and impeccably dressed in a white and blue uniform, the man had a patient expression on his face as he waited for the group to follow. Behind the steward, Micah was laughing at the discomfort the pair displayed at being the center of attention, while John was watching the crowds of people disembarking from other transports with interest. Dressed casually, it was the first time they had all met in the real world as a group. Tai lowered Sid to the ground before running his hand through his blonde hair awkwardly as he gave a muttered apology to the others for delaying them. They followed the steward through the streets of the resort, admiring the town around them that had been designed and built for a single month of celebrations on the most exclusive planet in the galaxy. Everywhere they looked, people from all over the Empire had gathered. Nobles towered over others, their height and attractive appearances highlighting their status for everyone to see. The wealthy and famous stood out with their expensive clothing or faces they recognized from holos on the Imperial net. "I can't believe we're finally here," Tai exclaimed. They had all been on different starships for years, doing their duty as guards on trade convoys or transporting to some far sector of the galaxy. When they saw a planet's surface, it was usually someplace no one would want to visit. Beautiful planets in the best parts of the galaxy rarely needed mercenaries or freelance pilots to guard them. "It's certainly a pleasure to see you all in real life. The game is fine, but nothing can replace the real thing," John said, breathing in the smell of baked goods wafting from one of the bakeries along the concourse. Restaurants and street vendors could be found everywhere. "I'm just glad to be off the ship. 6 months orbiting Damara Prime is more than enough for anyone to endure. And I can finally get my own room. No more hot bunking," Micah added. "Here we are, honored guests," the steward said as they approached a tall building situated on the edge of the concourse overlooking the water. The group could smell the ocean and hear the waves lapping against the sand. Entering the foyer, they were greeted by white porcelain-tiled floor, stucco walls, and fresh flowers on beechwood furniture. An elevator brought the group to the 8-1D57 aspirated floor, where they had a suite with 4 bedrooms and a patio that faced the ocean. White curtains fluttered in the sea breeze from the open windows. "This is beautiful," Sid exclaimed, running through the suite and onto the patio deck sporting a table and 4 chairs. "Indeed, very nice," John commented, looking over the suite. To the 4, it was readily apparent that even if it weren't on Terra, they would never have been able to afford such luxurious accommodations. "Your luggage will be brought up shortly," the steward stated, giving them a slight bow before exiting and shutting the door. "Nice fellow," Tai said dryly, and the group laughed as they took a tour of their rooms. 2 were located on each side of the main room, which held a sitting area, kitchen, and small dining table. The rooms were large, with queen-sized beds with white linen sheets. A knock sounded on the door, announcing the arrival of their luggage. Unpacking took them nearly an hour, particularly from the sheer amount of clothing Sid and Tai had brought. Once they were done, they reconvened in the central room. "What do you guys want to do now?" Micah asked. "Beach," Sid shouted. "Don't you want to check out the resort first, maybe grab something to eat?" Micah asked. "Beach, beach, beach," Sid repeated, already running to her room to get changed. Looking at each other, the trio shrugged their shoulders, resigned to spending the rest of the day at the beach. "We can get something on the way," Tai said, going to his room that was next to Sid's. Dressed in t-shirts and shorts, the four walked through the building's back door that faced onto the beach. Chairs and loungers were arranged across the white sand, with large parasols to protect against the sun. A heat haze could be seen shimmering against the water. Sid was the first to run across to the water, her feet sending little sprays of sand flying. Tossing their belongings onto a group of loungers, they crashed into the water. Warm and inviting, they spent the rest of the day laughing and enjoying the beach before returning to dine in one of the restaurants near their lodgings. Chapter 95, Sacred Terra. Part 2, Chapter 95. Protests have erupted across the empire in the last 24 hours over the controversial celebration held on Terra for Princess Morella's birthday. Some have criticized the royal family for its elitist and restrictive attendance requirements. Reportedly, over 1 million people have been invited to Terra. Representatives from Unshackle Terra, whose membership claims to have purportedly exceeded 100 million followers on the imperial net, had this to say. "We're protesting the unfair treatment of citizens by the Emperor. Terra is for all Terrans, regardless of wealth or lineage. Restricting people's ability to return to ancestral homes and visit our ancestors' birthplace is cruel and barbaric. We shouldn't have to give our lives in service to the Emperor or be born to a noble family to travel home. We'll be bringing you footage of the celebrations live on the ground of Terra when we return." Cal and Mare were sitting in an open-air cafe and watching the news holo displayed on the wall beside them. As the report shifted to the celebrations themselves, he turned away and took a last drink of his coffee before setting it down in its white porcelain saucer. "You agree with them," Mare deduced from Cal's reaction. They had spent considerable time together over the past month, and she understood his thoughts well. While he was usually calm and reserved, she noticed small tells that revealed his inner thoughts. "We should go. They'll be here soon," Cal said, standing from the table. Across from him, Mare looked unrecognizable with a wide-brimmed hat and dark sunglasses. She wanted to enjoy the festivities, but didn't want people to recognize that she was the birthday girl. Combined with her white sundress, Cal thought she looked radiant. He wore simple khaki pants and a light blue shirt in the Terran June heat. Walking through the streets towards the arrivals section, Mare asked her question again. "They have a point," Cal replied, gently guiding her with her hand on her back around a group of people watching a street performer juggle and sing. The group laughed and clapped their hands at the display, while an Imperial guardsman observed the street. "What do you mean? I understand why people would be upset. Terra has been off-limits to the general public for millennia. These protests are nothing new. I remember similar arguments from when I was a boy. We're doing it to protect Terra. The environment is still recovering, and we can't allow unrestricted travel with the Emperor living here. What if someone were to smuggle a bomb or drop something onto the surface from orbit? It would be a disaster for the Empire. Valid, but there are good counterpoints. The environment here has been healed for thousands of years. Hell, most terraformed planets in the Empire have more native Terran flora and fauna than here. From what I remember of my studies, life on Terra only exists because experts pooled species from across the galaxy and reintroduced them." Cal replied, shaking his head. "As for the Emperor, I'm sure the Imperial throne would fit on any planet easily enough. There's only one real reason Terra is closed and will never reopen to the public. Terra is special. There's power in that. The Emperor is extraordinary because he is the one that decides who can come here. It adds legitimacy to everything he does." "So, you're in favor of unshackling Terra?" Mare asked, frowning. She agreed with his logic, but disagreed with his argument. "No, of course not. It's just that I can see both sides. Remember, you live on Terra now too," Mare reminded him. "For now, but I'm Caledonian. My ancestors might have migrated from Terra, but we have over 10,000 years of history away from here. Caledon is my home," Cal stated firmly. They traveled swiftly through the resort town, weaving through the busy streets and avoiding the large crowds. Mare's disguise worked well, and they weren't spotted, even when they saw groups of nobles from a distance. Arriving at the landing pad, they were alone except for the imperial stewards, who immediately bowed to the pair. Mare stood out to the imperial servants, who recognized her immediately, either from her appearance or by Cal accompanying her, but respected her desire for privacy. "What time is it?" Cal asked, and Mare raised her arm where her holo display had been integrated into a wristband. She didn't like using optics. The technology was irritating and always present. "Almost 11. They should be here soon." "Oh, there it is," she said, pointing out the approaching shuttle making a graceful descent through the few white, puffy clouds that drifted overhead. Landing gently onto the concrete pad, the shuttle cut its engines and opened its bay doors to release the crowd within. From amongst the travelers, Cal spotted the pair he was looking for. As a minor noble, he was only entitled to invite 2 people to accompany him to Terra. Scylla was an obvious choice, but Tamara's insistence that he take Talha over her surprised him. He thought as the head of his house guard, she would want to attend to protect him and judge his health, but she urged him to bring Talha. "You know, you could have asked me for additional invitations. I know the organizers. I'm sure I could have put in a good word for you." Mare joked, nudging him as the pair from Caledon walked toward them through the crowd. "I didn't think of that. Could you have also got me a bigger room, or maybe in a different wing? Mine's facing the ocean, and I find there is too much of a breeze." Cal replied with a grin. "Idiot. I would have been happy to help you bring more of your companions from Caledon." Mare stated, "I know, but I don't want special treatment. You've done more than enough for me. I don't want to take advantage of our friendship." Cal said honestly, causing Mare to smile at him. "It's good to see you, Cal. You're looking better than the last time I saw you." Talha shouted over the din of conversation. Approaching them, she stopped speaking when she noticed Mare next to him. "Baron Caledon, thank you for inviting us." "Milady," Scylla greeted them formally, giving a curtsy that surprised Cal with its grace. Talha blinked and stared for a moment before awkwardly copying her. Scylla was wearing a green dress, so the action looked normal, but for the shorts and t-shirt wearing Talha, it looked abnormal. "Enough of that. Mare's a friend. There's no need to be on pins and needles around her, and I don't want you bowing and scraping the entire time you're here. You're my invited guests, equal to everyone here," Cal said, lifting Scylla from her courtesy gently by the arm. "Cal's right. Please call me Mare." Talha nodded at her words, agreeing instantly, while Scylla was a bit more wary. It would take her time to be comfortable around another noble aside from Cal. "Honored guests, please allow me to escort you to your accommodations." "If I may, milady, my lord." A steward approached the group, giving another bow to the nobles before gesturing for them to follow him. "Of course. Your rooms should be next to mine. We'll follow and then we can take a walk around the town," Cal offered. The group followed the steward, the pair of new arrivals marveling at the beauty of Terra. Caledon's troubles during Cal's stasis had marked their planet, and it would take years for it to recover. But seeing Terra and knowing its history, they hoped that Caledon would become a paradise again. The rest of the day was spent walking the streets, eating in one of the best restaurants in the resort town, and seeing the various vendors and entertainers brought in for the celebrations. In the evening, they met up with Sid, Ty, Micah, and John, the 4 finally meeting Mare in real life, which no one had ever done as Mare rarely left Terra unless accompanied by her parents. Sat around a large table in a pavilion, with lanterns on poles providing a warm glow and a band playing on a stage to entertain them. They enjoyed the first day of celebrations to its fullest. Chapter 96, Sacred Terra, Part 3, Chapter 96, Nervous? Talha asked from where she was sitting on the couch in the living area. Unlike their smaller, 2-bedroom suite on a lower floor, Cal's room was massive and beautifully furnished with a large bedroom, full kitchen, and sitting area. There was even a guest bedroom, in case someone wanted to stay the night with him. Overlooking the sparkling blue ocean of the Gulf of Mexico, a breeze blew through the open windows, filling the room with the pleasant smell of the beach. "Why would I be nervous?" Cal asked from in front of the full-length mirror. He adjusted his uniform and positioned the stag of Caledon pin on his lapel to better center it on the fabric. Dressed in Caledon's freshly pressed black and red uniform, He studied his appearance carefully. His long hair was brushed back from his face, recently cut by a hairstylist provided by the imperial stewards. Fresh shaven and recently showered, he was as put together as he could possibly be. "How do I look?" Cal asked, turning away from the mirror and asking his companions their opinion. "Very handsome. I'm sure Mare will be very pleased with you for your date," Scylla said with a smile. He hadn't revealed her true identity to the pair, feeling that it would be up to Mare to have that conversation and wishing to respect her desire for privacy. They had finally adjusted to her after a few days, and he didn't want to restart the process just because they learned she was a princess instead of the niece of a duke. "It's not too late for you to come with me. I still have an open invitation to bring a guest," Cal asked, looking from Talha to Scylla. The red-headed pilot looked like he asked her to commit murder. She retracted from him in visible horror, while Scylla sported a large frown. "I think we would be more comfortable here, Cal." Scylla shook her head at the thought of spending an evening with the Empire's nobility, forced to put on airs and act appropriately. She wanted to spare herself the embarrassment. "Suit yourselves. Try not to get into any trouble while I'm gone," Cal joked. "No promises. We're going out with Micah and the others to watch the fireworks. Then, who knows?" Talha said with a sly grin, and Cal shook his head. "Don't burn the place down or start a riot," Cal replied as a knock sounded on the door. A second later, an imperial steward appeared. "Good morning, my lord. Your transportation is here." The steward greeted him, giving a bow. "Thank you. I'll see you both later." Cal said farewell and followed the steward out of the room. Heading out to the street, an escort awaited him. Several imperial guardsmen snapped a salute and directed him to the end of the block, where a transport shuttle waited to take him to the palace. Sitting in the air-conditioned interior of the shuttle as it took off from the resort, Cal thought of the upcoming ball. It would be held in the imperial palace, and the grounds extending miles past the building, even limiting the attendees to titled nobility, their immediate families and guests. Over 10,000 people would arrive over the next few hours, making it a logistical nightmare for the guard. Even now, Cal could see other shuttles arriving at the resort town, likely preparing to be filled with other guests. As the escort for Princess Morella, he would leave early to meet her in the royal family wing of the palace, where they would enter the ball together. He was worried about what the night would hold, not only because he would be a focus of attention with his connection to Mare, but putting so many of the nobility together in a single place was a tinderbox. Millennia of bad blood and grievances, old alliances and new, it was asking for someone to make a scene. Cal let out a sigh as he watched the sun in the distance touch the horizon. The further they traveled towards ancient France, the later in the day it became. The ball would last all night, but it would still be daylight in the resort town when he returned. Breaching the atmosphere, the transport glided through the silent void for a moment before it pitched down again. Arriving at the imperial palace, he found the buildings decorated for the celebration. Imperial flags fluttered in the breeze, and lights were draped between the trees and the pathways. The theme for Morella's birthday was under the heavenly stars. Staff had selected all the decorations to be either white, silver, or light blue. A trick of the shield over the palace had somehow enhanced the sky. The stars were vibrant pinpricks of light, and colors occasionally swirled through the darkness, green, blue, and gold. Inside, the theme continued, although somewhat muted, in order to encourage guests to go outside and enjoy the June evening air rather than the stuffy interior of the palace. Baron Caledon, a member of the royal family's staff, approached him as he disembarked. Rather than the white and blue of the imperial stewards and guards, the woman approaching him wore a black suit with the gold imperial eagle with 12 stars on her lapel. "Princess Morella has asked that you join her in her sitting room. She is just finishing her preparations. If you would follow me." The staff member immediately turned around and began guiding him through the maze of hallways and stairwells until they reached Mare's palace wing. Through a set of broad, wooden doors, Cal found himself in a well-furnished sitting room. He could see a group of people surrounding a seated figure through a door to his left. "Cal, have a seat. We're just finishing my makeup." Mare called out from the middle of the group, her body and face entirely obscured by the staff around her. He had barely sat when another staff member brought him a tray of drinks, setting them down on the coffee table in front of him. There was a pot of tea, coffee, and a pitcher of cold, freshly squeezed orange juice. Taking a cup of coffee, he had a tiny bit of cream and sugar before stirring. Placing the spoon on the tray, he took a sip just as the staff began to exit Mare's bedroom, followed by the princess herself. Mare was stunning. Her long black hair had been straightened and pulled over her left shoulder, leaving her right bare. Wearing a black dress, red fabric lined the inside, and it flashed with every step she took. Her makeup had been done perfectly, accentuating her features and green eyes. "How do I look?" she asked, turning in place so he could see her better. Cal choked on his coffee, spilling a bit of it out of his mouth. Mare laughed at the reaction as he grabbed a napkin and cleaned himself up. "You look beautiful," Cal replied, standing up from his seat. "I see you clean up well," Mare added, stepping forward to fix his uniform lapels that had been disturbed. Coming close to him, Cal could smell the roses of her perfume, sweet but not overpowering. "I thought I should make a good impression," Cal replied. "That's good because I have something to tell you. My parents are here and want to meet you before the ball starts," Mare explained, finishing with his lapels and patting them gently as she stepped away. "You make it sound like I should be prepared for war. Should I be worried?" Cal asked, amused. After everything he had been through, meeting Mare's parents wasn't a concern for him. There was nothing they could do to him that was worse than stasis, or nearly dying in the Atlas. "They are still upset about my refusal of Malik Carmichael. Especially for you. They aren't able to look past your family's history to see you as different from your parents. Especially my father. He lost my grandparents during the rebellion, and he will hold that against you," Mare stated with sadness. "I remember when they died, something to do with their starship's engine malfunctioning. I didn't know they had attributed their deaths to my father. It was still being investigated when I went into stasis," Cal explained. "I researched it after we met, but the results were inconclusive. It could have been sabotage or simply an accident, but my father believes they died because of the rebellion, and that is all that matters," Mare stated. "All right, I'll be on my best behavior." Chapter 97, contentious Chapter 97, walking down the hallways of the Imperial Palace with Mare, Cal reviewed what he knew of her parents. He had never met her mother, Princess Amara, who had been born after he had gone to stasis. Over 300 years old, she had 2 children, a son, Miles, and a daughter, Mare. Her husband, formerly Magnus Havencroft, was now Prince Consort Magnus, the second son of the deceased Duke Havencroft. Cal hadn't met him either despite being a contemporary of his time. Magnus was around Cal's age. The man had been born a few years after Cal, and the memory remained with him because his grandparents had remarked on it often. Emeritus Caledon was a friend and rival of the Duke. Both were close confidants and loyal followers of the Emperor, which made Cal's father's betrayal all the more bitter to the one-Salide houses. That was over 5 centuries ago, and Cal had little to do with the rebellion as he was a prisoner in his own home at that point. But still, there would undoubtedly be harsh feelings towards him from Mare's parents. Cal felt calm and in control. His time on Mars had alleviated some of the symptoms of his condition. His hands were as steady as his emotions. He just wanted to finish this night and enjoy Terra with his friends, a sentiment that Mare shared as well. "Ready?" Mare asked, visibly drawing in a deep breath in preparation for the coming ordeal. Cal nodded as she wrapped an arm into his, and nodded to the staff member next to them to open the door. Walking through, Cal was confronted with a trio of inquisitive, and in one case hostile, stares. Princess Amara, despite her age of over 300, looked as if she could have been Mare's older sister. She had long black hair, a pretty face covered in a cold, haughty expression, and her green eyes pierced into his as soon as he entered the room. Sitting beside his wife, Magnus was a middle-aged, tall man with a large belly despite the frequent rejuvenation procedures. With salt and pepper hair, he sported a full beard. It was from him that Cal felt the hostility. On the far side of the room, Mare's older brother Miles had his arms folded across his chest in disapproval. Where Mare had inherited her mother's appearance, Miles had obviously pulled more of his genetics from Magnus's side of the family. Bearded and overweight, he looked disinterested in what was happening, reminding Cal of a sulking child. Cal bowed elegantly, tilting his body forward, one leg extended as was proper of a baron when greeting a member of the royal family. Noble etiquette was complicated, and could be tricky to learn. Not only was it essential to know your own status and those that you interacted with, but often it wasn't just about title alone. A baron typically ruled over a single planet, but some had fiefdoms with more people and a higher economy than a viscount that ruled multiple systems. Further complicating things was the higher but empty titles bestowed by an emperor long dead. Some nobles ruled nothing, taking refuge on terror itself or in the fiefdom of another noble, but could still demand respect because of their ancestors' accomplishments. For Cal, he cared little for etiquette. He experienced enough in his short life that as long as he didn't offend the emperor and empress, he didn't care about anyone else. His family had been amongst the most powerful in the empire, and even now, Caledon was on the rise once more. But more than that, having lost everything once, there wasn't anything anyone could do to him that he hadn't already experienced. Why would he care about committing a faux pas when he had suffered through the rebellion and 5 centuries of torturous stasis? Princess Amara, prince consort. Cale greeted them before standing straight once more. Mare gave him a gentle pat on the arm before disengaging and sitting next to her parents. No one gestured for Cal to join her, so he remained standing. Baron Caledon, Amara replied expressionlessly. There was a thin veneer of civility in the room, and Cal secretly wondered how far their conversation would run before it wore off. I thought it would be prudent to meet you and discuss tonight's functions and your role here. Despite my expressed concerns, Mare has decided to have you escort her to the ball, something that even my mother approves of. You've done very well, Baron, worming your way into the goodwill of my mother and daughter, but you will find that I am much harder to win over. I will not have a traitor influencing my family, Amara stated. Next to her, Magnus nodded at her words while glowering at Cal. There it is. Civility lasted a bit longer than I thought it would. Cal thought, relaxing as he knew that there would be no winning over Mare's parents regardless of what he said here. There was no combination of words he could speak that would satisfy them, and since this conversation was a dead end, he no longer had to put on airs. I can't speak on the Empress' behalf, but I've been nothing but honest with Mare. I even offered not to attend tonight's ball, which I would much prefer to avoid since it will be filled with people who hate seeing me. But she insisted. Cal replied, stepping forward and sinking into one of the comfortable chairs arrayed in front of the family. Magnus nearly leapt out of his chair at the audacity when Cal looked to one of the waiting staff members and gestured for a glass of wine, but stilled at a motion from Amara. Yet here you are, Amara retorted. Here I am, Cal confirmed, giving the princess a cocky grin before thanking the staff member for bringing him the glass. Lifting it to his lips, he took a small sip before placing it on the table next to his chair. You wished to discuss my duties for tonight. How may I be of service? Cal asked. Across from him, Mare quirked an eyebrow at his behavior, silently asking why he was being flippant during an important meeting with her parents. Ignoring her, he focused on Amara. He would explain his reasoning to Mare after. Marella will be introduced to those assembled in the rear gardens, walking down the steps where you will be waiting. You will not be announced as her escort, nor will you accompany her while she meets with mother and father to receive their blessing. You will do your utmost to not be seen or heard by your betters. Very good. Is that all? Cal replied, already about to stand when Magnus spoke. Why didn't you stop your father from rebelling? So much death and pain could have been avoided if you had done more to prevent it. All those deaths are on your head, Baron Caledon. I would never have left Caledon from the shame if I were you. Magnus said. Why didn't you prevent your parents' deaths, Magnus? Cal retorted, and even the expressionless princess reacted, sucking in a hiss of air at the question. The prince consort leapt to his feet with a roar. You little bastard! I was child, you traitorous. Cal cut him off before he could continue. So was I. You forget that we were both too young to be anything more than victims. You would have saved your parents if you were able, just as I would have stopped mine if I could. I mourn your parents, Magnus. My grandfather told me there was no one he admired and detested more than your father. They were like oil and water, but there was respect between them. Cal finished, and Magnus stared at him, his face red with anger, before he breathed. I know that, but seeing you standing there, peace. It's like seeing a ghost, all the worst parts of the rebellion in the flesh, a reminder staring at me in the face. Magnus finished. At least you've had time to process it. For me, it feels like it was yesterday. Yesterday and 5 centuries, stasis confuses everything, Cal admitted. Magnus retook his seat, thinking for a moment before speaking. My father spoke of you once. He said that Emeritus finally had a true heir, and that we should try to be friends when we were to study together on Terra. I think he was hoping we would have a better relationship with each other than he had with the Duke. I wish that could have happened. Cal replied with honesty. He would have liked nothing more than the peaceful life that his grandparents dreamed for him. If we've had enough of dredging up an unpleasant past, it's time we begin. Regardless of how we feel behind closed doors, when in public, we are a united front. That includes you as well, Baron. You will put on a brave face, speak no ill of our family, and do your duty. Amara ordered. Of course, Princess. Chapter 98, Princess Morella's Birthday Celebrations. Chapter 98. Cal stood at the bottom of a set of stone steps leading from the imperial palace to the decorated gardens. He could smell the scent of flowers and perfume in the air, and the party grounds were filled with the din of conversation and music. On a stage, barely seen from where he stood, a troupe of musicians played a medley of classical songs that blended into the background. He had thought that his appearance may have elicited some response from those gathered, but the crowd was too busy engaging with each other to notice anything outside their own spheres of influence. Staring at them all, he could occasionally spot a familiar face, someone he knew from his research on the Imperial Net or the news holos he tried to keep up to date on. There were nobles, wealthy socialites, and business owners. Even the corporations had sent representatives for the night's festivities, each easily identifiable by the large corporate logos on their formal outfits. Turning away from the throng, he focused on the imperial palace. An odd tension filled him. It wasn't nervousness, more like anticipation. It was similar to how he felt when he was in a match, about to face a foe. Was something wrong with him thinking that a pleasant evening spent amongst his peers was akin to a battle between mobile suits? Cal laughed softly, running his hand through his hair ruefully. After his encounter with Mare's parents, something would be wrong with him if he didn't think of it that way. His musings were interrupted by an imperial staff member dressed in black and gold, appearing on the top of the stairs, presenting Princess Amara and her husband, Prince Consort Magnus. The man shouted, his voice enhanced subtly by a broadcast system hidden in the decorations. The conversations ended as Mare's parents appeared through the doorway. In matching navy blue and gold outfits, they allowed the applause to wash over them for a moment before descending the steps. Amara's hand rested lightly on Magnus' arm. Prince Miles. The staff member continued, and Mare's brother Miles stepped through the doorway, not pausing or looking over the crowd before shuffling down the steps, eager to be out of the limelight. Presenting Princess Morella. He finished, giving a deep bow and stepping backwards as Mare walked forward. She was beautiful, giving everyone a small smile and a graceful wave before strolling down the stairs. The crowd applauded, and Cal caught a chorus of shouted happy birthdays. Meeting him at the base of the steps, Cal offered her his arm, and she flashed him a wide smile before subduing it again. Hard part's over now, Cal whispered, giving her a grin. I wish. Now we need to mingle until my grandparents arrive to give their blessing. Mare replied, her face becoming a stoic mask with a hint of a smile as they carefully approached her parents, who had gathered a group of nobles around them. The night moved in a blur to Cal. He met group after group while escorting Mare around the party. After he couldn't recall names or faces, the sound of the music, or even the decorations, greetings, and inane conversations distorted it. Blessedly, relief came when it was time for him and Mare to dance. He had expected them to be the center of attention for the inaugural dance of her birthday ball. Still, most attendees were focused on other matters, gathered in silos and discussions. It was strange. Cal had thought that perhaps they were merely being polite, not mentioning his family name or staring at him for too long. But they treated Mare similarly, speaking pleasantries before moving off. Even Mare's parents were no longer near them. A quick glance revealed they had their own cluster of attendees, hanging onto Amara's every word. Clasping Mare's hands in his own, he waited for the music to start before leading her into a formal dance. He wasn't surprised to find that Mare was a skilled dancer, matching his steps perfectly as they spun around the cleared dancer floor. Leaning closer to her, he whispered into her ear, Is it always like this? Cal asked. Mare flushed slightly at his proximity, turning her head slightly towards him to reply. Like what? This. No one is even paying attention to us. I thought we would draw more eyes. I was worried for nothing, Cal stated, looking around again. A few others joined them during the dance, but most were still having their own conversations, the noise of their voices nearly as loud as the musicians. I thought that perhaps it would be different, but yes, it's always the same anytime I've seen the nobility gather. Everyone is scheming and plotting, looking to grab a portion more. Disgusting, Mare muttered, her eyes flickering to the crowd before finding Cal's again. Why? I don't understand. What's there to gain from your birthday party? Nothing, but look at who attracts the most attention here. Mare drew his attention to the group around them, and Cal sought out the most considerable sections of people. A tall, white-haired man stood amongst a crowd of nobility, wealthy civilians, high-ranking imperial guard, and corporate employees. Dressed in a black and golden uniform, he was clean-shaven and handsome, his face creased with wrinkles to show his age. Broad-shouldered, he had an air of military competence about him as he spoke to those assembled. The Crown Prince, Cal stated, recognizing the man. He had seen him numerous times on the Imperial Net News programs and at his own trial. His hair had been brown then, but he aged gracefully. Nearly 800 years meant that his rejuvenation procedures were becoming less effective. Uncle Argyle, presumed Crown Prince, nothing has ever been officially declared by grandfather. Mare explained. That can't be right. Cal trailed off, frowning in thought as his feet automatically kept pace with Mare's gliding across the dancer floor. There is. It's why everything has become so contentious. The Empire doesn't have an heir, and grandfather will not intervene. Perhaps he has a reason. Cal replied, giving the Emperor the benefit of the doubt. The man's intelligence and forethought were unquestionable. He must have a reason for not giving Argyle the title of heir. Or perhaps he doesn't. You haven't been around him as much as I. He's distracted and disinterested, always looking to far-off things instead of what's happening here in his house. He doesn't even govern the daily affairs of the Empire. He leaves it to Uncle Argyle and Augustus. Mare stated, shaking her head. Cal followed the crowds to the second-largest grouping around a shorter, brown-haired middle-aged man, wearing a suit of fine, Terran wool with gold thread and diamond buttons. He seemed to be explaining something to the others, a group of men and women all nodding and following every word he said. Augustus was born after Cal went to stasis, and he didn't know much about him besides his high position in the imperial bureaucracy. If Argyle was the leader of the Imperial Guard, then Augustus led the government, the pair keeping the gears of the empire turning. Then the rumors are true. There is infighting amongst the royal family, Cal whispered, dropping his voice so low that Mare could barely hear him. Not yet, but it's dry tinder waiting for the spark to ignite into a bonfire. Even my mother is canvassing the nobility, not to rule, but to determine who she should throw her support behind. With grandfather's unwillingness to declare an heir, the only path to the throne is for a unanimous declaration from the 11 ducal houses. Mare explained. Peace. If the emperor dies, it will be a disaster. The rebellion would be nothing but a historical footnote compared to what's to come. Cal exclaimed. Not if but when. Grandfather is one of the oldest living humans in the galaxy, and grandmother isn't far behind him. I hope you're right, and there's a reason for his delay. Mare finished as the music ended. Stepping back from each other, Cal and Mare clapped politely to the band, before bowing to the assembled crowd who half-heartedly applauded. With Mare's revelation, the reaction of the assembled nobility suddenly made much more sense to him. Chapter 99, A Lifelong Pursuit. Chapter 99, Alexander watched his niece glide across the dance floor with Baron Caledon with interest, one of the few in the crowd who paid attention to the consequences of what he was seeing. Many people forgot that the Emperor and Empress had a fourth child, the youngest, and often overlooked Alexander. Unlike his more accomplished and extravagant siblings, he preferred to blend into the crowd. He downed the full drink in his hand, before gesturing to a nearby staff member for another. Although he didn't really feel like drinking tonight, he had a reputation to maintain. His brother Argyle was known for his commanding presence and prowess on the battlefield. He was a Mech pilot with a customized Imperial Guard assault match justice. He was the true leader of the Imperial Guard after the Emperor, and it was the base of his power, which was why so many of the nobility flocked toward him this evening. But Alexander suspected that Argyle was a failure in his father's eyes, lacking the intelligence and drive to succeed him. Why else would he be denied the title of heir? Then there was Augustus, the very image of imperial wealth and decadence. He had inherited his father's intelligence from the gestation tanks that birthed all noble children. The uncertainty of a mother's womb too unreliable to be trusted with a noble scion. But Augustus was selfish, caring only for his own comfort and status. The perfect bureaucrat, he ruled the imperial government with the goal of benefiting himself. While not as popular as Argyle, he still gathered quite a number of his peers to support him. Finally, there was Amara, who lacked both intelligence and ambition. Alexander completely disregarded his sister and her husband, throwing the pair aside in his calculations. But it was Alexander who was the true inheritor of the emperor. He was intelligent, ambitious, and driven to succeed, so his parents thought he would be a contender to the throne, but things changed a few years after he had been born. Alexander cared little for the empire and had no thought to rule it. He didn't want to assist the royal family in their duties, nor was he interested in forging bonds with others. He removed himself from public life, burying himself in his studies or indulging in vice. Alex hummed a tune, his body comfortably numb from the strong alcohol as he watched his parents stand on a stage and grant their blessing to their grandchild. He politely clapped along with the rest of the crowd, all while a single thought twirled around his head, the same one that had been present for as long as he could remember. How can you fool that which is omniscient? It was a thought that consumed him for his entire life since he first understood how special his father was. Aurelius had unparalleled intelligence, combined with an information network feeding him data from around the galaxy, and a millennium of experience in interpreting it. He still remembered that feeling of awe as he gained awareness of his father's understanding of the universe and their place in it. The man knew what everyone around him was thinking and could predict events years in advance. It had been humbling for Alexander, who had always felt he was the most intelligent being in any room. And with that understanding came a goal, a lifelong pursuit. He wanted not just to gain the same skills as his father, but to surpass them. And that goal brought him here, with a statement ringing in his mind. If his father was nearly omniscient as so many claimed, and he himself had witnessed, could Alexander fool him? Could he surpass his father? His life was defined by that single ambition, to see the look on his father's face of shock and awe that his youngest, often forgotten son had outsmarted and outmaneuvered him. It was what drove him forward every single day of his life. With that goal in mind, he considered the problem from all angles. To fool an omniscient being, one must create a false persona so perfect that you would be lost within it. Alexander accomplished this, dropping all signs of intelligence and ambition, crafting a new version of himself so self-indulgent that no one could suspect him of the slightest bit of mischievousness, so drowned in alcohol and drugs that he was incoherent. With his father's eye off of him, he continued to work behind the scenes, understanding the players and the role he wanted them to play. He was like a child, setting up his dominoes one at a time while waiting for the perfect, golden opportunity to topple the first one, setting off the chain reaction. And lo and behold, that opportunity was finally here, and he was prepared. Alexander giggled. The few nobles and guests standing next to him looked at the youngest prince with a mixture of contempt and disgust. His formal outfit had long since been stained with wine and spirits, and he was unsteady on his feet. Swaying and laughing, he danced a small little jig, his feet moving to unheard music as he thought about the coming festivities. Soon, his subtle hint delivered to his brothers on anonymous wings would set events into motion, with his deft hand leading them like marionettes. He would be free to act under the disguise of ambiguity, his father unable to know which of the sons was responsible for the coming chaos. Only at the end, when all the dominoes had fallen, would he pull back the curtain. The grand reveal, the showstopper. Alexander shuddered in anticipation at the thought, and his laughter grew louder, lost amongst the music of Morella's birthday celebrations. Page break, this is my cousin Catherine. Mare introduced after the ceremony with her grandparents ended. The party was in full swing, although most guests were distracted by their meetings and conversations to enjoy it fully. Mare and Cal were standing by the refreshment table, letting the sound of the music wash over them, when a tall, blonde-haired woman approached and hugged the princess unexpectedly. Stepping back, Mare introduced them before Catherine slowly assessed the tall nobleman who was accompanying her cousin. "Baron Caledon, Mare has told me all about you," she greeted. Cal responded with a slight bow, aware of this woman's identity. The youngest daughter of Duke Havencroft, niece of Magnus and Mare's first cousin. "Liar, I've barely said anything to you about him," Mare replied, smiling at her cousin. "Well, it's more what she hasn't said that intrigues me." Catherine joked, and the three made pleasant small talk until Catherine dropped her voice to a whisper. "I wanted to give you a warning. Malik Carmichael is not happy. He's taken offense to your supposed snub." Catherine explained, and Mare gave an unladylike scoff at the comment. "I could care less if he isn't happy. I noticed he didn't come. Was he too embarrassed to show his face?" Mare asked. "Hardly. One has to have a sense of shame to be embarrassed. He's likely plotting revenge in some hole. It probably won't amount to anything, but you should be careful. He's the most dangerous kind of stupid and arrogant. He's angry enough to try anything and too powerful for many to stop him," Catherine warned. The rest of the evening passed in pleasant company, with Mare and Cal enjoying their time together. Time seemed to pass in a blur, and the sun began to creep over the horizon before Cal realized how late it had become. "I had a lovely evening," Mare stated from the hallway outside her quarters. She had long since taken off her uncomfortable shoes, holding them in her hand and walking barefoot down the lushly carpeted floor of the palace. "Surprisingly, so did I," Cal replied with a grin. "Surprisingly," Mare stated with a frown, causing Cal to laugh harder. She cut him off by pressing her lips against his, the suddenness of the kiss taking him off guard. Before he could respond, Mare stepped back, giving him a smile. "Good night," she said, closing the door to her room behind him. "Good night," Cal repeated, placing his fingers against his lips, before turning and making his way to the waiting hover car. He could think of nothing else but her the entire trip, replaying the scene in his mind. Chapter 100, Sibling Rivalry. Chapter 100, Prince Augustus strode through the hallways of the imperial palace as the sun crested the horizon. Ignoring the bows and greetings of the staff, he adjusted his expensive suit as he walked, tugging open the collar to let it breathe. He clutched a missive in his hand. A steward delivered it to him mere minutes ago, informing him that his brother Argyle had called a meeting with all the siblings. Generally, he would ignore such a note, but a sense of urgency in how it was penned caused him to wait, carefully weighing the words before deciding to join the others. The room set aside for their meeting was an out-of-the-way lounge customarily used for family gatherings. It hadn't been used in years, not since Alexander was an infant. Two stewards flanked the closed door, snapping a salute when they saw him and pushing the wide wooden doors open before shutting it behind him. His two brothers and sister were already waiting. Argyle stood on the far end of the room, staring out of the large windows at the grounds beyond. His back was ramrod straight, and Augustus could feel the tension and anger radiating off of him. Hands clenched behind his back, he looked like he would smash through the glass in front of him at a moment's notice. Their eldest brother was usually the most composed and calm of them all, but something had riled him up enough to call a meeting between them. What could have set him off? Amara sat on a couch, her legs crossed and her head resting against her hand as she watched the entrance. As Augustus walked in, the woman nodded to him in greeting before subtly shaking her head. So Amara doesn't know what's going on either, Augustus thought to himself. They had always been closer than the rest. Near the same age, she supported his bid to become emperor, although he knew that she would just as quickly throw her lot behind Argyle if fortunes favored him more. He thought nothing of it. Politics wasn't personal, after all. The last of the royal scions of the emperor was laid out on a fainting couch, a cold cloth over his forehead. Augustus could smell him immediately, a mixture of alcohol and vomit, combined with the subtle hint of old sweat. Alexander was a failure in every possible way. Aside from the happenstance of being the emperor's son, he lacked everything that would make one successful in life. Augustus turned away from him in disgust, not wanting to be anywhere near Alexander lest his taint rub off on him. "So, Argyle, you've called us all here. A momentous occasion in of itself. What dire news do you have to deliver to us now?" His father found the secrets to immortality and decided to rule for another millennium. Augustus called out, joining his sister on the couch across from the motionless Alexander. "Perhaps he's finally dead. Oh, happy day." Augustus thought of Alexander, seeing not a stir of movement from his body at the sound of his voice. "This is no time for jests, brother. I've just been delivered disturbing news that affects us all equally." Argyle replied, turning away from the windows and striding towards the group. Not bothering to sit, he began to pace next to them. "Well, don't leave us in suspense. Let's have it," Amara ordered in frustration, not wanting to drag this out. "Father intends to give Baron Caledon the title of Crown Prince." Argyle hissed through clenched teeth, and Augustus swore he could hear his brother's knuckles crack from the tension of his grip. At the statement, Amara erupted into laughter. The sound was grating and mocking. "Is that it? What drivel are you spouting, Argyle?" Augustus muttered, about to get up from the couch when a wadded ball of paper flew through the air toward him, striking him in the chest and falling into his lap. "Read it," Argyle growled, stopping his pacing and staring at this brother with fury in his eyes. Under that stare, Augustus reluctantly smoothed the sheet against the coffee table and began reading. With each word, his disbelief rose. "Is this true?" Augustus asked, his tone breathless as he finished. "There is." Taken from father's own journal pages, Argyle confirmed. "You're spying on father's private writings now as well. Have you truly sunken so low?" Amara asked with contempt. "Wait until you read it, sister, before judging him." Augustus replied, passing the page to her. Her eyes ran down the page, swiftly taking in the information. Unlike her brothers, she remained skeptical of its contents. "This doesn't mean anything," she dismissed, placing the sheet onto the coffee table. Augustus leapt from his chair, already roaring in anger. It seemed that Argyle's mood had infected him as well. "It means everything. But perhaps you already knew. Is that why you allowed Morella to bring Caledon to the ball? Are you already trying to ingratiate yourself with him?" Augustus shouted, pointing a finger accusingly at his sister. To her credit, Amara remained calm as he leveled his accusations, letting out a scoff and waving her hand to knock his finger away from her face. "Of course not, fool. If you had an ounce of sense, you would know I tried everything I could to prevent their pairing. There is no significance to his relationship with Morella, nor with father's supposed decision to have him meet with the envoys." Amara said dismissingly. "That is not true, sister. Meeting the envoys is only a responsibility of the emperor and his heir. Father is deciding on who will follow him by declaring his intentions to introduce Caledon as the new representative of humanity," Argyle said, regaining his calm. However, all could see that it was a thin layer of ice covering the raging inferno within. "How are we to believe this paper is accurate? Where did you obtain it?" Amara reasoned. "It was taken from father's private database," Argyle admitted. Amara and Augustus both looked at him with admiration. They didn't think their eldest brother would go so far as to pilfer the emperor's personal data centers. The risk was out of character for the cautious Argyle. "Then I suspect you've been deceived. It is not possible for father to leave something incriminating unencrypted, even if you could have your hackers access the terminal," Augustus stated, and Amara laughed at the implication. "You sound as if you have personal knowledge of that. Did you also go on an expedition through father's private documents?" Amara asked, causing Augustus to scowl. "Of course, don't act like you are so innocent. I know for a fact how far you have descended in your search for an advantage over us. Don't throw stones in a glass house, sister," Augustus replied. "How did you bypass the decryptions?" Augustus asked with curiosity. None of the teams he had assigned to it had any success over the years. "I've sent it out piecemeal to many different contractors, hoping that one would stumble upon the solution. One of them finally pulled through and delivered," Argyle explained. "You used brute force. I'm again impressed by the risk you take," Augustus said. Rather than use a few trusted experts, his brother had cast a wide net, hoping that he could come to a solution with quantity over quality. Judging by the results in front of him, It had worked. Argyle had sent the encryption to a collection of hackers who worked on it without understanding where it had come from, and they had delivered. From where he was lying on the couch, Alexander let out a groan. Listening to the others, he couldn't help but get a thrill of satisfaction at his accomplishments. He had been the one to solve his father's encryption years ago. He had been reading the Emperor's personal journals and notes left on the terminal since he was a teenager, until he finally found something he could use. Caledon was being primed to meet with the envoys. Although Alexander suspected that didn't mean he would become heir, it was the perfect information to trigger his siblings into acting as he wanted. Chapter 101, Azure Skies. Chapter 101, Something You Want to Add, Alexander? Argyle said, turning toward their thought-to-be comatose young brother after his groan interrupted their discussion. Alexander slowly lifted the cloth from his head, turning his bloodshot eyes toward his siblings. "Must you all shout?" he whispered, his voice hoarse. Coughing, he replaced the cloth over his eyes and turned away from them. "Do you want to share your opinion?" Argyle asked, although he already knew it would be useless. Still, he would make an effort. "I could care less. Amara's cat could be emperor as long as you all stop your infernal bleeding," Alexander responded. The siblings returned to ignoring their youngest brother, focusing on the problem at hand. "We need to take action now before this gets out of our control. Father could announce Baron Caledon's new responsibilities at any time. Once he meets with the envoys, there will be nothing we can do." Augustus argued. "Agreed, the Baron will need to be removed, either through direct or more subtle means," Argyle replied. He preferred the use of force. He detested assassins working from the shadows, but his hands were tied in this matter. The Baron was in good standing. He would be unable to assault him directly. "Wait a moment. We don't know the veracity of this document. It could be a feint or a carefully crafted lie. Eliminating him now would have disastrous consequences. I urge caution in the matter until we can obtain more information," Amara reasoned. "Or until you can secure the Baron using your daughter, Marella. How long until you marry the two of them, cementing yourself in his new regime, sister?" Augustus accused, narrowing his eyes at the woman beside him. Amara played every side, preferring to have others at the forefront while she reaped the benefits. If her son-in-law could be emperor, she would continue to hold both power and a privileged position. "You think too little of me," Amara retorted, causing Augustus to snort in derision. "I disagree. I believe I understand you better than yourself. Enough of this. Amara, you have made your position known. Leave us," Argyle ordered, causing Amara to stare at his definitely for a moment. "Neither of you will act until we have verified that Caledon is meeting with the envoys. Do not blame me if your own impatience causes your downfall," Amara threatened before leaving the room. "She can't be trusted. She's likely rushing to draw up a betrothal agreement as we speak," Augustus said as soon as they were alone. They were discounting Alexander, who had apparently passed out if his gentle snores were any indication. "Agreed. We need to act," Argyle stated. "Will your guard support him in the event that he is declared heir?" Augustus asked. "Some will, many won't. His father cast an inauspicious legacy, and the memory of the guard is long. But the younger recruits didn't experience the rebellion. I suspect 20, maybe 30% will follow Caledon if father proclaims him," Argyle admitted. "Then he needs to be eliminated," Augustus whispered. Argyle let out a sigh, hating the necessity of politics. He would kill any foe on the battlefield with honor, but attacking a young man because he threatened his position was distasteful. Once he has left Terra, arrangements will be made. One of the mercenary groups, I don't want to involve the guard in this. They may talk if pushed by father, Argyle mused. That is far too long. What if father declares him during the festivities? Better to have this over with as soon as possible. Augustus pushed, and Argyle balked at the suggestion. I will not spill blood on sacred Terra. Besides, my guard is responsible for maintaining the peace and protecting everyone on the surface. If Caledon is killed here, it will reflect poorly on me. Bah, who cares if they think you are slipping? I won't fight a battle with both hands tied behind my back. Step aside if you lack the stones to see this done. Augustus hissed, his face flushing red. Argyle moved in a flash, gripping his brother by his lapels and lifting him off his feet. It was a fantastic show of strength, from someone thought to no longer be in his prime. You will not act while Caledon is on terra. Is that understood? I will hold you responsible if there is any disturbance during the celebrations. Argyle threatened. Waiting for his brother's nod, he set him on his feet. Now leave. I have things to prepare, Argyle ordered. Waiting for Augustus to flee the room, he turned to his youngest brother. His tiny snores had grown louder, and a thread of drool snaked its way down his chin. Alexander was not a concern in their meeting. He was only here so that if he caught wind of anything and decided to tattle, he would fall along with the rest of them. But throughout his life, it had been proven that as long as they kept him supplied with drink, drugs, and women, their youngest sibling would be too busy to participate in the fight for the throne. He had already told Argyle that he considered him to be the best choice, especially since the eldest had promised him a generous stipend to survive on for as long as he declared his loyalty to Argyle. Leaving the drunk in his stupor, Argyle left to make plans. Page break in the silent void orbiting a dying red dwarf sun. A prison space station hung in the black. Isolated and hidden, it housed tens of thousands of the most hardened criminals of the Empire, all secured in their stasis chambers. Very few starships had access to the coordinates of this facility. The protocols for finding it was only available to captains with high security clearance. Even then, the station was protected by several heavily armed assault craft and dozens of space combat-capable mechs. The station commander had just sat in his chair, the latest news from the Imperial net open before him, when a notification appeared on one of his subordinates' terminals. Starship incoming. Azure skies here on schedule, sir. The staff officer reported, pulling up a display of the ship and its crew. They were here to pick up one of the recently released prisoners, and the security codes provided came back clear. Understood, have the shuttle readied to ferry them across, he ordered, turning back to his holo. A few minutes later, he watched the small craft leave its hangar, its thrusters pushing it through the space between the station and the starship. It disappeared into the massive hold of the starship for a short time before returning. Curiously, the starship sat motionless, its engine not spooling for the jump. Message from the Azure skies. They're reporting an instability in their engine. Only a minor delay. They should jump in a minute or two. The staff officer confirmed, already in communication with the ship's captain. Confirmed. Have our technicians on standby in case they need to assist, he ordered. The shuttle returned to the station's hold, the large doors closing behind it. Just as the commander was about to return to his reading, the station's power fluctuated. What the hell is going on now? He muttered irritably. Power surge in the reactor. Backups are online. Send a message to the guard, report that we may be experiencing difficulties, and they should send a starship for backup. I don't want any disruptions with the stasis pods, he ordered, standing up and walking swiftly to a control terminal. There were multiple system failures, including the security doors and internal sensors. No good, sir. Communication channels are blocked, another staff member reported. That was when the commander saw the starship Azure Skies release a flight of mechs from its hold, and the sound of lasgun fire erupted throughout the station. Chapter 102, Masquerade. Chapter 102, a tall, hooded figure walked through the empty corridors of the prison complex. Flanked by two guards in black exosuits gripping las rifles, they stepped over the dead and dying bodies as they made their way to their destination. The silence of the prison was occasionally broken by the crackling thunder of lasgun fire, the screams of the prison staff as they perished, and the shouts of the inmates being released, only to find they were still prisoners. Dressed in a black cloak with its hood up, the group's leader could only be identified by a prominent symbol on the back of their clothing. It was a symbol of Terra, the blue and green orb wrapped in chains and gripped in the claws of the Imperial Eagle. Turning a corner at the end of the hallway, the leader of Unshackle Terra came to a door where another pair of guards were waiting. Has he been woken? The leader asked, their voice mechanical and distorted to the point where no one would be able to identify if it was a man or woman. Just going through the final phases. The collar's been attached and primed, the guard replied, opening the door to the cell. Striding through, the cloaked and hooded leader came face to face with their target. Lying jackknelt on the cold metal floor of the cell, naked and pale, He was shaking from the cold as he felt the collar around his neck. Made of shining steel, a green light winked on and off on the front. He and his men had been sentenced privately, without an official record, by an imperial magistrate and sent directly to this prison station for extended stasis. Jack wasn't even aware of how long his sentence was supposed to be. They likely were just going to shove him into the pod and forget about him. It had been a shock to find himself released, falling to the ground of the stasis chamber, only to have a pair of black exosuited guards slap a collar around his neck and leave, locking the door behind them. Jack looked up at the figure as they entered, taking in their appearance. He couldn't see their face. Beneath the cloak, they were wearing a black masked pilot bodysuit, the mirrored surface of its helmet obscuring his vision. The only noteworthy thing about them was the symbol on their left breast, a smaller version of the one on their back. Unshackled Terra, Jack thought as he recognized it. They had been growing in the last few years, going from a small group protesting the restrictions of Terran travel to encompassing anti-imperial sentiment. If someone from their group was here, then it meant this wasn't an official pardon. How long? Jack asked, his voice raspy. He was aware of time in stasis, but it was distorted. It could have been a millennia or only a few days. He had no way of knowing. 2 years. The person before him answered, their distorted voice providing no clues to their identity. Shorter than I would have thought. Why have you freed me? Jack asked, trying to stand on shaky legs. Your services are required. The reply came, and Jack laughed. He was of the royal bloodline. He served no one. Even the emperor couldn't order him around. He had left Terra to strike out on his own, tired of the constant restraints around him. Better to rule in hell than serve in heaven. I thank you for the release, but I don't serve others. Find someone else, Jack replied. You don't have a choice. The collar around your neck is an explosive, to be triggered automatically in 1 week's time unless you accomplish your task. On completion of your service, you will be released. The figure explained. What service? Jack spat out. You will lead an attack on sacred Terra. The nobility and imperial elite have gathered in a recently constructed resort town to celebrate Princess Morella's birthday. You will eliminate them all. The figure stated. You're insane. I would be killed before even getting close to the surface. You give me a choice between death in a week from the Imperial Guard or this infernal collar around my neck. Jack shouted, standing upright and looming over the hooded figure. Leave us, the figure ordered his 2 flanking exosuited guards. Snapping a salute, they quickly exited, closing the door behind them. You don't have all the facts yet, cousin. The figure stated, his voice changed at the statement. It lost its mechanical and monotone intonation, becoming alarmingly familiar to Jack. Combined with his speech patterns and mannerisms, he recognized who stood before him, even with the opaque helmet still in place. Augustus, Jack called out in surprise. In the flesh, Augustus replied. Have you lost your mind? Jack snarled about to lunge forward when Augustus' words stopped him. Now. Is that any way to treat your savior? I believe this is the 2nd time I have liberated you. Who was that smuggled you off of Terra in the first place when Father wanted you eliminated? Augustus questioned. You have a fine way of showing your liberation. A slave collar, really? Jack asked, tapping the metal collar with his finger. Snorting, Augustus tapped a button on his wrist, and the collar fell to the ground with a dull clang. He pulled another out from beneath his robe, handing it to Jack. That one lacks an explosive. You'll still need to wear it to fit in, but you won't have to worry about a sudden, fatal headache. Augustus joked. What's this all about? You've thrown your lot in with these lunatics to get them to do your dirty work. Jack asked. No, I'm the one who created Unshackled Terra in the first place. They are a useful tool, bringing me information from all across the galaxy while leaving my fingerprints off of things I would rather not be involved in, such as freeing prisoners and assaulting Terra. So, that wasn't a lie. You really want me to attack? Jack asked. Of course. New information has been revealed to me, and I want to act on it immediately before things are too far along. I need Caledon eliminated while discrediting Argyle and Father. Augustus explained. Caledon, Jack hissed out. What has the brat done to draw your attention? Father is going to have him meet with the envoys. When that happens, he will be untouchable. Argyle has agreed to his removal, but wishes to wait until he leaves Terra before acting. I find the delay to be too much of a risk. We must act now. Argyle has assembled a force of starships, mechs and assault craft on Caracas. He's discreetly drawn equipment from all over the galaxy, but is still waiting on pilots and personnel to operate them. With the prisoners liberated here and what unshackled Terra has assembled, you will travel to Caracas, kill everyone there, seize his ships, and lead an attack on Terra. Augustus explained, even with a dozen ships and tens of thousands of troops, we won't stand a chance. The guard will be on us in minutes. It's a suicide mission that won't even achieve your goal. Jack shook his head, knowing the capabilities of the guard well. Terra was too heavily defended for any force to succeed. The way will be cleared for you. All you need to worry about is jumping near the surface, destroying the town and leaving. You can have whatever troops and equipment you escape with, and our transaction will be finished, your slate wiped clean. Augustus promised. You're asking for quite a bit of trust on my part, Jack argued. Even with the fake collar in his hands, he would be relying on Augustus to let him go. Here, Augustus pulled a folded document out of his robe, handing it over. Unfolding it quickly, Jack reviewed its contents, his eyes widening at what was inside. This is a full imperial pardon and proclamation of title, Jack stated, looking up at his cousin. He wished he could see through the helmet. He wanted to know what expression Augustus had. Signed by me. It will only be legal when I am emperor. Do your part and it will be official, Augustus stated. Page break leaving the cell, the hooded and cloaked figure returned to the shuttle bay, once more flanked by his guards. Charges set. The station's reactor will overload in 10. One stated. The figure nodded at the statement. The Empire will send people to investigate, and by the time they understand it was sabotage, they will already be ready to attack Terra. Returning to his private room on the starship, Alexander removed his helmet. Laughing, he shook his head at the stupidity of everyone around him. Augustus indeed created unshackled Terra, but Alexander had co-opted it years ago, unknown to his brother. He had always known it would play a part in what he had planned, and today it had fulfilled its purpose. As for fooling Jack, that was child's play. A simple change in his suit's voice modulation and a bit of acting the part, and he was the perfect Augustus. He had even forged his brother's handwriting and signature for the pardon. It helped that Alexander knew every dirty little secret his brother possessed. Jack had no reason to doubt him once he mentioned helping him escape Terra years before. Very few people knew that. Now, Alexander had a group of people, all dancing to his tune. At the same time, the evidence would point toward Augustus as the culprit of this liberation, setting the Unshackled Terra movement as terrorists led by Augustus and supplied by equipment obtained from Argyle. Laughing, Alexander waited for the ship to leave orbit. He still had a few other irons in the fire, all pointing blame for the coming chaos at either Argyle or Augustus. It was going to be an exciting week. Chapter 103, Azure Skies Dyed Crimson. Chapter 103, Alexander typed on the terminal, putting the final touches on his message to the guard. Addressing it from Argyle, he sent it to their secure servers. He had learned Argyle's passcodes easily, and imitating his writing style was simple. His brother preferred direct statements with no flattery or ambiguity. Combined with this being Argyle's terminal, the message was flawless and would be read without question when it arrived on Mars. Closing the terminal, he wiped the evidence from the computer before leaving the room. Page break, ma'am, incoming message from Prince Argyle. Running through the clearance codes and security checks now. It's clean. One of the guard commander's subordinates was notified from his terminal. Located on the central headquarters of the guard on Mars, their group was responsible for the security of the Terran system. They had been busy for the past few weeks with the celebration on the surface, but in less than a week, it would be over and they could get back to their regular duties. Send it to my holo, she ordered. Sitting in her command chair, the guard commander pulled up the holo on her secure datapad. She reviewed it quickly. The prince was always terse and straight to the point. She informed her group of their new orders. The prince is worried that the protests by Unshackled Terra could embolden someone into attacking the celebrations. He wants the guard doubled on Borealis Station and another 5 starship and their crews as a strike force. She ordered her adjutant, who looked at the data on his own datapad. That will leave us stretched think across the system. Borealis Station already has 5 starships, a full complement. Don't you think that's overkill? He questioned. The prince has a point. There have been rumors on the Imperial net that they are coordinating something. All it would take is for them to hijack a starship and try to run the blockade around the planet. Extra ships would be useful. Have them prepped from Phobos. We'll make do here without them, she ordered. Before her adjutant could leave, she dropped her voice to a whisper. The prince is having a private guest arrive tomorrow. Conventional protocols. Wipe the records of their arrival and prep Borealis Station that she is to be brought to the surface on a private shuttle. She advised. The prince's mistress is coming to Terra. I thought he would wait until things died down a little. The adjutant stated before nodding and leaving to confirm with Borealis Station. The fact that the prince had a mistress was common knowledge amongst the guard, and they were often called to make special arrangements for their rendezvous. Her arrival in secret was nothing new. The adjutant relayed the information to Borealis Station before returning to his other duties. Page break. I had a strange conversation with my mother this morning. Mare commented to Cal as they sat together in a beachfront restaurant. It was one of the rare moments they had to spend alone together, the others all busy with other things. They had snuck out to have lunch before their companions realized they were missing and tracked them down. Oh, did she try to convince you to stop spending so much time with me? Cal asked while taking a drink from his ice-cold water. Wearing a simple white-collared shirt and gray pants, he appeared comfortable and casual for a day relaxing around the resort. Mare had copied him with an unadorned white dress and matching wide hat. The opposite, in fact. She wanted to know everything about you, what you liked and disliked, and your plans for the future. I barely managed to leave the palace without her grilling me for more information. Mare explained. Maybe she's finally come around to the idea of us being friends. I did make a good impression at the ball. Cal joked, causing Mare to snort. You were barely passable. And is that all we are, friends? Mare asked, leaning closer to him and whispering. Good friends, Cal countered with a grin. Mare kicked him from beneath the table, making him wince. You don't kiss friends, she replied. Some people do. Not me, but others. Cal laughed as he said it. Then you won't mind me kissing my other friends if you say it is normal. Mare teased, stopping Cal's laughter cold. Point made. What would you like us to be? Cal asked, and Mare smiled at the question. Page break. Borealis Station hung above Terra, the primary point of defense for the planet. Imperial Guard units trained and lived on Mars, but most of their duties occurred on the space station. With a standard security force of 5 starships, thousands of space-capable mechs, and hundreds of in-system assault carriers, they would scan every ship attempting to enter Terra long before they breached the atmosphere. For the celebrations, the slowly spinning, ringed station had nearly every berth filled in its starport. 10 starships ready to jump their crews at a moment's notice if a threat loomed. Borealis Station was a rotating, octagonal station with concentric rings that would orbit it. Tethers provided walkways to the central station, while mechs and assault carriers drifted around it, keeping careful guard. 100,000 guard members were currently garrisoned in the space station, making it one of the galaxy's most heavily fortified and defended places. With Prince Argyle's recent orders, most of the system's security had been transferred to the station. Incoming jump signature. A mechanical voice sounded out in the control room at the heart of the station. With view screens providing a view of everything in the system, nothing escaped the guard while Borealis was active. Stand by for confirmation. A guard sat at a sensor terminal, dressed in their traditional white and blue uniform. A ship emerged from the jump, appearing well away from the station and Terra at the designated arrival coordinates. Clearance codes confirmed. Azure Skies, welcome to Terra. We'll have a shuttle prepped to bring your passengers to the surface. The guard member continued, pulling up the data from the starship. Everything checked out. No red flags had been issued. The guard was about to order a shuttle when their supervisor approached him. Azure Skies is under special classification. Prince Argyle has a guest aboard. Prep a private shuttle direct for the palace. The guard supervisor confirmed. They had done this before with the prince's special guest, his mistress secreted to the surface discreetly by the guard. No record was to be maintained of the matter. Roger that. Azure Skies, please hold for instructions. The guard communicated through the universal channel. He ordered the VIP shuttle to be readied when the starship responded. Borealis Station, we're having trouble with our engine. Minor instabilities in our systems. Our engineers can't pinpoint the problem. We're dead in the water with an impending power outage. Requesting a tow to an open berth and an engineering team. The Azure Skies captain's face appeared on the view screen. In the background, they saw flashing red warning lights and a few crew members hurrying to fix the problem. Permit them, have them towed to Dock 11. I won't have the prince complaining that his guest was delayed because of us. The guard supervisor muttered. An engineering team was being gathered to respond, and they could see a large assault carrier approaching the Azure Skies, magnetic tethers attaching to its hull. What are the sensors showing? The supervisor asked, leaning over the console. Looks like the engine is not spooling correctly. I'm getting power fluctuations. We need to get them here fast, or their artificial gravity may fail. The Azure Skies drifted closer to the open dock, the tug releasing the tethers, while the engineering team waited impatiently for the walkway to attach to the starship. As soon as the ship was next to Borealis Station, the captain appeared again on-screen. A middle-aged man appeared calm, despite the warning alarms and flashing red lights. His crew was nowhere to be seen. Captain, no need to be alarmed. We'll have you on your way shortly. The supervisor assured him, barely paying attention to the captain as he reviewed the sensor data. The fluctuations were worsening, and the engine's instability was quickly becoming dangerous. He was about to order the engineers to rush when the captain replied. For a free Terra, he whispered before he was engulfed in white light. The engine, deliberately set to overload, exploded in a fireball of white-hot plasma. It ripped through the dock and the station in moments. The berth starships, the mechs, the station guards, nothing was spared from the explosion. A new sun rose briefly in the sky above Terra, bathing the surface in its white glow before fading. In the palace, Alexander watched with a smile on his lips as the opening salvo in his war was fired. Chapter 104, Assault on Terra. Part 1, Chapter 104. I thought it was obvious. I want us to be Mo. Mare was cut off as a blinding flash of light erupted in the sky above them, so intense that it drove away all shadows. The other people in the restaurant screamed and shouted in surprise at the sudden assault of brightness. Cal shaded his eyes with his hand as he stared at the sky. With a sudden realization, he stood up in alarm. His swift movement knocked his chair to the ground behind him. No, Emperor Forfend, not again. Cal whispered in despair. What is it? What's happening? Mare asked as the light slowly faded, leaving bright spots in her vision. It's the detonation of a starship engine. Cal explained, recognizing it from when the starship above Luna City had detonated, destroying the entire colony. It had cast the same white light on the surface of Caledon. There was an accident, Mare replied, confused by the statement. The thought of an attack on Terra didn't occur to her at all. Deliberate overload. It's the only way to get a destructive reaction. We need to leave now, Cal ordered, holding out a hand to help Mare from the table. Still confused by his reaction and the events in the sky above, she stumbled slightly as he led her to the front of the restaurant. As they left, others were only now reacting, the noise of their conversations growing. Contact the others and have them meet us at my building. We need to take shelter and plan how we're going to get out of here. Cal asked Mare, already hauling her down the crowded streets. Pulling up her contact list on her communicator, she placed a call to Sid while Cal directed them. Waiting for it to connect, Mare asked another question. I don't understand. Are we under attack? Perhaps you're wrong and it's just an accident or isolated incident, Mare reasoned. I doubt it. I've seen that light before. Someone detonated a starship, and I doubt they did it somewhere remote and safe. If it was deliberate, they would have wanted to maximize the impact. Is there something in orbit that is valuable? Cal replied. Borealis Station. The spaceport orbits Terra. It's where the guard is stationed for planetary defense. Mare explained. Not anymore, Cal said grimly, looking up at the sky. He could see bits of debris from where the light had been, streaking pieces that were already burning up in the atmosphere like falling stars. If you're right, they could do the same thing here or at the palace. Mer exclaimed, and Cal shook his head at the statement as they weaved around the crowd gathered in the street in front of him. Ships can't jump that close to a planet. Gravity affects the engine. Even a moon would require them to be towed close to it. If someone wanted to strike at the surface, they would need to attack from orbit or land troops. Cal explained, "Just what is going on? Page break, what are you proposing?" Amelia asked from where she was sitting on her chair. Across from her was her only daughter. Her legs crossed primly as she took a sip from her tea. "Nothing, I'm just testing the waters, so to speak. Would she be amenable to it? I don't want another debacle like what happened with the Carmichaels." Amara responded, "I don't know if she would be amenable to an arranged marriage, even if she and Caledon are close. I must admit, I am rather confused. What brought about this change of heart? I thought you were against their pairing." Amelia asked. "I found that I must be adaptable in these changing times, especially when father has made his intentions clear." Amara replied, "He has. And what intentions are those? Don't play dumb, mother. We're all aware that father intends to bring Caledon before the envoys. I won't be left out in the cold when Caledon ascends to crown prince. I will secure my family's position before that happens. How did you discover this?" Amelia asked with seriousness. To her knowledge, only she and Aurelius were aware of his intentions toward Caledon. Father's terminal, Argyle has gleaned the information from his encrypted files. Amara admitted. Amelia's eyes opened wide. She knew how sophisticated the encryption was. No one in the galaxy should have been able to decipher them. She let out a weary sigh. "I don't think you understand, Amara. Aurelius has no intention of making Caledon the crown prince. He has a plan regarding it." But she was cut off as the windows behind her were filled with blinding light. The palace rumbled slightly around them, and the glass rattled in their panes. "What was that?" Amara asked with alarm. A guard rushed into the room, his face serious. "You'll need to come with me to the emergency shelter," he asked, waiting for the Empress and her daughter to stand. "What is happening?" Amelia asked. "I don't know. Communications have been cut off. The protocol is for you both to take shelter until we get the all clear," he replied, leading them down the corridors of the palace. "Who else knew of the files, Amara?" Amelia asked as they walked side by side quickly. "Argyle, Augustus, and Alexander." Amara admitted, and the Empress frowned at the implications of that statement. Page break minutes after the detonation of the Azure Skies, a fleet of starships appeared from the jump. 12 ships popped into existence amongst the little that remained of Borealis Station. Already, the few larger pieces were falling toward Terra, creating streaks of fire across the sky. In the mech storage hold, lying Jack was finishing the starting sequence for his new assault mech. Argyle had gathered quite the collection of equipment on Caracas. Aside from Imperial Guard starships, they had new light-class Angels, medium-class Seraphs, heavy-class Thrones, and a single assault mech that Jack had claimed for himself. 2,400 mechs spread across a dozen starships. Argyle had gathered a force capable of assaulting a fortified core world of the Empire. Clearly, he had no intention of letting Caledon survive once the Baron left Terra. Unfortunately for Argyle, Jack found the ships lightly crewed and defenseless, ripe for the pickings. With the freed prisoners, now fighting for their lives lest the collars around their necks explode, and the additional forces from unshackled Terra, Jack had tens of thousands of people ready for today. Alongside the mechs, exosuited soldiers waited patiently next to drop pods, lasguns gripped in their hands. The plan was to strike the resort town fast and hard, causing as much damage as possible before leaving. Once the ground was secured, shuttles would drop to ferry Jack's surviving troops back to the starships, jumping away to safety. With Borealis Station destroyed, there was nothing to stop them. Only what the Guard had on Terra would be able to put up a defense. It would take hours for Mars to respond. Reactor online, sensors online, weapons online. All systems nominal. The mechanical voice stated, showing green across the board. Closing the terminal, Jack settled back into the cockpit seat, awaiting confirmation that everything was ready. An incoming transmission interrupted his thoughts. "Are you ready?" Gareth asked, his face visible in Jack's HUD. Wearing a bodysuit with Unshackled Terra's symbol on the front, His son was piloting a Seraph. "Yes, stay close to me. We aren't dying today," Jack replied before closing the comlink. The storage doors opened slowly, revealing the splendor of Terra to his eyes. Jack checked the Mech's systems one more time, ensuring the neural link was perfect, before leaping out into the void of space. Amongst the Mechs that Argyle had gathered, a single assault Mech caught Jack's eye. Argyle had a customized assault-class Mech, Justice, that was renowned across the galaxy. Unlike the more unattainable Titan-class mobile suits, this one could be used by anyone with talent. It was the pinnacle of Imperial Guard technology with large wings, multiple weapon attachments, and a sturdy shield. With it, Jack suspected he could have held his own against Atlas long enough for the Titan to kill its inexperienced pilot. All troops commence operation, Jack ordered, and thousands of Mechs descended upon Terra, flanking hundreds of drop pods. Chapter 105, Assault on Terra. Part 2, Chapter 105, Gareth Quad led a flock of Seraphs through the upper atmosphere of Terra. With his Mech's wings retracted, he used all of his reactor's energy to power the mobile suit's shields. A red glow surrounded him from the friction caused by his descent. Almost through, be prepared to separate. Gareth advised the 20 Seraphs under his command. The plan was to punch through the atmosphere as quickly as possible before screening for guard Mechs that could interfere with their landing. Far below him, the sparkling blue waters of the Gulf of Mexico shimmered in the light. He had always wanted to see Terra, his father's home and part of his birthright, but he hadn't thought it would be under these circumstances. Just a few days before, he had been in stasis, wondering where he had gone wrong, and now he was about to spill blood on sacred Terra. 3, 2, 1. Deploy and split. Gareth counted down. He deployed his Mech's wings, and was about to gain distance from the others, when a warning notification rang out in his cockpit. Thermal warning, high energy signature detected. The mechanical voice rang out, and his vision zoomed into the distance. A platform floated on the sea below them, a giant cannon connected to massive battery banks. He could see the shimmer of the heat rising from the weapon. Scatter, Gareth ordered, but it was too late. A streak of red energy, larger than anything he had seen aside from the Titan Atlas, streaked toward them. Cover, a voice sounded out, and a heavy-class throne shot in front of the group. Its wings expanded to their limits. They shined a bright white as they were fed energy from its reactor. A powerful shield enveloped the Mech, like a white orb in the sky before them. The red PPC energy slammed into the barrier, splintering into hundreds of smaller beams of energy that rained down on the sea below. The throne's wings began to change from white to red. As a fraction of the energy assaulting, it was absorbed and rerouted through its systems. Lifting its own weapon, it returned fire. A ray of light sped toward the surface, annihilating the floating platform and the PPC. The illumination faded from the throne as it shot toward its next target. Breathing a sigh of relief, Gareth followed behind. There was a fundamental difference between the classes. Nothing was more stark than medium to heavy. The Seraph could fly and had a light shield, but it was a glass cannon, unable to sustain much damage before failing. The throne was an enhancement to it in every way. Stronger, faster, with superb defenses and speed. Its key feature was the unique technique it just displayed. Mira allowed the throne to redirect energy weapons, enhancing its own power and using it to counterattack. With the throne in the vanguard position, Gareth and his flight of Seraphs flew across the water toward their destination. Page break anything? Sid asked the others as they gathered in Cal's room. They were in the sitting room, everyone with their datapads or communicators trying to get information. Cal stood by the window, looking around the town for a way to get them away. The resort town had forbidden hovercars, and the guards strictly controlled incoming shuttles. The landing pads were empty. The guard had transports located off-site unless needed. They felt unregulated travel in and out of the town was a security risk. Nothing, all the lines are down and the net isn't loading, Ty said with disgust, tossing his datapad onto the coffee table. We're safe here though, right? I mean, this is Terra. The guard has this under control. Sid replied nervously, looking at the standing Cal. We can't stay, and there's no shuttles or cars. Did you pack what we needed? Cal asked Mare, who was coming back in with John. They had several full backpacks. Water and supplies. It should last a day or two, Mayor confirmed. Are we really going to run? The guard said to stay in our rooms until we're given the all clear. Scylla asked. I'm not waiting, except for the Imperial Palace. This place would be the primary target in an attack. Everyone knows half the galaxy's nobility is gathered here. I would rather take my chance on my own, Talha replied. Cal nodded in agreement. Grab a bag. We'll get some distance. Hopefully I'm just overreacting, and we get the all clear soon, but better safe than sorry. Cal ordered, grabbing a backpack and placing the straps around his shoulders. They had made it to the ground floor when Cal stopped them. In front of the group, he stepped onto the main walkway of the resort town when he heard a noise. Like a keening wail, a piercing scream of energy that instantly made him spin around to look at the end of the street. A streak of crimson energy flashed overhead, striking from the sky at something in the ocean of the bay. An instant later, multiple cracks of thunderous lasgun fire erupted. The ground shook around them, the building's windows rattled, and Cal could see chairs and furniture on the side areas and patios topple. Sid screamed from the noise, and the group held their hands over their heads and huddled together in the shelter of the building as a massive mobile suit flew overhead. A heavy class thrown in the livery of the Imperial Guard was flanked by combat airships, their large thrusters keeping their enormous frame in the air. Attached to the front of the ship were twin PPCs, the glow of heat slowly fading from their recent discharge. In moments they were gone, heading out over the bay. The buildings around them blocked the group's vision of the Mech and its escort ships, the sound slowly fading. We need to go, Cal shouted, pointing to the opposite end of the resort town and the trees beyond. They needed to get as far away as possible before whatever the guard was fighting arrived. Pulling the others to their feet, he led the way down the streets, listening to the occasional sound of distant combat. Who are they attacking? Ty asked as they ran down the street. What had started out as a vast, empty avenue quickly became filled with people. They could see members of the guard trying to keep order, but civilians outnumbered them. Unlike Cal's group, most people were trying to see what was happening on the shore, not understanding the severity of what they were facing. They treated it like a spectacle, watching the mechs and energy weapons with amazement and fascination, unaware of the coming danger. A few groups were more knowledgeable, doing what Cal and the others were, and running away as fast as possible for the forests or the areas where the guard was still stationed. I'm not sure, but we aren't sticking around to find out, Cal shouted over the tumult. A gust of strong wind nearly knocked them to the ground as another group of mechs flew overhead, not slowing down as they passed over the town. They had made it out of the main square when Mare's shout pulled Cal's attention. Look, she yelled, pointing to their left. Cal could see the beach and the bay beyond through a gap between the buildings. Above the sparkling azure water, a white spray obscured the horizon. He didn't understand what was happening until another streak of crimson energy shot out from a guard mech a moment later. It was a flight of seraphs, their large frames sending up sprays of water as they sped above the water's surface. In the lead was another THR-1 with its wings spread wide, as it absorbed another volley of lasgun and PPC energy. If there was any doubt of their allegiance, it was put to rest as they returned fire. A lance of crimson energy struck one of the aircraft, flanking the Imperial Guard throne. The attack vaporized one of its boosters, and the ship slowly tilted toward the ground. Its triangular body was too heavy for a single booster to support it, and it crashed into the sea, sending a geyser of water skyward. Cal watched the conflict for only a moment, taking in the opposing force. They lacked any distinctive markings. Their mechs were plain metal, scrubbed clean of paint or livery. Even though the throne was an Imperial Guard model, it was clear they weren't allied with the Emperor's forces. All sound in the resort town was drowned out as lines of fire descended from the sky. Flanked by hundreds of more mechs, dozens of dropships were falling toward the surface. A flight of guard mechs was approaching the town to aid in its defense, but Cal could see they were heavily outnumbered. Cal, what do we do? Mare asked, seeing the same and understanding the significance. Cal felt helplessness creep over him. The odds were stacked against them. They were trapped in the town, with no way out and an overwhelming force obviously intent on striking at their location. In the corner of his mind, the green-eyed beast stared at him from the darkness, waiting for a moment of weakness so that it could take over. It had been a while since he had seen it, and he shoved its presence away. Unnoticed, his left hand trembled and clenched into a fist. "Run! Drop everything and run!" Cal shouted, gripping Mare by the hand and taking off. The others kept pace as the sky above them erupted in violence. Chapter 106, Assault on Terra. Part 3, Chapter 106, the sound of battle intensified as they ran, the noise growing louder the closer the battling mechs and ships came to the resort town. Through the gaps in the buildings, Cal and the others could see the fighting. Flashes of crimson and bluish-white light burned holes in mobile suits, and occasional explosions from downed mechs threw geysers of water in the air and shook the pavement beneath their feet. With Mare's hand clutched tightly in his own, he led the group down the maze of side streets and alleys, avoiding the clogged thoroughfare as bystanders watched in fascination and awe at the conflict. It wasn't until the first errant weapon fire struck the town that their astonishment turned to terror, and they began to flee for their lives. Above, the drop pods burned their way toward the surface, flanked by more mechs and assault carriers, their cannons and lasguns firing continuously at the Imperial Guard mobile suits that ringed the town as its last line of defense. It was obvious to any onlooker that the attackers outnumbered the defending Imperial Guard. The loss of Borealis Station put them at a severe disadvantage until reinforcements from Mars could arrive. "Through here, we're almost out," Cal shouted, pointing to a small alley between two buildings. One was a restaurant, its 3 stories empty as its patrons fled or in their rooms waiting for the all-clear. The other was a residential building, further back from the beach. It would have housed some of the lower-tier guests. At 10 stories, it dominated the space, its gray concrete exterior giving the group a sense of security as they pushed through the alley between. They were nearly at the far end when the scream of a PPC energy projectile made the group look up in alarm. It streaked through the blue sky, slamming into the 5th floor of the building and vaporizing a hole clean through to the other side. The edges glowed orange and white with heat. "Move," Cal shouted, pulling the others to their feet and urging them to continue through the space. Only Mare and Talha had made it to the far end of the alley when the building beside them began to groan, the concrete facade crumbling. It began to lean over them, and debris fell from the gaping hole in its side. Scylla stumbled over the scree of concrete and fragments on the ground, her feet slipping as the ground rumbled and shook. In front of her, Ty was hauling Sid forward, shielding her more petite frame with his body from the falling material as they raced toward the opening. A chunk of concrete struck the young man in his face, leaving a bloody gash on his forehead, and he fell to the ground hard, taking Sid with him. John bravely stopped and turned, picking up his friend and dragging Sid forward while Micah took Ty's other arm. Cal turned and ran toward the governor. Agile and quick, he weaved through the falling debris until he reached her. With no regard for his safety, he focused on rescuing his friend, the first person he met when he was released from stasis. Gripping her arm, he hauled her to her feet and led her forward. "I got you," Cal said with assurance, and Scylla smiled up at him before her face looked horrified. "Look out," she screamed, shoving him with enough force to knock him backwards. Landing on his back, he saw a large section of concrete crash to the ground, burying Scylla and sending up a screen of dust to block his vision. Coughing from the thick dust coating his mouth and choking him, Cal scrambled to his feet, only to find the way to the governor blocked. Scylla was nowhere to be seen under the gray stone and metal pile. "No!" Scylla, Cal screamed, rushing toward the mountain of shattered concrete, metal rebar and crossbeams. Frantic to help his friend, he clawed at the debris, lifting pieces from the pile and tossing them to the side while shouting for help. John dropped Ty off at the end of the alley and hurried back to Cal's side, helping to lift sections off of the trapped governor. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, he found her. Scylla lay at the bottom, her eyes closed and face serene. She could have been sleeping if not for the blood and her pale skin. She wasn't breathing. Her heart couldn't beat from the large, jagged piece of metal jutting from her chest. Cal collapsed onto his knees, staring at his friend in stunned silence. His hands shook as he reached forward to touch the skin of her cheek, already cooling. "Cal, she's gone. We need to go. It's not safe here," Talha shouted from the alley's end. Ty sat on the ground, while Sid wrapped a bandage torn from her shirt around his wounded forehead. "Cal," Talha shouted again, knocking him from his stupor. Knowing there was nothing more he could do for her, he drew in a deep breath, shoving the sadness and despair aside and focusing on the moment. "Come on," Cal said to John, sprinting to the end of the alley and leaving Scylla behind. Page break, Gareth fired his lasgun at the assault carrier. The bluish-white beam of energy splintered uselessly off its hull shielding. He was about to try again when his communication link activated. "I'll swat these flies, attack the resort. I want it wiped off the map. Leave nothing behind," Jack ordered. Gareth looked up to see the Justice soar down from above. Over 80 feet tall, its wings stretched twice that length. In its hands, it gripped a long, two-handed energy sword. In a flash, it was ahead of Gareth's group of seraphs, its blade piercing through the thick shielding and armor of the guard throne. Kicking it away, the heavy mech lifelessly fell to the water. A stream of PPC energy impacted on the Justice's shields. Like the throne, the Justice activated its mirror ability, absorbing the excess energy and channeling it into its reactor for an increased power boost. What separated Justice from a throne happened next, when Jack activated its second ability. The wings of the Justice shone white and sparkled in the light, growing brighter until it was blinding. Suddenly, they dimmed, turning dull and gray as the light traveled along the mech's frame and gathered in a small pinpoint of light in its chest. Sublime eradication. Jack ordered the assault mech, listening to the whirl of the reactor as it reached its extreme limits. A line of pure, destructive power erupted from the Justice. Like a razor blade, it carved through the water below them, slicing a stripe through the water, the aircraft hovering in front of them, and the half-dozen medium and heavy-class mechs flying toward them from a distance. The mobile suits held together momentarily, before splitting in half and tumbling to the water below. The aircraft exploded, raining debris onto the ocean. So powerful was the beam of destructive energy that it didn't stop for miles, touching the land and lancing through the resort town in the distance. Multiple buildings collapsed, the ground split apart, and a cloud of dust rose into the sky. Gareth watched in awe at the mech's abilities until his father called out to him. "Don't just stand there. Get moving," Jack ordered before speeding away toward more of the Imperial Guard mobile suits. "You heard him." Gareth ordered his companions, leading the flight of seraphs to the town. He could see the people gathered in the streets below, some watching him, others running for their lives. But he knew they were trapped. Their intel provided by Augustus had told them that there were no hovercars or shuttles to ferry them away. It was like shooting fish in a barrel. Gareth didn't even bother to aim. He raised his lasgun without any clear target and pulled the trigger. Beside him, 20 other mobile suits opened fire, unleashing devastation on the already damaged town. Buildings exploded, and the destructive energies vaporized streets, and people gathered there. Multiple fiery eruptions spread black smoke across the sky. Gareth imagined he could hear the screams from their victims, but the only noise that reached him was the cracks of lasguns as they continued to kill everyone in sight. "Leave no one alive," Gareth ordered, splitting away from the group with some of the others and tracking other targets. In only moments, the resort town that had been designed and built to provide joy to so many had become the tomb of thousands. Blood had been spilled on sacred terra. The Empire would never be the same again. Chapter 107, Assault on Terra. Part 4, Chapter 107, the group picked their way through the burning ruins of the resort town, careful to stay out of sight from the mechs fighting overhead. A flight of seraphs had been systemically destroying everything in sight, their goal apparently to flatten the entire town. Other mechs and exosuited soldiers soon joined them, adding to the devastation. Cal and his companions had witnessed them gunning down fleeing survivors, burning buildings with flamethrowers, and executing anyone who tried to surrender. The Imperial Guard was still fighting to protect them, traveling from all over Terra to provide support, but they were outnumbered, and the resort town wasn't the only place under attack. From the scant information Cal had gleaned from a dead guardsman's communicator, the Imperial Palace was also under attack. It had only been a few minutes since the attack started, and the terrain already looked like a post-apocalyptic wasteland. "Cal, we won't make it out at this rate. Call Atlas. You can carry us away from here," Talha advised, looking at the shattered ruins of the street and the burning forest beyond. They had only made it a short distance from the alley when lasgun fire cut off their escape route, topping a building and setting fire to the tree line. He can't. It will kill him. Mare shut down the suggestion, her tone disallowing any argument. She's right. I could ask Atlas to arrive in orbit and descend to us, but even if it could make it through all the forces gathered here, I would only survive a few seconds before the neural burden killed me. It wouldn't help you escape. It would only draw attention. Cal explained. Then we're not going to make it. Talha replied, strangely calm. Her eyes flickered around the street, passively trying to find a way. They were huddled next to a pile of debris, sheltered by a large section of concrete pitched on an angle over their heads. They could hear the sound of fighting from all directions, the screams of the dying, and the occasional explosion of a mech as it perished. We just need a mech, or even a couple exosuits. If we could just find... A loud roar cut off Cal, and a shadow began to pass overhead. The assault carrier burned as it dropped, falling toward the ground. Large holes were punctured in its sides, and fire spewed from its engines. It crashed to the ground, digging a long furrow into the street and burying its front through the asphalt and deep into the soft soil beneath. It stilled after a moment, the craft lifeless and abandoned. Stay here, Cal said, looking around for anyone nearby before dashing toward the downed aircraft. What are you doing? Mare hissed. Looking for anything we can use. Cal replied, already halfway to the wreckage. The hull was severely damaged, with jagged metal plates protruding from rents torn in its armor from scorching energy weapons. Cal approached the side entryway. The ramp that would normally open and lower, allowing entry, was bent. With a large gap he could force his two hands around. Gripping it tightly, he wrenched it down. His arm muscles bulged from the strain as it slowly gave way. Before the ramp could lower, it tore free of its hinges, crashing to the ground with a ringing thud. The ship's interior was in ruins. Flashes of light from electrical arcs and damaged systems made Cal shield his eyes briefly. A haze of smoke covered the inside, and the acrid smell of burning electrical panels and plastics filled his nose. Quickly entering, he found what he was looking for. Mare and the others watched as Cal entered the damaged aircraft, disappearing into the interior for a moment before dragging something out. It was a body, its exosuit cracked and damaged. Help me with the others, Cal called out before disappearing into the interior once more. Talha understood what he was doing, going to the dead body and beginning to strip it of its armor. She had been a mercenary long enough to understand the necessity of scrounging and recovering whatever would be necessary. What are you doing? Sid asked, shocked at what the woman was doing. Ignoring her, Talha removed the helmet first before working on the chest piece. They won't be needing it anymore. The suit's exterior is damaged but functional. Exosuits can take a lot of punishment. It's the people inside that can't handle it. Talha explained, pulling the chest piece free as Cal carried another to them. John, there's 2 more in there, along with some lasguns in a storage locker. Help me get them out. Cal asked the large man, who nodded and followed them inside. This isn't right, Sid stated, shaking her head at their actions. They were defiling the dead on sacred terra. It was wrong. You want to survive. Ty's already injured. We won't be getting out of here otherwise. Talha asked, strapping the chest piece over her own torso as Mare and Micah worked on the other. Sid turned to Ty, looking at his pale face. The debris had left a nasty gash on his head, and the white strip of cloth she tied around it was red with blood. His eyes were unfocused, and he would go in and out of awareness of their surroundings. He needed medical attention, and his injuries would slow them down when they needed all the speed they could get to Lave. Fine, show me what to do. Page break a squad of Imperial Guard soldiers was pinned down behind a makeshift barricade of debris. Only 3 of their members had exosuits. The other half-dozen people they gathered had on their dress uniforms. They had been directing guests and preventing thefts only an hour ago. Now they were involved in a conflict that was quickly engulfing the entire plant. The crack of lasguns filled the air, a deafening cacophony accompanied by a nearly blinding array of light, as both sides left glowing trails of superheated energy on the opposing side's cover. Huddled behind the guard was a small group of guests, over 24 people, some injured, others frightened or in shock at the events. Only a few of the more hardy amongst them gripped lasguns and joined the fight. The only thing that kept the guard alive against the overwhelming number of attackers was their training and coordination. Clearly, the attackers were not on the same level as the guard, from the exosuited soldiers to the pilots flying overhead or battling around the city. The attackers were disparate groups, handed weapons and equipment, and thrown against the most well-trained and capable forces in the galaxy. But after the destruction of Borealis Station, the guard didn't have enough numbers to defend against the onslaught being hurled against them. "Pull back," a guard shouted, his exosuit showing a line of bluish-white energy against the chest plate, a grazing blow it barely held against. "No good, they're flanking." A reply came, accompanied by another barrage of energy beams from their right. The enemy was gaining higher ground, climbing the remnants of a residential building and firing down from the shattered windows. The guard was being driven back, unable to defend against the dozens of exosuited enemies facing them, when a shadow streaked across the ground. A figure dashed from behind the enemy. Their guard issued exosuit a blur as they entered the fray. Their right hand gripped a foot-long progressive knife, a vibrating blade that could cut through steel and powered by an exosuit's battery. It made a keening wail as it slashed through an enemy soldier, easily parting their exosuit and carving through the flesh within. Kicking the dying soldier away, the figure spun, the las pistol in the left hand firing rapidly. Streaks of bluish-white light stuck another soldier in the back, turning them around before a laspital shot pierced their helmet. Not slowing, the figure leapt forward, slamming into a third soldier and taking them down, pinning their body to the ground with its knife and its large size. By now, the enemy knew they were being attacked from within, and they spun to fire on the figure, only to be struck by multiple bursts of las rifle fire. 3 other suited guards came around the corner, their las rifles glowing from the heat of the rapid discharges. A tall, lithe figure aimed at the enemies, standing on the collapsed building, accurately sniping them through helmets and their armor's weak points. In short order, the enemy retreated, leaving over a dozen of their dead behind. The guard relaxed for a moment before they noticed the state of the newcomers' armor. They were in rough shape, streaked with blood, scorch marks, and damaged portions. In a moment, a young man and woman came around the corner where the group had approached from, the young man injured and supported by his pink-haired companion. Their leader stepped forward, removing his helmet as he did so, and the guard was shocked to recognize him. "Baron Caledon," the guard leader stated, stepping forward with a salute. Chapter 108, Assault on Terra. Part 5, Chapter 108, We Have Wounded. "Is there a gathering point for the survivors or passage to a safe zone?" Cal asked, nodding to the guard to acknowledge his salute. "There are no safe zones. All of Terra is under siege. The guard is being pushed back on all fronts." Another guard replied, stepping forward. She removed her helmet. Her face showed bruising and blood from the intense fighting. "Where were you taking the survivors?" Mare asked, also removing her helmet. The guard was shocked at her appearance, snapping salutes immediately. "Princess Marella, we didn't know you were here," the guardswoman exclaimed, her eyes wide at the princess, wearing a tattered Imperial Guard exosuit with a sniper variant las rifle in hand. They never expected the princess to join them on the front lines. "Before communications were cut, we were ordered to escort survivors to a storage warehouse that's been converted to a bunker. When they built the town, there were some underground caves the designers expanded to use as storage for the celebrations. There's a lift down not far from here," she continued. "Who's in charge, Uncle Argyle or Augustus?" Mare asked. Behind her, the others stared at the young woman. The revelation that she was the princess, who they had gathered on Terra to celebrate, was stunning. Mare ignored it for now, focusing on the guardswoman's response. "Neither. We haven't heard from either of them since this started. But there have been rumors," she cut off, not willing to voice them. "About," Cal prompted, leading her to sigh loudly. "Justice has been seen amongst the invaders," she explained, giving the princess a pointed look. Mare inhaled sharply at the statement. "I don't understand," Cal replied, looking from the guard to Mare. "Justice is Argyle's personal match. If it's with the invaders, and he hasn't been seen..." Mare trailed off as realization came to Cal. "It's a coup," Cal voiced the concern they all shared. The guard members looked uncomfortable at the statement. They owed allegiance to the Emperor, and potentially one of his children, in the event of his death. They could be following someone who led a coup against the empire if things worsened. It wasn't something they wanted to think about. "What about the emperor?" Mare asked. "Unknown, the palace is under assault. Most of our remaining forces have gathered there. From what we heard before we lost contact, things were dire. Emperor forfend. This is going from bad to worse. What are we going to do?" Talha asked, her voice coming across as mechanical and tinny from her suit's communicator. "Gather everyone together. We'll push through to the bunker. Fast and quiet," Cal ordered, taking the lead. Mare nodded at his words. Cal had more leadership experience between them, and the guards seemed happy to have a noble directing them again. "What about the seraphs? They've been flying overhead, wasting anyone they see," another guardsman asked. Cal thought for a moment before coming up with a plan. He turned to John, who was wearing a backpack filled with supplies they had taken from the assault carrier's weapon locker. "How many explosives do we have?" Page break the Imperial Palace, home of the Emperor who ruled every human in the galaxy, was under attack. For the first time since the founding of the Empire, an enemy had breached Terra and spilled blood on its sacred soil. Even during the rebellion, which many considered the Empire's greatest trial, that hadn't happened. Thousands of mechs assaulted the few population centers that remained on Terra, while tens of thousands of invaders in exosuits and body armor landed in drop pods. The horizon beyond the palace was filled with black smoke, and the skies above were lit by the burning fires and energy weapons unleashing their devastation on the planet. The guard knew that help was coming, and reinforcements would arrive from Mars and across the galaxy within the hour. They just needed to hold on. But their enemy was determined to wipe out every trace of life on the planet, and an hour could be forever in a battle. The whole of mirrors in the Imperial Palace rattled as another flight of mechs soared overhead, holding the line to prevent the enemy from reaching the Emperor. Deep beneath the palace, miles below the surface in a bunker so secure that it was unimaginable that it could ever be breached, lay the Emperor's inner sanctum. A repository of knowledge, historical artifacts, and the hub of the Imperial Net, where all information is funneled into. It was where Aurelius, humanity's emperor, spent most of his time. The man himself had been calculating the future, predicting far-off events, and trying to manage humankind's course through it when word of the attack reached him. He had watched Borealis Station be destroyed. Even with all his amassed knowledge, he had never predicted that a few discontent rioters and rebellious civilians of unshackled Terra would launch such a strike on Terra. Augustus agents had infiltrated their organization years before, and Aurelius knew their motivations and capabilities better than anyone. It was inconceivable that this was their plan. Another agent was at work. More concerning were the reports that Argyle was amassing a fleet with thousands of mechs and enough equipment to obliterate Caledon. That fact had only been revealed shortly before the assault on Terra, leaving him again helpless to act. There were hundreds of small pieces of information, strings of plots that spun a web with multiple conclusions. Argyle was leading a coup, or Augustus, or perhaps both simultaneously. Word had reached him that Justice had been seen in the skies above the resort town, attacking guard mechs. If that were true, then perhaps Argyle really had betrayed the Empire. It was a mech that only a member of the royal family could pilot, keyed to their bloodline. It was not a Titan, but the restrictions were similar, the power of justice too significant to be left to just anyone. But Argyle had not been seen or heard from since before the attack. The same was true of Augustus. Neither of them demanded his surrender or the death of Caledon, who they presumed would be his heir, simply because Aurelius planned on having the boy meet with the envoys, a silly notion that Amara had confided in him only minutes before. Aurelius stood before a large holo screen, watching the assault on Terra while numerous calculations ran through his mind. He was missing something, some hidden variable that explained everything. It was maddening, and until he discovered it, he would be unable to think or do anything else. It was a flaw of his that very few knew, a single-minded obsession to understand everything, to be correct. He was aware that it would harm him and the Empire, but it was a flaw he could not repair, a defect that had been with him for centuries. What was he missing? Page Break Alexander walked the halls of the Imperial Palace, incredibly pleased with how things were going. As he walked, the world around him burned, and blame had already been placed on the royal siblings, Argyle and Augustus. He had left so many fingerprints and threads leading back to both of them, that the waters of truth were muddied beyond any mortal's ability to pierce it. Hopefully, his father was just as confused. He wouldn't want to ruin the surprise. The time of the grand reveal was coming, and he cherished the thought of his father's face as he watched the empire crumble, the confusion and despair in his eyes as he saw the thing he had worked his entire life to maintain fall to the ground. The anticipation was ecstasy. Alexander longed to open it like a child looking at a wrapped gift, but the time wasn't yet ripe. Whistling a jaunty tune, Alexander sauntered through the deserted hallways. Chapter 109, Assault on Terra. Part 6, Chapter 109. A seraph flew over the ruined streets of the nameless resort town, its winged figure disappearing and reappearing through the pillars of black smoke left by the burning remnants of the city below. Millions of people had gathered here for the celebrations, but now its streets were deserted, the people dead or hiding, wary of an attack by Imperial mechs. Its pilot's sensors were at their limits, but with the heat of the fires and the ongoing fighting in the surrounding areas, it would frequently receive false alarms. A countdown timer steadily decreased in the bottom corner of its pilot's vision. Once it reached 0, this mission would be over. The transport vessels would arrive for pickup, and the Seraph's hunting for survivors would shift to escorting the ships back into orbit for escape. Warning, thermal signature detected. The mechanical voice of the mech's mindless computer sounded out for at least the 10th time, drawing its pilot's attention to another fiery area below. It looked to have been a cafe. The wooden patio was now smoldering coals, giving a false positive. Another false alarm, she whispered in disgust. The pilot had been a prisoner only a few short days ago, one of Jack's corsairs conscripted against her will to serve in Augustus' coup. The collar around her neck, a reminder of the cost of any disloyalty. She had seen a collar explode shortly after their release, a demonstration to keep the others in line. Nothing was left of the person's upper body, just a bloody smear on the wall and 2 legs, still twitching. Shuddering at the image, she was about to open fire on another building when the thermal warning sounded again. About to silence the notification, a streak of bluish-white lasgun fire streaked across her vision, followed by 2 more impacting on her mech's shields. Checking for damage and seeing the shields still held, she spun the Seraph around, looking for her attacker, when she saw a small figure wearing the exosuit of an Imperial guard standing on the street below. The barrel of the las rifle in its hands glowed with heat as it fired again before turning around and running away. Its agile, small frame cleared the rubble and ducked into a tiny gap in a collapsed alleyway. The Seraph gave chase, firing a round from its heavy lasgun to obliterate the alley. Its pilot followed the exosuit's path, her mech's thruster pushing it to high speeds as it weaved through the burning remains of the few still standing buildings. The guard must be desperate if they are relying on exosuits to fight medium-class mechs. The power difference between them was staggering. Even the weapons of a light class would take multiple shots to penetrate her Seraph's shields, even if they could land them with her excellent mobility. It's a trap. They're baiting me, she thought to herself as she moved around another building, only to be met with multiple shots of lasgun energy ricocheting off her shields. Returning fire, she knew she hadn't hit them as they scurried away, their miniature frames easily evading her. Careful, her sensors on alert for mechs or hidden PPCs buried amongst the wreckage, she was about to fly higher when her Seraph warned her of danger. An explosion rocked the nearby building, a detonation that destroyed the bottom floor and sent debris and flames across her mobile suit. The construction slowly began to topple toward her, but thanks to her watchfulness, she was already powering up her thrusters, moving forward just as it crashed to the ground. Useless, she thought, knowing that the guard thought that trap would have gotten her. But she was too experienced and skilled for that to happen. Looking around the small street for the exosuits, she realized she was in a cul-de-sac, a dead end with nothing but burning rubble and ruins around her. She was about to increase her thrust, pulling back up into the sky when something small leapt out from on top of another building. An exosuit landed on her Seraph's back, the shields unable to stop it. They were designed to repel energy weapons, not exosuits. Gripping onto her mobile suit's wings, the exosuit refused to let go even when she spun, adjusting her thruster in an aggressive spin. Off balance and losing thrust, the seraph careened toward the ground, the exosuit leaping off just as it landed in a cloud of dust. The gray ash momentarily blocked her vision, leaving her unable to find the exosuit as her mobile suit sent another notification. Warning, foreign object attached to frame. The mechanical voice spoke, and the pilot scrambled to reach a small, round disc that had been magnetically attached to the underside of her wing. The detonation rocked her, sending up another cloud of dust and flames. Metal fragments of the seraph's wing flew into the debris, and the pilot was sent crashing into her gel-cushioned cockpit seat. Warning, cockpit integrity compromised. Shut up. Bastards, I'll kill you all. She screamed, raising her lasgun and turning her seraph in search of the enemy. Nothing appeared, and her frustration mounted. She was about to open fire on everything in sight when another small disc flew through the dust, magnetically sealing itself to the damaged rear of the seraph. The last image of its pilot was of a wall of flame approaching her, then nothing at all. Page break well executed. I didn't think it was possible, Baron Caledon, a guard member said as they cautiously approached the burning remains of the seraph. They had used their stock of explosives, but they had cleared the way to the bunker with its fall. It shouldn't have. The guard would never have fallen for this ruse. I don't know who these attackers are, but they aren't Imperial Guard. Another guard member said, shaking her head at the destroyed mobile suit before returning to escort the survivors. She's right. Let's hope they're all this uncoordinated. How far to the bunker? Cal asked, slinging his las rifle over his shoulder. It had been him that acted as bait for the seraph. He didn't want to place that burden on anyone else. Just over that rubble. The way should be clear. They've been acting separately, dividing the city between them. Let's go. Page break, you're taking too long, Jack said over the comm link. He floated above the city in justice, warily watching for more guard mechs. They had focused on him, throwing nearly a dozen thrones against him since the start of this operation. The justice had performed like a dream, destroying everything in its path. Still, there were always more opponents to be found, and the resort town below was much larger than he had expected. The city spread dozens of miles back from the coast, with millions of visiting guests. It would take time to clear it, and ensure they dug out every living soul within and extinguished them. Augustus wanted this to be a devastating blow to the emperor, the blame placed on Argyle, and it was working. His opponents frequently cursed the prince, thinking that Jack was him as he killed them. Any survivors would carry the story away from this place. We're working as fast as we can. Has it arrived yet? Gareth replied, his face appearing on Jack's HUD. His son looked tired. The strain of over an hour of constant combat was starting to show. Luckily, it was soon to be over. Descending now. Put it in place, set the timer, and we'll leave. Only a few minutes left before the shuttles arrive. Jack replied. He looked up to see a drop pod, leaving a streak of fire in the sky. As much as they aimed to cause as much damage as possible in the city, the true goal was to clear away its defenders, drawing them out and eliminating them to protect the approaching cargo. A streak of lasgun fire drew Jack's attention away from the cargo. Another throne was attacking his seraphs. Closing the comm link to Gareth, he pushed Justice's reactor to full, rushing toward the throne. Page break, Gareth escorted the drop pod to the last leg of its journey, watching as it gently landed in the middle of Cleared City Square that had once been a park before the fire had burned away anything green. The sides of the pod split, revealing a troop of exosuited soldiers. They lifted a large crate, setting it on the ground. Not trusting them to complete the job, Gareth descended from his seraph, gripping the retractable ladder as it carried him to the soft, fire-blackened grass. Open it, he ordered, and one of the exosuits grabbed the side, its suit whining as it powered its grip and ripped the side off the massive wooden crate. Inside sat a starship engine, pulled from one of the many Argyle had gathered for his planned assassination of Caledon. Augustus had provided them with the means of safely removing and bringing it to the surface. Sir, I thought an engine couldn't work outside a starship or on a planet. Doesn't it interfere with the jump? One of his corsairs asked, standing next to the crate as Gareth carefully opened the panel and began programming it. Normally, you'd be correct, Gravity interferes with the jump, and it takes a starship's careful precision and engineering to make it work. But we're not looking for it to make a stable jump portal. In fact, the more unstable, the better. Gareth explained, typing in the commands Augustus had sent. Setting the timer to 5 minutes, he carefully closed it. Shuttle is on its way, no dilly-dallying. This thing will take more out than the city when it goes. Guard it for the next 4 minutes, then leave. 1 minute is more than enough for you to make it to orbit. Good luck, Gareth said, walking quickly to his seraph. It was time for them to leave Terra. Chapter 110, Assault on Terra. Part 7, Chapter 110, Damn it, there's no way we're making it through that. Talha cursed. They stood beneath a platform used for shuttle landings, but had been shattered and ruined in the attack. It was the only cover in the cleared area around the bunker. Talha, Cal, and a pair of guards were scouting ahead, while the others brought up the rear with the slower-moving survivors. Looks like Seraphs hit it. You can see the scorch marks. They came from multiple angles, there and there. A guard pointed out, his extended finger marking where he believed the attackers had approached from. The area holding the converted storage area turned bunker was a pockmarked battlefield. The elevator to reach it was a mangled wreck of steel. No one would be entering it from the surface, and it was doubtful there were even survivors below. Judging by the debris strewn across the area, someone had packed explosives in the breach after the Mechs went to work. The plan to reach safety had been a bust, and they were running out of options. Comms are silent. If anyone is alive, they're being quiet. The other remarked, tapping on her wrist communication holo and seeing no signals from the area. What do we do now? Talha asked, turning to Cal. The Baron was silent, staring at the ruined area for a moment. We won't survive much longer out here. Without a safe shelter, we need to leave the city. Cal reaffirmed. They had spotted at least a half-dozen Seraphs on the way here and even saw Justice fighting against 2 guard thrones, quickly dispatching them. Clearly, the city's defense was failing, and they would be pushing their luck without a plan if they idled much longer. Come on, I'll think of something by the time we reach the others. Cal ordered, turning away from the devastation and returning to where the survivors would be waiting. The others followed, confident that he would have a plan. Page break time, one of the exosuited soldiers asked, leaning against a large piece of concrete rubble. Stop asking. Shuttle's late, but it'll be here. Another replied, throwing a rock at his companion. It struck the black exosuit with a loud ting before falling to the ground. Better be. I don't want to stick around any longer. Did you see what happened to Borealis Station? There won't be anything left here when it goes off. Shut it. The shuttle will be here. His companion was cut off by the roar of a shuttle's engines as it plummeted rapidly through the thick cloud of smoke hanging over the city. With most of the guard dead or engaged, their transports had free rein over the skies, and they met no resistance. Slowing down, it landed gently in the tiny landing area they had cleared, blasting away the rubble and debris. See, I told you it would be here, he stated, gesturing to the half-dozen exosuited soldiers around him to board. Soon they would be in orbit and free of the damnable collar around their necks. Page break anything, Talha whispered as they rejoined the survivors. Without a plan, morale would plummet as the hope for rescue or shelter dwindled. Cal turned about to answer her, when a loud roar echoed off the few remaining buildings surrounding them. A shuttle was breaching the cloud cover, leaving twin vapor trails in its wake. Cal watched it for a moment before running forward. It's landing nearby. Sid, you and Ty wait here with the survivors. Everyone else with me, he ordered, already running across the ruined pavement and leaping the gaps in the ground. Gripping the side of a building, he launched himself forward, tracing the trail the shuttle left as it descended. They ran toward the transport's landing site with all the speed they could muster. Page break time, the soldier asked, looking warily at the container resting on the ground behind them. The countdown was making steady beeps as the remaining time until detonation approached. 3 minutes. We wait until 1. Then we're gone. We should leave now. I don't trust Quad's timeline. 1 minute to orbit is cutting it close. No room for any error. We leave at 1. I don't want Jack on my case about this. If the engine doesn't kill us, he will. I'm just saying. We shouldn't contact. A shout interrupted them while multiple streaks of lasgun fire erupted from behind them. A group of exosuited guard were leaping over the debris barrier, firing into the soldiers with deadly accuracy. On board the shuttle, the pilot was about to take off, not wanting to get caught in the crossfire, when an intruder boarded, rushing to the cockpit and knocking him unconscious. In only a few seconds, the area was secured. Cal approached the transport as Talha appeared in the doorway, tossing the unconscious pilot on the ground. "Are you sure you can fly this?" Cal asked. "No problem, it's an Imperial Guard model, but the corporations base their design on it." "I can fly it," Talha assured him. Cal, what is this?" Micah called out from the center of the clearing. He was standing next to a large container that was giving off a steady beep. A tarp half covered it, and Micah lifted it in curiosity. Cal walked over to see what it was, joined by the others. He threw the tarp back and found a wooden container, one of its sides torn away to reveal a mechanical device. It was a metallic orb, with wires connecting it to a small terminal. Cal could hear it whirling, something inside spinning rapidly, causing it to hum. "It's an engine," Cal stated, recognizing it. The guards with them nodded, knowing what it was. Only Micah and John hadn't seen one before. They rarely went to the engineering section of the starships they served on. "Why is there an engine on the surface of Terra?" Micah asked. Cal didn't respond immediately, looking at the small terminal on its side. There was a timer, counting down from 2.5 minutes. Cal drew in a breath. "Emperor Forfend, they're going to detonate another one," Cal stated, and the guard moved forward to confirm what he saw. "That's impossible. I thought you said engines won't work on planets." Micah replied in a panic. "The jump doesn't work, but this doesn't need to jump. It just needs to try. They're going to destroy half of Terra with this engine," another guard shouted. "Then shut it down," Micah shouted. "They can't. The engine is spooling, and the energy inside is already building. We need to go now," Cal said, pulling on Micah and Mare, who stood closest to him. "Talha, get this thing in the air. We need to pick up the others and brake for orbit," Cal shouted, leaping into the transport and hauling the others aboard, one at a time. Talha was already in the cockpit, pushing the lever for the thruster forward while pulling back on the flight control stick. "We're not going to make it, Cal. There isn't enough time," Mare whispered, removing her helmet and staring at him. "I know, but we have to try. If we can't, Atlas will buy you time," Cal replied, and Mare gripped his hand tightly in her own. Page break the shuttle burned across the sky, above the destroyed resort town. No survivors were in sight, the guard defenders had been eliminated, and the enemy forces were retreating. Cal could see a flight of seraphs making for orbit, guarding dozens of transports like their own. "We're going to land hard. Grab who you can and go," Cal shouted to the others over the roar of the transport boosters. The metal floor beneath his feet vibrated from the strain as Talha pulled at whatever speed she could. Only a few seconds after taking off, they were falling toward the surface, the shuttle's door already open. Wind rushed past them, and they gripped the built-in handles along the side to keep steady. When they were a few dozen feet above the ground, Cal leapt from the transport, his exosuit falling swiftly to the ground. Rolling to absorb the momentum, he sped to where the survivors were waiting. He could see Sid standing in front of them, an injured Ty sitting beside her, resting his back against a building. "Everyone, quick, we need to leave now," Cal shouted, not slowing as he made it to Ty, roughly hauling his friend to his feet and slinging him across his shoulder. Grabbing Sid and another survivor, he dragged them to an open spot next to their hiding place as the others leapt from the shuttle, following his lead. Talha didn't even land, simply hovering momentarily as Cal and the others practically threw people into the shuttle. Once the last person was on board, crammed into the overcrowded transport, Talha pushed the thrust forward, taking off straight into the air. The crowd inside screamed in confusion as they were pressed against each other. The force of their ascent was nearly unbearable. "Time?" Cal asked. 15 seconds. Mare replied, keeping track of the detonation of the engine. "Is that going to be enough time, Talha?" Micah shouted, his voice amplified by his suit's speakers. "It's going to have to be. Shut up and let me do this." The shuttle breached the cloud cover above the city, trailing fire and vapor behind it as the overloaded engine counted down. At 0, the whirling within stopped, and a ball of plasma hotter than the sun rose from the city, engulfing everything in its fires. The forests burned, the ground crumbled, and the oceans boiled. Chapter 111, Assault on Terra. Part 8, Chapter 111, the transport shuttle bucked and shook as it climbed toward the safety of orbit. Behind it, the rapidly expanding white explosion of the engine devoured the ground and sea surrounding it. The former resort town disappeared into its light. "We're going to make it. We're going to make it. We're going to make it." Talha shouted from the cockpit, whether to reassure her passengers or herself, Cal didn't know. "We're not going to make it," Cal whispered. Gripping the interior handhold, he stared out the window as the ball of fire neared them. As swiftly as they were traveling, it was faster. The shaking grew worse, and the shuttle violently dropped from the turbulent air created by the blast, dipping to the right sharply before leveling. "Atlas," Cal shouted, about to summon the Titan to assist when Mare clutched onto his arm. "Wait, we're going to make it," Mare exclaimed, pointing out the window. The light sky of Terra was darkening, and the stars rapidly appeared. The shaking slowed as they left the atmosphere. The bucking stopped. "We're clear," Talha shouted, and a cheer went up from the survivors. Tears were streaking down Micah's face, and Sid buried her head in Ty's chest, the injured man resting on the ground. The cheers died quickly as they saw the devastation on the surface, far below them. The white, devouring light wasn't slowing. It engulfed the entire North American continent before it stopped. In its place, the sea waters rushed into the void, a cloud of steam rising quickly as the whole planet shook from the destruction. The less than 20 survivors of the millions that once inhabited the resort town sat silently while the shuttle drifted through the void. Page break, Aurelius felt the tremors in the ground from the explosion. It was as if the entire planet were crying out, screaming at the destruction being wrought. His terminal went silent. The screen blackened as the information feeding it stopped. The missing variable was maddening, like a needle in his brain. Terra was ruined, all his work to repair it over his lifetime, and that of his ancestors undone in a moment. The people's faith in him would be shaken. They would place their blame on his inability to protect Terra. He was the steward of humanity's ancestral home, and it had been ravaged under his watch. Where were his sons now? Argyle and Augustus were still missing. No news on their whereabouts reached him. Now that he was isolated and alone, his connection to the imperial net and his guards severed, he felt less shackled by his pursuit of knowledge than he had been in centuries. Leaving his terminal behind, he walked slowly toward the door to his sanctum. His body was old and frail, unsteady and shaky from his time spent in the sanctum staring at a screen. He was ready to lead his people to safety when the door opened of its own volition. His son strode through, his steps lively and expression ecstatic. Not Argyle, who he needed in order to find the culprit behind this attack and lead his guard, or Augustus, who his government required now more than ever for the rebuilding and reassurance of the public. No, it was his youngest, Alexander. The forgotten, the broken, the neglected. "Alex, what are you doing here? You should be in the bunker with your mother and sister," Aurelius stated, his face showing a rare moment of confusion. This was entirely out of character for his youngest. He was usually so compliant and content to let others lead him, as long as it didn't hamper his pursuit of sin and vice. His son appeared sober, cleanly dressed and oddly formal. "But father, the actors have completed their roles and delivered their lines. The curtain has closed, and it is time for me to receive my applause." Alexander responded, his face a mask of ecstasy at the look of confusion on his father's face. He had waited years for this moment, the culmination of everything he had strived to achieve. "Bliss? What are you talking about? Actors, it was you." "The variable," Aurelius exclaimed through a sharp intake of breath. It all came together in his mind, the calculations coalescing, the newly discovered piece of knowledge fitting into the puzzle, completing the picture. "All this was you," Aurelius repeated, making it seem both question and statement. "All me?" Alexander replied, giving his father an elegant bow, one arm thrown wide as if he were the director of a stage play bowing in appreciation to the audience. "Do you recall when I was a boy, you gave me a piece of advice? It was likely inconsequential to you, a mere tidbit thrown to your youngest. You wanted me to excel, to motivate me to succeed. Do you know what you said, father?" Alexander asked. I've said many things, Alex. I cannot remember them all. Aurelius replied, the memory eluding him. It was something he hid, like his defective, single-tracked mind, a symptom of his advanced age, the loss of precious knowledge normally guarded so closely. Alexander sighed deeply with regret, shaking his head sadly at the admittance. I wish I could have known you at your peak, father. As beautiful as this experience has been, I would have liked to have defeated you before age slowed you down. A pity, but one that I will not allow to deter me. You told me that all the greatest people in history had a goal, an ambition to drive them to succeed. I thought about that for weeks, turning it over in my mind. What was my goal, my purpose? If I succeeded you as emperor and continued your work, that would be your goal, not mine. If I met with the envoys, becoming humanity's chosen representative to their illustrious collective, would I not be aiding them in their ambitions? What was my goal? Alexander shouted, his happy face cracking to show the anger and madness beneath. Aurelius studied him carefully, realizing he never knew his youngest. Perhaps Alexander had inherited the most of his traits of all his children, all his intelligence and guile, his near-prescient abilities, but also his lunacy, his drive to accomplish his ambitions to the exclusion of all else. The empire will suffer for this, Aurelius thought as Alexander calmed. And finally, the time for the grand reveal. I have waited so long for this moment, father. As my ambition, my life's goal, I chose to best you, to tear down all you had accomplished, to undo your life's work in secret, to work toward this very moment. Alexander laughed, giggling in insanity. After this day, there will be no safety in the empire. Brother will fight brother, all for a throne made meaningless by my actions. The empire will burn, and they will curse you as the flames consume them. Alexander confessed. Argyles, Augustus, Aurelius asked, curious about the fate of his sons. In starships, on opposite ends of the galaxy. I had them smuggled off of Terra before the show began, unconscious and unaware. They will awaken to the assumption that you were the reason they were spared. Argyle will think that Augustus launched a coup, using the forces that Argyle had assembled to kill Baron Caledon, while Augustus will believe this was Argyle's plan all along, when combined with a few theatrical embellishments on my part. You will be happy to know that cousin Jonathan has been released from prison. You're welcome, another member of our bloodline to survive this slaughter. A brilliant maneuver, my son. I congratulate you. I was completely taken by surprise, but it's not too late. We can write this together. I had not wanted to announce my successor, as I believed that none of my children could lead humanity through the difficult times approaching. But I was wrong. You will make a fine emperor, Aurelius offered, trying to reach Alexander through his madness. It was true, in a way. He had no intention of aiding any of his children in becoming emperor. At worst, the ducal houses would choose his successor, while he focused on more important matters. In hindsight, perhaps he shouldn't have ignored the situation, but there were other things to occupy his thoughts. Aurelius thought of the looming threat and shuddered. 1,000,000 destroyed Terras would not equal the calamity that approached them. He could even forgive Alexander his transgressions, if it meant having another ally. He was about to try again when he was interrupted. You don't understand, father. There will be no emperor. The grand reveal was the closing of the curtain on my show, the final act that can never be repeated. There is no encore, no redemption or putting the pieces back together. What I have set in motion cannot be halted, not by you, myself, or even the envoys whom you spend so much of your time attempting to appease. Alexander walked closer to his father, studying his face carefully, etching it into his memory. Did you think that I would only place a single engine on the surface of Terra? As the saying goes, happiness comes in pairs. I always wanted to end the show with a bang. Alexander whispered. His blue eyes stared into his father's for a final time. Alexander's laughter echoed through the inner sanctum, as a wave of white light enveloped everything around them. Chapter 112, Assault on Terra. Part 9, Chapter 112, Cal and the others sat in the shuttle, drifting through the silent void while orbiting Terra when they witnessed the second detonation. White light enveloped the horizon, pushing its way to the boundaries of Terra's atmosphere, a sphere of radiant fire destroying everything it touched. As upset as the survivors were at the destruction, Mare was worse. Tears ran down her eyes as she watched the devastation, clutching Cal's arm while sobbing. Terra was her home. She had been born and raised in the imperial palace, and her family were amongst the victims of this attack. The intense light slowly faded as the shuttle traveled above, and she could see that nothing remained below. The entire European continent was scoured clean, the surface scrubbed of all life. It didn't leave the blackened ground behind. It removed the top layer of the soil, leaving bare, lifeless earth. A crater was in the center of the detonation zone, so deep that the sunlight didn't reach the depths. It was where the palace once stood, leaving no doubt where the second engine's explosion originated. Mare looked away, moving closer to Cal and burying her head into his chest. He could feel her shaking through her exosuit, her face obscured from the others by her long hair. "Your parents," Cal whispered. "Father and Miles are with Catherine on Havencroft. Mother was with grandmother at the palace," Mare murmured. "Perhaps they escaped." "Don't lose hope," Cal replied firmly. "Nothing could have escaped that," Mare stated, shaking her head. "We did." Moments after the light faded from the surface of Terra, 3 starships exited the jump orbiting the planet. Bearing the markings of the Imperial Guard, they immediately sent transports, mechs, and small combat ships from their storage bays. A warning notification was displayed on their ship's consoles, indicating that weapons had locked onto it. Talha immediately opened a universal channel to the Guard starships. Cal walked to the front of the vessel while Mare sank onto the ground, her feelings overwhelming her for the moment. "This is Baron Caledon. We have survivors on board, along with half a dozen members of the Guard. I am requesting immediate medical assistance," Cal said, looking at the starships through the viewscreen as he spoke. "Stand by for verification, Baron. Assistance is on its way." The reply came, and Cal let out a breath of relief. A small part of him was worried they were more enemy forces, or the Guard seeking to blame someone for the disaster. Page Break Cal and the others were brought on board the lead starship, where medical professionals waited after their transport was scanned and verified not to be a threat. Walking down the ramp of the carrier shuttle, he was greeted by armed guards, wary of him. It wasn't until Mare was seen, her helmet off and face composed, that they relaxed. They seemed relieved to have a surviving royal family member on their starship. It was then that the full scope of the events was revealed to Cal. Before the communications blackout, they confirmed that Empress Amelia, Princess Amara, Prince Alexander, and the Emperor were all at the Imperial Palace moments before the explosion. They would conduct a search, but it was unlikely anything remained. To the Guard, the Emperor was presumed dead. There was little hope that he had survived, as the inner sanctum had been at the explosion's epicenter. The loss of Borealis Station had cost the Guard nearly 100,000 of their members, along with 10 starships and over 2,000 mechs. It had been the linchpin of Terra's defense, its loss an inconceivable blow to the Guard. They had temporarily transferred troops from Mars. The garrison there left bare, as the few people they had left needed to be spread across the galaxy. The protests from unshackled Terra had been becoming increasingly violent, and the Guard was called to support local forces. Argyle had approved the transfer of Guard away from Mars prior to the attack on Terra, leaving few in the system after Borealis Station was destroyed. Cal and Mare listened to the increasingly bleak report as the Guard began to secure Terra, helping the few survivors off-world as the planet became increasingly unstable. It would take time to determine how the damage could be repaired. Such extensive work would likely require decades, if not centuries, even with terraforming technology and unlimited resources. 20% of the surface had been scoured of life. The lingering radiation and effects of the engine detonation posed a concern for life. Of the few inhabitants allowed to live on Terra due to their loyalty to the Empire, 80% had died. Closer to home for Cal and Mare, the resort town that had housed millions of guests whose numbers included the nobility, their children and families, wealthy members of society whose contributions to the Empire ensured their invitations, and even the corporate elite had been wiped out. Over 4 million guests from every corner of the galaxy gathered together in one place. It was a massacre. The security restrictions that had been meant to keep them safe had backfired, ensuring they could not escape. Cal and the people he had brought up from the surface with him were the only survivors. News about the day's events on Terra hadn't yet reached outside the system. It had only been a little over an hour since the attack began, and the invaders blocked the Imperial net as soon as Borealis Station was destroyed. To the general public's knowledge, there was only a small disruption on the planet, and no details had been shared. That would change as no news of the celebrations came. The public would demand answers. The news networks, influencers, and socialites had constantly been posting about their trip to Terra on the Imperial net, and a sudden blackout of information would be noticed. Worse, amongst the dead were family members of the ducal houses, the nobility, and the royal family. The news of the emperor's death would send shockwaves through the galaxy, and without a successor named or available, the guard couldn't guarantee that peace could be maintained. Cal looked at Mare as the scope of the disaster set in. To the princess, she had lost her family, but to the galaxy, they had lost their leader and icon to trillions. Where are Argyle and Augustus? Mare asked. They had seen justice amongst the invaders, leading them to think it may have been a coup. Still, she couldn't accept that Argyle would knowingly murder millions of people, including her mother and grandparents, and leave Terra uninhabitable. There had to be an explanation. Neither of the princes has been seen. Records indicate they both traveled off-planet yesterday aboard separate starships. We're attempting to track them down. The captain of the starship, an older woman in an Imperial Guard uniform, replied. Mare turned to speak to Cal, only to find him standing apart from the crowd, whispering to Talha. The young, red-haired woman nodded at his words, her face a mask of concern and worry. Whatever he was saying had her concerned. As soon as he was done speaking, she walked away toward the shuttle, leaving Cal to return to Mare. What is it? Mare asked. Just arranging transport back to Caledon. Mare, listen, if things are heading the direction I think they are, you're in danger. What do you mean? Mare asked, confused. Her thoughts were disorganized. The revelations and events of the morning were all crashing down on her at once, not leaving her with steady ground to stand on and think. I want you to know if you ever need somewhere safe, Caledon is there for you. Cal assured her, his tone serious and sincere. She was wondering what he meant when the captain interrupted them. We've found something on the surface, near where the palace had been. We would like you to see. The captain told Mare, gesturing to follow her to the command center at the front of the starship. Chapter 113, Our Ouroboros. Chapter 113, Our Ouroboros. Cal whispered as they gathered in front of the view screen. The image was of the ancient, massive Titan. It had been cannibalized for parts millennia ago, each given to one of the ducal houses and combined with their own Titans to make new mobile suits. Despite its stark and unfinished appearance, the mech stood in the middle of a patch of untouched land, the large circle of the concrete floor beneath its feet, the only thing remaining of the underground storage warehouse where it had been stored. The original Titan was held upright by a large platform connected to its back torso. It was missing both legs, its arms, a large section of its chest piece, and half of its head. Cal could see the wires and frame where those pieces had once connected, before they were removed and placed in the other Titans. He wondered what piece of the Ouroboros was in Atlas for a moment, but the current situation drove the thought from his mind. It's shielded, Mare said, looking at the telltale blue glimmer of the protective shield surrounding the mobile suit. It had protected the mech and the ground beneath it from the destructive energy of the engine's detonation. Is it being piloted? Cal asked, turning to the technicians present in the command center. They had various readings on their terminals. Unknown, its shields are too powerful to penetrate, one said, pointing to the energy readings on her display holo. They were significantly higher than even a starship, showing that whatever variant of engine the Ouroboros used, it was more powerful than anything currently used in the Empire. But it's a possibility, and only a member of the Imperial royal family would be capable of using the Ouroboros. The captain replied. The Emperor? Mare asked, turning away from the image and looking at the captain. We need to make contact. We've tried all bands. No response. The captain answered, shaking her head at the question. Then we need to go down there and try again. Prepare a shuttle, Mare ordered. Princess, it's precarious on the surface at the moment. It would be much safer if you waited. And the captain was cut off as Mare was already leaving the room. No waiting. We'll use the shuttle we brought with us. Cal could tell her pilot it for us. Mare asked, turning to the Baron. Of course, Cal replied, following her out of the command center. Whatever comments the captain was about to make went unheard. Page break the air was dry, and the ground crunched underfoot as they stepped off the shuttle. Joining Mare and Cal was Talha, who stayed inside the shuttle, ready to lift off as soon as possible. Two other guard members followed closely behind them, lasguns ready, while their spotless exosuits gleamed black in the sunlight. It was hard to believe that less than 2 hours ago, this was pristine land where the Imperial Palace stood. It was unrecognizable, the ground sloping sharply to the explosion's epicenter. The Titan Ouroboros stood on a platform jutting out from the destruction, its strong shields protecting the small area it was stored in. Do you think the Emperor made it to the warehouse? Could he really be inside? Cal asked quietly to Mare while they walked forward, careful not to slip and fall on the uneven ground. I don't know. Theoretically, anyone in the royal family can pilot Ouroboros, but it's keyed to the Emperor. He's never used it. It's more of a symbol than anything. But the fact remains, if it functions, then he would be the only one to use it. Mare confessed. It could be remotely operated. Perhaps it automatically reacted to the threat of destruction. Cal replied, thinking of Atlas and its ability to travel to him from anywhere in the galaxy. It only had limited functionality without a pilot, but it could do some things. Perhaps, Mare stated, focusing on the glowing blue orb of energy before them. Ouroboros rested in its harness through the shields, its body scavenged of most of its parts. Cal was honestly surprised it still worked, given the state it was in. He had thought it was merely a relic when Amelia had revealed it to him. Sliding down the crater, they landed on the edge of the shield. A trail of dust followed them, kicked up by their slipping boots. Cal and Mare stood before the Titan, while the guard hung further back, waiting to see if it was the Emperor inside. After nearly a minute of the mobile suit's silence, Cal turned to Mare. Perhaps the internal sensors are disabled. Maybe he can't see us, Cal said. Mare took a deep breath, calming her nervousness before stepping forward and calling out to the mobile suit. Grandfather, if you are piloting, please lower the shield. The danger has passed, Mare shouted. The seconds ticked by, and the wind stirred up the loose dust and gravel around the crater. No response came from the mech. Try speaking directly to the Titan, Cal advised on a hunch. Mare nodded, turning back to the Titan. Ouroboros, I am Morella of Terra, granddaughter of Emperor Aurelius. Please lower the shield so we may retrieve your pilot. Mare shouted, removing her helmet so that the mobile suit could see her face. The guard behind them stirred at her actions, about to step forward and intervene when the Titan reacted. Its remaining eye flashed a bright blue, shining a beam of light over Mare through the shield. Scanning her face, it spoke. Identity confirmed. Pilot Aurelius deceased. Transferring ownership. New pilot registered. Morella of Terra keyed to Ouroboros. The mechanical voice of the Titan sounded out, its tone flat and robotic. Before Mare could question what it meant, the shield dissipated. The Titan rested in its restraints, not moving or speaking. Mare stepped forward, shouting a question. What do you mean? Where is my grandfather? Mare asked, turning away from the stubbornly silent mobile suit to look at Cal. She couldn't read his emotions with the helmet left on his battered exosuit, but from the slump of his shoulders, she could sense his sadness. It means the Emperor is dead. Ouroboros is yours now, Mare. If I understand what you explained correctly, no one else can use it now. Not while you're alive. It's tied to you just as Atlas is bound to me, Cal explained. That's impossible. It's supposed to be bound to the next Emperor. It's symbolic, Mare said in disbelief. Cal looked behind him at the guards conferring with each other through a private communication channel. He could imagine the information from the surface was being relayed directly to the starships in orbit. Mare, we need to go. If Argyle or Augustus were behind this attack, then Ouroboros just made you a target, and the guard knows it. Cal whispered, coming up next to her and looking at the two guards behind him. What about Ouroboros? Mare asked, looking at the restrained mech. Cal lifted his wrist, tapping on the communicator and linking it to Talha. Talha, prepare the towing harness. We're taking Ouroboros with us. Did you manage to contact Caledon? Cal asked. When he was on board the starship, He had tasked Talha with connecting to their homeland and securing transport back. Roger that. No contact. The guard is blocking all external communications. Talha responded, the shuttle already powering its thrusters to lift off. What are you thinking? Mare asked. I don't know what will be waiting for us on the starships, but I told you there's a place for you on Caledon. Until everything settles, I think you and our Ouroboros should come with us. It's your decision, and I'll respect your wishes if you want to stay here and hope for the best. Cal explained. Mare thought for a moment, running through what happened quickly. She had lost so many people today, and the possibility remained that one of her uncles was behind this. Could she trust the guard to keep her safe? All right, we'll go to Caledon. I'm sorry to put this burden on you, Cal. Mare agreed. Cal gripped her arm tightly. I've lost everyone I've ever cared about, Mare. I'm not going to lose you too. I promise that we'll get through this together. Cal declared, holding her for a moment before speaking to Talha again. We'll use Plan B. Contact Micah and John and have them prep Sid and Ty for departure. Cal ordered. Chapter 114, Bluff, Chapter 114. The shuttle settled down onto the metal floor of the starship's storage hold. The Ouroboros stood next to it, towering over everything else as it rested in its restraints. The ramp slowly extended, allowing Cal and Mare to exit. The captain of the starship was waiting for her, a cold expression on her face as she saw the princess. Cal was confused at her appearance until he heard her speak. I request a starship to bring me and my friends to Caledon, along with the Ouroboros. Mare said, walking up to the captain and gesturing to Cal and the others. Sid and Ty appeared to the side, the latter looking much better. The head bandage was gone, and his skin was healed and healthy-looking. Apologies, Princess. We cannot allow anyone to leave until the investigation into the attack on Terra is complete. You will have to be patient, the captain replied. And how long will that take? Mare asked, her arms crossed. Cal could see she was irritated with the captain's attitude. It was almost as if she were treating them as prisoners or suspects in the attack. But that couldn't be. They had barely escaped with their lives. There is something else happening here, Cal thought, looking around the storage hold. There were more armed guards than he remembered there being before they left to retrieve the Titan. Inconspicuously standing around the hold, Cal could tell they were observing Mare and him. It won't be long, Princess. A few hours, no more. The captain assured them, gesturing for their group to follow her. Before Mare could speak, Cal stepped forward. Are you detaining me? As Baron of Caledon, I demand to know if I am being arrested in connection to the attack on Terra. Cal said, stepping forward next to Mare. The captain was taken aback by his question, her cold expression cracking, showing confusion. Of course not. You're simply a valuable witness. Then I am free to leave. I have given you my statement on events. There is nothing more for us to add. I request transport to Caledon immediately. Cal stated, and this time the captain smirked. You are free to leave, but all our starships are currently in use. You will need to wait until more arrive. Princess Marella will not be allowed to join you. As the only member of the royal family remaining in the system, the guard is responsible for her safety. The captain stated, Ridiculous. I trust Cal with my life. We are going to Caledon. Mare scoffed at the notion they were trying to protect her. I suggest we all wait until contact with Prince Argyle is re-established. He will ensure this is all sorted out. There it is, Cal thought. The captain was a loyalist of Argyle's, perhaps with inside information on the attack below. If Argyle was behind it, then he could have sent the captain here to secure the area and Mare before he returned. Next to him, Mare stiffened at the words. She turned to Cal, her eyes searching his for a solution. I will require the use of a communication terminal to contact Caledon, and obviously, Marella would like to speak with her father on Havencroft. Cal ordered, trying to find a way out of this dilemma for himself and Mare. If they waited for Argyle, then there was no telling what would happen to them. Even if the prince wasn't involved in this attack, which was unlikely, there was no way he would allow Mare and the Ouroboros to leave his custody. Unfortunately, Baron, communications outside the system are restricted until the investigation is complete. I suggest you both come with me. Quarters have been arranged for you on board. And the captain was interrupted by one of her aides, passing her a datapad. Cal and Mare caught a few words amongst them, Argyle and Mars. From the context and the expression on the captain's face, Argyle had either arrived on Mars or would be there shortly. Mare's face was cold and expressionless, but he could see the cry for help in her eyes as she looked at him. "You are in luck, Baron. Prince Argyle has been in contact with the guard. He has placed serious allegations against Prince Augustus. He has requested that you stay until things are resolved, and he is eager to see Princess Marella again. The loss of his sister was a blow to him, and he wanted us to convey his relief that you are safe." The captain explained, her eyes flicking from Mare to the Ouroboros and back to him. Cal caught one piece of critical information. Argyle was placing blame for the attack on Augustus, but Cal and the others had seen justice fighting above the resort town, in conflict with guard mechs. Did Argyle fight on Terra and leave with the attackers' departing forces, only to return claiming he was off-world? They were running out of time. Cal could already envision the coming conflict. The princes, Augustus and Argyle, and whoever else was interested in the throne would scheme and fight. The rebellion would be a campfire compared to the conflagration about to ignite across the galaxy. And Mare would be at the center of it, either killed or imprisoned for her connection to Ouroboros or her royal status. Perhaps Duke Havencroft could protect her, but their home was far away while the danger was here and imminent. It could be days before the guard, or Prince Argyle, allowed information about Terra to escape the sector. They needed to leave now. "Captain, I think it's time that I leave. My people will be coming with me, as well as Princess Marella," Cal ordered, stepping in front of Mare and looking down at the captain. He towered over her in his battered and damaged exosuit. "As I've said, Baron, we have no authority to keep you here. You are free to go, but no starship is available to bring you to Caledon, and I cannot allow communications outside this system." The captain replied with a smirk. "Fine, I will arrange other means of travel. Tell her, prepare the shuttle. John, ensure the others are on board. Captain, Mare will be coming with us," Cal threatened. The thought of the danger approaching her twisted and turned in his mind. The looming threat was like a black shadow hanging above them, threatening to snatch her away. He looked at Mare silently, asking her with his eyes if she was sure she wanted to come with him. She nodded slightly, gripping his arm tightly. "That is quite impossible. As a member of the royal fam," Cal's declaration cut off the captain. "Marella is to be my wife. She is a member of my family, Captain. She will be coming with me," Cal stated loudly, drawing surprised looks from everyone in the hold, including Mare herself. It was the only way he could think of to bring her safely to Caledon. As a member of his family, the guard would have no legal authority to keep her here. Only the emperor could charge a member of the nobility with a crime or restrict their movement. Argyle had some legal authority over the royal family until the succession was secured through the ducal houses, but not the nobility. By claiming she was to be his wife, she would enter his household, granting her the same status as him. They would be unable to keep her on board unless they were willing to violate the law and abduct her. The ruse would buy them enough time to reach Caledon, where Mare could contact her father on Havencroft. Mare stared at Cal. Her face blushed red in embarrassment and surprise. She hadn't expected him to shout that they were going to be married, a lie that was so unbelievable no one would speak it unless it were true. "Preposterous. We've heard nothing about a betrothal," the captain replied. "Are you calling me a liar, Captain? Why do you think we were having the month-long celebrations? It was to be announced at the end by the emperor himself before this tragedy befell us. Now I suggest you allow us to leave," Cal said. The captain paused for a moment, thinking before she shook her head. Prince Argyle would need to be the one to straighten out this farce. Luckily, he had announced that he was arriving soon with reinforcements from Mars. She only needed to delay them until he found the truth. "I cannot allow you to take the princess. You will need to discuss it with Prince Argyle," the captain replied. Cal turned to look at Mare, slightly shrugging his shoulder. He smiled sadly at her while shaking his head. "I'm sorry, Mare. I thought that would work. Tell her." "Plan B," Cal shouted. The shuttle began to power up, preparing for takeoff. The guards around them raised their las rifles, confused at his yell. "Atlas, I need you," Cal shouted, pulling on the thread that bound him to the distant Titan. On Caledon, Deep beneath the palace in the vault his grandfather had constructed, the massive mobile suit catapulted through an opening in the ceiling, rocketing into the sky above the planet before disappearing into the void of the jump. Chapter 115, Escape. Chapter 115, Atlas emerged from the jump directly in front of the starship, its movement through space sending a shockwave outwards from its entry point. The starship ship rocked slightly from the turbulent energy its passage released. Massive and menacing, the green-eyed Atlas floated in space, waiting for its master to board it and unleash its power against all of its foes. With wings outstretched, the engine in its chest spun slowly, building up energy in anticipation of combat. Inside the storage room, Cal stood on shaky legs. Blood trickled down his lips from his nose, leaving crimson drops on the metallic floor. Mare gripped him tightly by the arm to steady him, while the guards raised their las rifles, pointing them at the Baron. "What are you playing at, Baron?" The captain shouted. Her aide whispered fiercely next to her, showing a datapad with a holo of Atlas. The guard mobile suits, all medium and heavy class, that guarded them surrounded the Titan, waiting for orders to attack. "I'm not playing at anything, Captain. Allow us to leave peacefully with Princess Morella as she has requested, and there will be no need for unpleasantness between us," Cal threatened. His skin was pale and his hands shook, but he drew himself upright, attempting to project strength. "There will be no unpleasantness, Baron. Your Titan can do very little without a pilot," the captain replied with confidence. She knew some things about the Atlas mobile suit from the Baron's use of it over Terra several years before. She didn't know its full capabilities, but could make some assumptions. "You're right. It cannot do much without me piloting it. But if I ask Atlas to come to me, nothing in the galaxy can prevent it from reaching my side. Not the few mechs you have out there, or the walls of this starship's storage hold," Cal explained. "Emperor's mercy. Captain, see reason. Let us go. Uncle Argyle can come to Caledon if he needs to discuss the attack." "You're risking your lives over nothing," Mare reasoned. The captain paused for a moment, studying Cal carefully before nodding. The Baron seemed resolute, willing to die to take the princess with him. The captain recalled the rumors regarding his close relationship with the Empress. Perhaps he was betrothed to Morella. "Fine, you may leave for Caledon, but I will inform Prince Argyle immediately. Do not doubt that he will come for you soon," the captain threatened, gesturing to the guards to lower their weapons. Mare breathed a sigh of relief as she led Cal to the shuttle. In moments, the transport was leaving the hold, our Ouroboros below it in its towing harness. Passing through the shields protecting the interior from the vacuum of space, they approached Atlas. Closing his eyes, Cal felt the connection between them, pressing on it to increase his control of the Titan. With shaky hands, he pointed at the empty space beside their vessel. "Home," Cal whispered before collapsing into Mare's arms, unconscious. The engine inside the Titan spun rapidly, forming a jump portal. The turbulent energies drew them all in, leaving nothing but the guard starships behind. Page break. Prince Augustus woke slowly, groggy and confused. He was in a soft bed, in an unfamiliar and sparsely decorated room. His eyes were blurry, and his head felt stuffy, similar to awakening after a night of intense drinking. Running his hand through his hair, he winced at the greasy feeling left on his fingertips. He was wearing his black and gold silk suit. The top button was undone and showed creases from his slumber. Twisting, he set his bare feet on the metallic floor, wincing at the cold. "Mackenzie!" Augustus tried to shout for his aid, but his voice cracked, and he cut off his yell with a cough. Trying again, he waited for a response, only to give up after another minute. Rubbing his eyes in an attempt to clear them, he looked around for his shoes, only to see the large window to the right of his bed. The portal showed a sea of stars, and a white sun shone in the distance as the starship he was traveling in orbited an unfamiliar gas giant. He could see the light reflect off something closer to the planet. A mining platform, judging by the large tanks lining the top, and the few smaller vessels traveling to the planet below. "Where the hell am I?" Augustus whispered in confusion. His last memory was of the meeting with his siblings, where they had agreed to eliminate Caledon. He had left and had gone somewhere. It was a confusing mess. He certainly didn't have any travel plans arranged. How had he gotten off Terra? Standing, he moved to the nearby washroom, washing his face to clear away the last of the sleep from his eyes. Slightly refreshed, he pressed the button to open the door to his cabin, revealing a long, empty hallway. Looking both ways for any crew or his staff, he turned to the right and headed for the command center. Surely a starship would have a captain, and they would explain what was happening. Passing through the doorway to the command center, a few crew greeted him and the captain, all wearing Imperial Guard uniforms. They saluted at the sight of the prince, while the captain, a middle-aged man, stood from his chair, walked forward and shook the prince's hand. "Ah, you're awake. A pleasure to see you again, Prince Augustus. We were warned that you would be tired, but I didn't expect you to sleep for 2 days. It must have been quite the party on Terra," the captain exclaimed, releasing the prince's hand with a smile. Augustus knew the man. He had traveled on this vessel before. It was normally assigned to the royal family, staying close to Terra unless one of his siblings or himself needed to travel somewhere. He hadn't been on board it for at least a year. 2 days. "Captain, where are we? How did I get on board?" Augustus asked, trying to keep calm. "You don't remember, sir." "I'm not really surprised. Your aide informed us you were under the weather, so to speak. You were escorted by a shuttle 2 days ago over Terra. We were ordered to bring you here by the Emperor himself," the captain explained. "My father did." "You spoke to him personally?" Augustus asked. "Wells, no. It was an order delivered to our terminal, bearing the Emperor's seal and authentication codes. There is also a letter to you as well, sir. I was to give it to you when you awoke. Your aide was quite explicit about that," the captain replied, turning around and pulling out a leather portfolio and withdrawing a letter from inside. "Mackenzie, where is she?" Augustus asked, taking the envelope from the captain. Made of expensive, creamy white paper, it was affixed with a wax seal bearing his father's imperial seal, an archaic method that Aurelius insisted on maintaining. As if someone could not easily scan the interior of the message, or use some other means to lift the wax and replace it once they were done. "No, sir. It wasn't Mackenzie. I've met her before. It must have been one of your other aides," the captain replied. "I have no other aides," Prince Augustus replied. There were very few people he would trust to handle his affairs. Mackenzie had been in his service for centuries. Pushing the thought aside, he cracked the wax seal and pulled out the short, handwritten note inside. It was from his father. "My son, reading this now, I am sure you have many questions, but I am afraid I have few answers for you. Forgive me for sending you off Terra in the condition that I did, but I could not risk anything happening to you. Argyle plans deceit. Your agreement to act against Baron Caledon was merely a ruse for him to consolidate his forces. I suspect he plans an attack on Terra from the information I have intercepted. If this comes to pass, it is up to you, my son, to follow in my footsteps and take your place as emperor. I have faith in you, Augustus." Aurelius. Augustus reread the letter in shock before carefully examining it. The handwriting was the emperor's, and his father used other small things as a code to his children in his personal correspondence. A small double dot over an I, and a seemingly random smudge, or a scratch that indicated it was truly from him. The letter was real. Argyle was planning a coup, and his father had sent him away to protect and avenge him. Augustus breathed deeply, the rage swelling in his chest. He flushed red, crumpling the letter in his grip. "Captain, set a course for Terra immediately. Chapter 116, Fallout Chapter 116, that bastard," Argyle shouted, ripping the message from his father in half and tossing it to the floor of the starship's command center. They were orbiting a bright white star, the system lacking planets or anything to distinguish it from the trillions of others in the galaxy. It was the perfect place for his father to send Argyle to protect him from his brother's treachery. He didn't think Augustus had it in him to attempt a coup, but the letter made it clear that he had murdered the troops he had left with his fleet at Caracas and seized the starships and mobile suits, including Justice. It was a fleet large enough to wage war, especially if his brother convinced some of the ducal houses to support him. Worse, his father had sent him information that Augustus had released tens of thousands of prisoners, unleashing them upon the galaxy and providing them with the equipment needed to attack sacred Terra. There could be no forgiveness, no reasoning with this madness. "Jump to Mars. We need to gather the guard and eliminate my brother and his legion of criminals before it is too late," Argyle ordered. Page break despite the communications blackout imposed by the guard. Information leaked to the Imperial Net about the current status of Terra. Humanity's ancestral home was ravaged, and the Emperor and Empress, along with tens of millions of others, were killed in an unprecedented attack. The news burned through the galaxy, leaving trillions reeling, stunned, and unsure of the future. The galaxy was divided. Many mourned the loss, others were too shocked to think it was real, while others cheered for the deaths of what they felt were their oppressors. The nobility was equally split. Each of them mourned the loss of the royal family, and those whose families perished on Terra were devastated by the loss. Amongst the ducal families, they pushed aside their feelings in the face of their uncertain future. Page break on Havencroft, Magnus stood before the holo screen, his breakfast forgotten. He tried contacting Amara and Mare, but the connection timed out, and the request returned with an error message. Next to him, Catherine sobbed into her hands. Magnus' older brother Mason, the Duke of Havencroft, walked into the family room, his face pale against his dark green and black formal uniform. He had just returned from speaking to their guard contact, and Magnus spun away from the view screen to hear his news. Mason was old and gray-haired. His reluctance to use rejuvenation procedures, unless absolutely necessary for his health, meant he looked ancient compared to his wife, who, despite being the same age, looked to be in her early 20s. His face was heavily creased with worry. His loyalty to the Emperor had been tested over the centuries, as the princes pulled him in one direction and the other, both looking for his support in the succession. Now, with the Emperor's death, he would need to make a decision and commit his family to a course of action. They have no more information than what is leaked. The attack is true. Terra is currently uninhabitable. There has been no word on survivors, although they have confirmed 2 explosions, one in the resort town that held the celebrations and another at the Imperial Palace. Amara was at the palace meeting her mother this morning. Could they have escaped? Magnus asked, a small shred of hope in his tone. Mason's next words crushed it. No, the blast was too sudden. They have only rescued a single shuttle from the surface, but refused to identify who was on it. But I have heard from my people amongst the guard that a Titan was seen in orbit. Mason replied, his words heavy with meaning. A Titan? Who would have Caledon? Magnus guessed, understanding that none of the current Titan pilots were on Terra, except for Baron Caledon and the Emperor. It was more likely that Caledon escaped using his family's Titan than the Emperor, whose health precluded him from piloting for centuries. It matches the description of Atlas. Then Mare possibly escaped. She was close to Caledon. Catherine added, standing on her feet and rushing to the net terminal to try contacting Mare again. It's a possibility. A Titan pilot is hard to kill. They may have made it. I promise you, Magnus, we'll do everything we can to find your wife and daughter. Mason promised. I have sent some of our starships to Terra to confirm events, and I will divert some to Caledon. If Mare is close to Caledon, then I trust that he will try to protect her. From what I know of him, he seems much more honorable than his father. She's not answering. Catherine said the terminal was showing a blank screen as it refused to connect. Have faith, Catherine. We will have our answers soon enough. Page break, Cal. He regained consciousness slowly. A blinding headache that had been present before he passed out had been replaced by a foggy, stuffy feeling in his head. Cal opened his eyes, and his vision was blurry. Blinking his lids rapidly, he cleared them enough to see Mare's face hovering over his own. He was lying on his back on the floor of the transport shuttle, and his head cradled in her lap. It had been her voice that shouted at him, rousing him. Mare, Cal whispered, confused. He had little recollection of what happened. Where were they? You're safe, Cal. We're through the jump. Atlas did it. Talha says we're going to land at Luna City in a few minutes. Everyone is excited that you're back. Mare said, smiling slightly while he could see tears in her eyes. Whether from relief or the sadness of loss, he couldn't tell. Atlas, Cal muttered, trying to think. He suddenly recalled the green-eyed Titan responding to his call. His confrontation with the starship captain. Had only minutes passed. I was worried, Cal. I thought you had left us. Mare said, leaning forward and kissing him on the forehead. He closed his eyes, trying to clear his mind before opening them again. I need to speak to Samuel and the others on Caledon. Have them prepare our forces and send starships throughout the system to guard against incursions. Things are going to become chaotic, and Argyle will come for you," Cal said, trying to sit up. Mare pushed him back down, preventing him as a blinding flash of pain shot through his head. "Rest. Talha will speak with him when we land. Samuel is competent and loyal to grandfather. He will know what to do," Mare assured him. The rest of the trip was a blur, the landing at Luna City swift and abrupt. Before he knew it, he was being carried through the vast dome of the city and brought to a medical facility. The last thing he saw before sleeping again was white walls and competent medical staff surrounding him. Page break Samuel departed the estate with Tamara and Elric in tow. The older woman piloted the shuttle, breaching the atmosphere in minutes and speeding toward Luna. There had been no news from Terra all morning, an oddity since the Imperial Net was typically bombarded with information about the celebrations all month long. Suddenly, all contact was cut off, and now Cal and the others appeared above Caledon through a jump portal created by Atlas. The information they had was sparse. Cal was injured again from using Atlas while he had several companions with him, all showing signs of intense fighting. If it was to be believed from the message from Ro, the governor of Luna City, they were wearing damaged guard exosuits. Most importantly, either for good or bad, Princess Morella was accompanying them, showing equal signs of having been in combat. Samuel urged Tamara to hurry, looking out of the forward window as the white moon drew closer. Deep in the pit of his stomach, he had a feeling that a storm was coming, one that would shake the foundation of the Empire. Chapter 117 Bonds. Chapter 117 Samuel collapsed onto the plush, white chair in the corner of Cal's hospital room. Despite the cool air, he felt hot and stuffy. He pulled at the collar of his House Caledon uniform, which he had adjusted to wearing over the past few years, while waiting for Cal to return. Mare stood in front of him, gripping the sleeping Cal's hand from where he rested in the bed, the clean white linens pulled up to his neck. They had removed the battered exosuit before Samuel arrived, stripping him down and cleaning off the blood and dirt that had accumulated on the Baron. Cal was fine, simply exhausted and drained from contacting Atlas. The Titan itself rested outside the dome, waiting for its pilot. The Ouroboros had been disconnected from the shuttle and brought to the repair facilities under Elric's guidance. "You're sure?" "Of course you are. You wouldn't have said it if you didn't believe it." "I'm sorry, Princess Morella. This is a lot to take in," Samuel said, drawing in a deep breath and running his hand over his face, surprised to find it covered in sweat. "There is nothing to forgive, Samuel. I'm glad you are here. Aside from Cal, there is no one I trust more than you to see us through this," Mare replied. Still wearing her guard exosuit, she hadn't left Cal's side in the hour since they arrived, firmly waiting for him to wake up and refusing all offers of comfort. Her only concession had been to request Elric assess the Ouroboros. She wanted to know if there were any possibility of repairing it in the event that things turned out for the worse, and it was needed. The Emperor and Empress dead, have mercy on their souls. And you saw justice in the skies above the resort. Then either Argyle is involved, or someone wants to make it seem that he is. But like the Titans, justice can't be used by anyone outside the royal bloodline. That narrows it down to a few thousand suspects, much fewer now after this morning's events. Samuel mused. Samuel himself had royal blood. He was part of a side branch of the family. Mare would be a distant relative, their ancestry far removed by the branching of their family tree over the millennia. Most of their bloodline resided on Terra, but if the attack was as severe as Mare described, how many had survived the destruction? You shouldn't have brought Ouroboros. If it was Argyle or someone trying to stir conflict with him, they will be looking for the Titan. It's a symbol of the Emperor. They'll hunt you for it, Samuel warned, suddenly feeling old and tired. Here he was, on a planet that wasn't his own, while the Empire was on the verge of crumbling. But he had sworn to Aurelius he would protect Cal, no matter how much he would have liked to rush off to Terra and confirm its state with his own eyes. I didn't have a choice. It bonded with me. Mare explained how the shield had dropped before the Titan accepted her as its pilot. Then it's true. The Emperor is dead, Samuel whispered, the despair gnawing at his insides. He looked at Mare, seeing his own sadness reflected in her eyes, along with terror and confusion. Samuel crushed the feelings within him, determined to be strong for her sake. "I will protect you, princess." Samuel swore, and Mare smiled at the words. "Thank you, Samuel." Tamara came into the room, her steps quick, as she first confirmed that Cal was still asleep before turning to Samuel. "Ships have come out of the jump. They claim to be from Havencroft and are looking for you." Tamara explained, looking at Princess Morella. "Did you tell anyone you were here apart from the guard on the starship?" Samuel asked, turning to look at Mare. She shook her head quickly. "No one. Word has leaked to the Imperial Net that something has happened on Terra. It's unconfirmed rumors at this point, but some of it matches what Princess Morella and the others have spoken of. The Empire knows that the Emperor is dead." Tamara continued. "The guard is a sieve. I'm not surprised. Someone on board probably reported your presence with Cal as soon as you arrived on board." Samuel said, standing upright. "I'll speak with them," he said before leaving the room. Tamara followed after a brief check on Cal's well-being. Still gripping his hand, Mare slowly sat in the chair beside him. "Wake up soon, Cal. I don't want to have to go through this alone," she whispered. Page break gathered in front of the communications terminal on Havencroft. The Duke waited patiently for the screen to transition. The starships he had sent had confirmed that they had arrived above Caledon, and the captain of the lead vessel assured him that a representative would speak to them shortly. Frustratingly, Caledon refused to answer any of his questions until then. They wouldn't even confirm if Caledon had returned. It was maddening how close-lipped and loyal they were to their Baron, even when he made outrageous offers for them to breach their silence. The governor of Luna City, David Rowe, would only respond with "the regent will contact you shortly." All but tapping his foot, Duke Havencroft nearly leapt through the screen when it faded, revealing a familiar figure. "Samuel, I apologize, Imperial Herald. I hadn't realized you were on Caledon. I've been waiting to speak to their regent," Mason exclaimed, recognizing the stern man immediately. He was surprised to see him away from the Emperor's side. "That would be me, Duke Havencroft. I have been named regent until Baron Caledon recovers. I serve here at the Emperor's request." "You have sent starships to Caledon, to what purpose?" Samuel replied sternly. "To find out if my daughter is alive, Imperial Herald." "Is she there with you?" Prince Magnus shouted, pushing his way next to his brother and leaning into the terminal. Samuel was surprised by his sudden appearance. "Prince Magnus, Morella is here. She is healthy and safe. She has been afforded the protection of Caledon," Samuel replied, trying to reassure the distraught father. Magnus nearly collapsed in relief, letting out a sound between a laugh and a cry. "Samuel, thank you for your efforts. We wish to speak to her immediately," Mason said, expecting to be obeyed. Even an Imperial Herald, who could speak on behalf of the Emperor, was below a duke in status, especially when the Emperor he served was missing, presumed dead. "That will be a problem, Duke. She is with Baron Caledon at the moment, and refuses to leave his side. The Baron suffered some injuries during the attack and is recovering. I will carry your request to her," Samuel stated. "It is not a request, Samuel. I will speak with my daughter," Magnus shouted angrily, with Mason nodding at the statement. "With all due respect, Prince Magnus, you both have more important matters to attend to. Or have you not heard anything from Terra? The Emperor is dead, likely, at the hands of one of his sons, who will be hellbent on seizing power. To make matters worse, Mare is in possession of our Ouroboros, its chosen pilot. I suggest you see to your own future. Mare will be in contact with you both shortly." Samuel ended to communication, the screen going black once more. Magnus let out a yell, punching the terminal while Mason restrained him by the shoulder. "Peace, brother. Mare is perfectly safe. Samuel has given his word. You may travel to Caledon if you wish while I see matters here. I must make contact with Prince Argyle and Augustus. If one of the princes has really made attempts at a coup, we are all in terrible danger," Mason said, leaving the room. Chapter 118, Confrontation. Chapter 118, Augustus stared out of the viewscreen at Terra. The silence was heavy, crushing. He had come here full of righteous anger, prepared to stop his brother, defend his home, and destroy his enemies. Instead, he watched the swirling clouds below as they obscured the destruction. He could glimpse the earth below through gaps in the dark gray maelstrom. The oceans boiled, and steam rose from newly forming landmasses as magma pumped up from the heart of Terra. Nothing lived there now. No one could survive the hell that had been unleashed here. Augustus had thought himself a calm and collected individual, logical and intelligent. But even he had been stunned to see Terra. His heart bled for what had happened to it. They had arrived at the front of a fleet of starships, hundreds strong. He had contacted every ally he had, every mercenary company under his employ or his vast fortune could hire. 2 ducal families supported him, even more strongly now that he had provided the evidence against Argyle to them. He had shown them the reports of Argyle's hidden fleet, and the images gleaned from the little that could be salvaged from below of Justice fighting the Guard. Coming to Terra, they had met more starships, dozens from the Guard, hundreds more from nobility and corporations across the Empire. They had all gathered first to determine the truth of the rumors, then to throw their support behind either himself or his brother. There were no other options. The few ducal houses that claimed neutrality would soon be forced to act. An emperor must be named, and only a unanimous vote of all the ducal houses could accomplish that. He had 2, and from what he heard, Argyle had 3 others on his side. 5 of 11, the rest waiting to see who came out on top of the coming conflict. There could be no peace, not now, not after what had been done to sacred Terra. Sir, incoming jump. It's massive, at least 300 starships. One of Augustus's loyal Guard members notified them from his terminal. In seconds, starships materialized in the space across from them. Argyle had gone to Mars first, claiming he had his own evidence against Augustus. More lies, but his support was lacking. Many of the Guard refused to serve either prince until the ducal houses confirmed one of them as the new emperor. So, like Augustus, Argyle was forced to call on mercenaries, allies and the scant few amongst the Guard willing to follow him. Incoming communication. It's Prince Argyle. Put it through the main screen. The captain ordered, looking to the prince for confirmation. Seeing him nod, the view of space shifted to show Prince Argyle. The man himself looked as if he had aged a century overnight. His face had a 5 o'clock shadow, and dark bags had developed under his eyes. His black and gold uniform was perfectly pressed and neat, but Argyle appeared unkempt, as if he had been up for days. He looks how I feel, Augustus thought. He himself looked better, but the vision of Terra through the window had turned him pale and shaky. He drew himself upright, trying to appear steady and in control. Brother, Augustus said, his tone abrupt and cordial. He wanted to strangle the man for what he had done, but the Empire needed stability. Better to offer terms and a peaceful transition of power to ensure things don't escalate. That hope was dashed as soon as Argyle laid eyes on him. Bastard, you dare show your face here, of all places, or do you take some kind of perverse pleasure in returning to the scene of your greatest triumph? You sick son of a bitch. Argyle cursed, his pale face flushed red with anger and his hands clenched into fists at his side. My triumph. Mine, liar. You gathered a fleet and personally led them to attack Terra. I have images, brother, of justice murdering innocents. How can you explain that? Augustus shouted. He couldn't maintain his calm in the face of such accusations. Your forces captured my fleet, as you well know. You released prisoners, Augustus, and gave them justice. The blood spilled on Terra is on your hands. You killed our parents, brother. Our sister, you murdered our home. Argyle bellowed, slamming his fist against the console. Quite the performance, Argyle. But father was aware of your betrayal. I make you this offer now in his memory and to honor him. Surrender, admit your wrongdoings, and I will be merciful as our mother would want me to be. Augustus said. He ignored Argyle's lies. He had heard about the assault on the prison, his cousin's release, along with his corsairs. Unshackled Terra still had its uses, filtering information for him. They had made it clear that a prince had visited the station, freeing the inmates and taking them away. Since he had nothing to do with it, and Argyle had a fleet lacking the pilots and troops, it was obvious who the culprit was. You will be merciful, Argyle hissed, his eyes bulging from the rage he felt. He drew in a deep breath, calming himself. I cannot believe I ever thought you my equal, that we were family. What you have done today is unforgivable, Augustus. The Guard stands with me, as do the ducal houses of Tish, Granster, and Lockmere. And I have Seron and Nace. Once the others see my evidence, They will listen to reason. You will never be emperor, Argyle. You will burn as Terra does. Augustus finished. With a sharp nod, the view screen turned black. Page break. Argyle cursed loudly, hurling a nearby datapad at the screen, where it shattered. He paced the command center for a moment, muttering to himself before stopping and turning on the captain. A guard veteran, Argyle trusted her opinion. This captain had met with Cal and the others when they left the surface of Terra. She had told Argyle everything, including the whereabouts of our Ouroboros. Unfortunately, Augustus was the pressing concern at the moment. He could convince Marella to relinquish the Titan to him at any time. For now, he needed to either eliminate his brother or convince the ducal houses to support him instead of his treacherous brother. What is your assessment? Argyle asked. A direct assault against him will be pointless. He has too many ships and too many mechs. Even if we could fight through them, he would merely jump before we could reach him, the captain said. At the same time, Augustus's fleet entered the jump, disappearing from sight. They had come to the same conclusion, postponing their conflict to a later date. Very well, set a course for Havencroft. The time of their indecision is over. They will support me or fall. I will not allow another house to join Augustus, Argyle ordered. The ships in his fleet spooled their engines, leaving shattered Terra through the jump. Page break. Mare dozed in her chair. The exosuit was surprisingly comfortable, the gel inside molding to her body and lulling her to sleep. It had been a long day, filled with loss and struggle. She was exhausted, and it was catching up to her. The door to Cal's room opened slowly, and Tamara entered silently. Seeing Cal and Mare asleep, she was about to leave again when the princess called out to her. I'm awake, Tamara. No need to leave. What is it? Mare asked. She had grown comfortable around the formidable woman, appreciating her direct approach and loyalty to Cal. They had made her feel welcome, accepting her without question. Very few people had access to Cal while he was recovering, but they never commented on her presence. Your father is here, Tamara replied, causing Mare to leap to her feet quickly. The lower gravity caused her to bounce higher than she had thought she would. It took conscious effort to reduce the amount of force needed to walk or move properly here. Here, on Caledon? Mare asked, surprised. Tamara shook her head. Here in Luna City, she corrected before turning to look behind her. Out there, in fact. He was quite upset that we are keeping him from entering here. But I won't have anyone, even a prince, disturb Cal, Tamara said firmly. Mare looked at Cal for a moment, indecisive, before Tamara spoke again. I'll stay with him. Go see your father. Chapter 119, Consolidation. Chapter 119, an irritating sound interrupted Cal's slumber, like sandpaper grating against rough wood grain. An incessant swishing sound pushed through his dreams and pulled him back to reality. He tried to sleep longer. He felt warm and safe, reluctant to return to the real world. He didn't know what awaited him there, but he knew it was unpleasant. Much better to stay here and sleep. Swishy, scratchy, scraper. A muttering voice cursing something matched the sounds. Cal opened his eyes to a white room. He was naked under white sheets in a hospital room. He had spent enough time in them over the past few years to recognize it immediately. He saw the large dome and gray buildings of Luna City through the large windows. The source of the irritating sounds was Tamara, who sat on a chair beside him. She had a stack of paper on her lap and made notes with a pen. Very few people would forego the use of a datapad or optic implant in the place of old-fashioned paper. But the older woman had her quirks. For a moment, I thought I was dead. But even the tortures of hell wouldn't subject me to that racket. You couldn't just sit quietly and let me stay dead, Cal asked hoarsely. His body felt battered and stiff. He stretched carefully, mindful not to overexert anything. If I didn't, you would sleep forever, and I would be behind on my work, Tamara replied dryly. She placed the cap back on her pen carefully before setting it down. His captain of the house guard looked tired, with dark bags under her eyes. Her uniform, while clean, had the telltale signs of having been worn for too many days. How long? Cal asked, pushing himself upright and leaning against the headboard of his bed. 3 days. Everyone has been worried about you, Tamara answered. And what's the damage? Have I caused more irreparable harm to myself? Cal joked, although there was a thread of worry in his voice. Your training on Mars helped you, and when combined with the limited use of Atlas, the doctors say you have only accelerated your health issues by a few months, perhaps a year. Tamara responded simply. You are aware of what happened? Cal asked. Tamara nodded. I've spoken with Talha and the others. You should be proud. You brought them all out of that hellscape. Not many could have done that. Not everyone, not Scylla. Cal said sadly. The feelings he had suppressed were threatening to come to the surface. He drew in a deep breath, forcing them down once more. I'm sorry, Cal. She was a wonderful person. Her loss will be felt dearly. Tamara responded. She saved my life. Cal paused, thinking about the woman for a moment. He would miss her, and Tamara was right. All of Caledon will feel emptier without her here. Cal cleared his throat, pushing the despair and sadness away to focus on the present. 3 days, what's the news? Cal asked, and Tamara once again shook her head. Nothing good, I'm afraid. Havencroft sent ships here, along with Prince Magnus himself. He was keen to take Morella away, but she wasn't having it. She finally left your side to rest. Magnus is still in Luna City. Governor Rowe is keeping him busy. Tamara explained. Havencroft will keep her safe, even with the Ouroboros in her possession. They would never sell out a member of their family. Perhaps it would be wise for her to return there with her father. Cal said with assurance. I wouldn't be too excited to send her away yet. It gets worse, Tamara said, taking in a deep breath. Cal was surprised. He rarely saw Tamara rattled, yet she looked to be on edge, like she was about to pronounce a death sentence. The galaxy is aware of the Emperor's death. It's been all but confirmed. Tamara explained, causing Cal to wince. How bad is the fallout? Worse than anything I have ever seen. Riots and protests, planets declaring their succession, rebellion brewing, multiple star systems have simply shut down. Their people gathering together to pray and honor the Emperor. People on Caledon are dealing with it better. They haven't had much use for the Emperor since your imprisonment. As long as you're still in charge, they aren't concerned. But it's the princes that have me worried the most. Have they started warring between them? Cal predicted they would. It was clear someone in the royal family was behind the attack. The details didn't add up to it being a simple terrorist attack. There was too much coordination and knowledge of the guard position and capabilities. And there was justice, the personal mech of Argyle being used to murder the guard and civilians. Reports are they are racing to secure support amongst the ducal houses. It hasn't come to actual war yet, just a few skirmishes amongst their supporters, but it is coming. 6 houses have declared for each prince, dividing them right down the middle, 3 and 3. Tamara explained the breakdown of support for each prince. Augustus had only just added the 3rd to his followers the day before. As Tamara reviewed the current political situation, Cal closed his eyes. He pictured the Milky Way galaxy, its spiral arms stretching out from the blindingly bright center. He divided it into 12 sections, as he had been taught when he was a boy. Each of the sections represented a duchy. The borders were generally static, unchanging even over the 500 years he spent in stasis. Even though his family had lost their status, their section of the galaxy hadn't really been absorbed by anyone else. The minor nobles had gobbled up planets and systems, expanding their territory, but none of the other ducal houses had tried to take any more than they had before. It was always assumed the Emperor would gift the former Caledon Duchy to another house rather than divide it. Cal ranked the sectors by economic and military strength, coming to a realization in the process. So none of the major powers have selected a side. Cal muttered, opening his eyes to see Tamara nodding at his assessment. It's not surprising. They have the most to lose. They wouldn't back one of the princes without assurances. Granster and Seron have never been powerhouses, and Nace hasn't recovered from your father's rebellion. Tamara explained. They were lucky to keep their title at all. They threw their support behind my father at the beginning, only turning sides when they knew he would lose. Even combined, the 3 ducal houses following Augustus wouldn't equal Havencroft. Argyle's group is a bit better, but not by much. Tish has a fine economy, but they do not have a martial culture. Then they will be planning to convince the others to support them. Tamara replied, or preventing them from supporting the wrong prince. This won't be a momentary conflict, Tamara. This is going to be lengthy, nasty, and brutal. And we're caught in the middle. They all know that Marella is here with our Roboros. Cal let out a breath, running his hand through his hair. Havencroft will protect her, Tamara assured him. For now, but they know we are close. If Havencroft supports one prince, the other will look for an advantage. They will seek to use me. How do our forces compare? I want your honest opinion, Cal asked. To Havencroft, you will have more luck bringing down the moon from the sky with a rock than confronting them. Even with our gains over the last few years, we are a speck of dust compared to a ducal house. Then we will need to prepare and expand. Cal took a moment thinking before coming to a conclusion. It is time for us to take back what was seized. The Emperor is dead, and the Empire is divided. I don't know how long this conflict will last, but there will be no avoiding it. No waiting on the sidelines while the galaxy burns. We should take the time the princes are using courting the ducal houses to expand our own territory. Cal suggested, and Tamara's eyes widened. Are you saying, Cal cut her off, when the princes come for us, either because of my close connection to Mare, Atlas, or any other of a multitude of reasons, we must be ready, even if they don't personally send their forces? There are many people in the galaxy with a grudge against Caledon. There is no better time to settle old scores than now, when chaos reigns. We are going to restore the ducal house of Caledon and bring peace and order to our sector of the galaxy. I will protect our home, Tamara, with everything I have. If that means going to war to unite our sector and guard against the coming storm, then I will do that. Chapter 120 Consolidation. Part 2, Chapter 120. Together, we will persevere. Thank you, Cal ended his speech, descending the dais and leaving the bright lights and reporters behind. He had left Luna City that morning, finally well enough to stand on his own again. With the turmoil across the Empire only worsening as time passed, he needed to reassure his people that they were safe and protected. More importantly, it was time for them to mourn. Governor Scylla had been his friend, a trusted advisor and a respected figure on Caledon. Everyone grieved for her passing. Regardless of what happened in the future, they needed a moment to express it. Cal walked through the door behind the podium in blessed silence once again. He smiled when he saw Mare waiting for him. Wrapping his arms around her, he breathed in the vanilla scent of her hair. I'm glad you decided to stay, Cal whispered. My father isn't. But he couldn't argue with Uncle Mason. Havencroft isn't the safest place right now. Better for me to stay here until things settle, Mare said, resting her head on his shoulder momentarily before stepping back. Taking his hand, she slowly led him through the estate halls. It was good to be home again, even though he wished the circumstances were better. The loss of Scylla had been devastating, and he missed Amelia terribly. The Emperor's death was abstract, almost unbelievable, while Scylla and the Empress's death was more immediate and profound on him. Letting out a sigh, Cal forced his thoughts away from misery and onto something different. What do you think of my plan? Cal asked, looking to her for advice. Mare was intelligent and clever. Unlike him, she had been born in this century. She was more aware of the undercurrents of the Empire than he was. It's bold. If it were last week, I would say you were insane. But now it's as if the galaxy is crazy, and we appear to be the only sane ones left, Mare remarked. I wonder if, throughout history, others have said the same of themselves before they embarked on a foolhardy endeavor. I'm convinced that this is the only path forward. Caledon needs more power in order to secure our future. I won't have an opportunist exploiting our people or coming to take Atlas and our Roboros because we are too weak to defend ourselves, Cal explained, following Mare's guidance through the halls. I agree, but I'm not the only one you have to convince, Mare stated. Page break. I can't agree to this course of action, Cal. No matter how sound you think your logic is, it goes against the Emperor's command, Samuel stated, shaking his head from where he sat at the long conference table. Cal and his closest advisors met in a newly renovated conference room above the throne hall. Large windows brightened the space, and the bare walls were covered in works of art purchased from local Caledonian painters and sculptors. Samuel still wore his House Caledon uniform, matching Miranda's black dress sitting next to him. Cal nodded at the words. I understand, and I appreciate everything you have done for us during my absence, Cal stated before continuing. But the Emperor is dead, and has left the empire without an heir. Just look at the imperial net. The war is fast approaching. The ducal houses are divided between the princes, and those who try to remain neutral will be forced to choose a side. Argyle had already threatened as much. I agree, but Cal interrupted him again. We've experienced this before, Samuel. Both of us were here during the rebellion. You know that there is no neutrality when war erupts. Do you recall what happened to those who attempted to escape it? Cal asked, and Samuel sighed at the question. They were drawn into the conflict. Your father was fond of saying that you were with or against him. Not just my father. Neither Argyle nor Augustus will let the ducal houses that support their enemy survive. Not this time. They have declared each other traitors of the empire, and anyone who supports them will be labeled the same. The imperial net had statements from both princes about the conflict, posting their accusations against the other and the evidence. It was clear there would be no peaceful settlement. Havencroft agreed. Their attempts to delay their support wouldn't last much longer. Worse, the guard was divided. They had originally not wanted to support either, but Argyle was convincing, and many had flocked to his banner, although not all of them. The evidence against him was damning, but large groups of the guard joined Augustus as well. You're proposing that Caledon subjugates its former territories. I thought you were better than this, Cal. This is something your father would have done. Samuel said gravely, and everyone at the table shifted comfortably or looked at Cal worriedly. Cal himself was composed, nodding his head at the herald's words. I suppose it could be seen that way. The difference is the reason I am doing this. I'm not entering into this for personal power, or because I want to prove myself to others. During the rebellion, Caledon or the Imperials didn't commit the worst atrocities. Those outside of the two powers did it, opportunists seeking to use the turmoil for personal gain. The only thing that kept our sector of space relatively safe after the war was the Emperor's peace. The fear that straying too far from the path he had set would result in retribution. Without him and the Imperial Guard, it would have been chaos. What happens when he's gone and there is nothing to keep the wolves from our door? Caledon can protect itself. If you want peace, join House Havencroft, declare your loyalty to them, Samuel advised, and fight for them when they inevitably join one side. Have my people fight and die for a cause they care nothing about. And what about the others? There are trillions of people in the former Caledonian ducal sector. Would you leave them to survive or die on their own? Better to consolidate our sector, harden our borders, and protect our people. I agree with Cal. You didn't see what happened to Terra, Samuel. They were willing to destroy our home and kill innocent people. I knew Uncle Argyle could be cold, but this is beyond cruel. And Augustus won't stop when he thinks he is right. Mare said. I cannot go along with this, Princess Morella. Samuel said. You don't have to. You are no longer regent. But I would ask that you stay and protect Mare. You don't have to be a part of this conflict, but I trust you to keep her safe. Cal asked, and the older man nodded at the words. Thank you, Samuel. Now, Tamara, if you would. Cal asked, gesturing to the woman. She stood, walking to the end of the table, and tapping a datapad to bring up a holoscreen. An image of the former territory of the Caledonian ducal house appeared above the table. Comprising tens of thousands of inhabited worlds, it was one of the largest sectors of the galaxy. At its peak, Caledon was equal to Havencroft, their military and economic power far ahead of most other ducal territories. After your battle against the Corsairs, we have brought over 10 planets under your banner. What started as a defensive alliance to protect their trade routes from raids has blossomed into a full-on partnership, with their governments providing taxes to Caledon in exchange for our military assistance. Tamara explained. They are also interested in the loans and investment opportunities we provide, my lord. Miranda added. Tamara, Miranda, and Tan proceeded to break down the number of people in the barony, their economic prospects, and the state of his regional government. Cal easily followed along, studying the map carefully. The problem we will be facing in expansion comes from several collectives of independent planets that developed over the past few centuries. You will find they are in a similar state to how Caledon was prior to your return, exploited by corporations and governed by organizations little better than glorified gangs. Tamara said, and the map highlighted several nearby systems. As you also know, this sector isn't without its own minor nobility. David Rowe spoke up for the first time in the meeting. He had temporarily been brought to Caledon as interim governor to replace Scylla. Indeed, they used to owe fealty to my father before the rebellion. We should make contact with them and sound out how they feel after what happened to Terra. Perhaps they will be amenable to joining us, Cal remarked. I'm not too sure, my lord. There have been rumors of certain excesses amongst the remnant nobility. They act like kings and queens in your family's former territory. They might not wish to become less than that, David Rowe remarked. I don't understand why the emperor left them alone. Was he deliberately trying to let the sector rot? Talha asked. She had grown more cynical of the empire after the attack on Terra. Samuel winced at the comment, about to reply before catching himself. It was Mare who answered. Not many people knew this, but grandfather was often distracted. He frequently ignored the small details in favor of larger events. It's possible he knew what was happening here, but felt it wasn't worth involving himself in. Mare explained, those small details are affecting billions of lives. Regardless of his reasoning, it is up to us to set things right. Cal promised. Chapter 121, Consolidation. Part 3, Chapter 121. The skies above planet Exeter were choked with smog from the large factories and manufacturing buildings. The surface was pockmarked with enormous holes, some more than a mile deep into the ground, with floating drones bringing ore to the surface. In a time when space travel was relatively inexpensive, most companies chose to mine for precious metals and ores in asteroid belts. The smaller celestial objects were easy to break apart and transport to refineries. It also had the benefit of not harming a habitable planet's environment. But the cheapest option had always been to mine a planet dry, enslaving the population to force them to work in a company's excavations and refineries. In the former ducal sector of Caledon, labor was cheap, and there was little to no imperial oversight. It made it perfect for the less honorable corporations to turn a massive profit. Exeter had been exploited for 500 years, and its people suffered under the rule of a rotating group of despots. Various companies and organizations have come and gone, and the planet deteriorated. Are they all going to be like this? Cal asked quietly, his voice heard throughout the command center of his starship. Next to him, Tamara studied the planet carefully, looking for possible points of concern before replying. This sector has been neglected for too long. Of course, the vultures would swoop in and feed on its corpse. Tamara remarked, I don't understand why the Emperor would allow this to happen. Is it a punishment for the rebellion? These people were just doing as they were told, following their duke. Why should they have to suffer for my father's actions? Most of those who inhabit our sector weren't even alive during the rebellion. Cal muttered, we must trust that grandfather. The Emperor had his reasons. He was a complicated man, but not cruel. He wouldn't have left these people to their fate unless there was a purpose. Mare said, but it almost seemed as if she didn't truly believe it. The evidence to the contrary was staring her in the face. I'm sorry, Mare, but I find it hard to place my trust in someone who could do this. I won't allow this to continue anymore. These are my people, and I will help them. Cal turned away, calling out to Talha. Any word? He asked. The red-headed woman, wearing a Caledonian houseguard uniform, shook her head. Nothing. They got your message. All bands and channels. They just aren't responding, but we are picking up something interesting. Talha explained, pressing a few buttons on the console. The view screen in front of them switched to show a few ships, assault craft only capable of space travel in system. The image zoomed in further to show a red wolf on the side. Red Wolves, mercenary company with a large presence in this sector, and a medium-sized clan in the VR world. I would estimate they have a few thousand troops on the surface and a couple of hundred light-class mechs for quick response. Tamara explained. Response to invasion? Cal asked. Worker revolts and insurgency more likely. The corporations here have authority in a multitude of planets. A larger reaction to invasion or piracy would come from off-world. Tamara finished. Good. Launch our assault craft and carriers. I want control of the surface before the day is out. No one gets off the planet. I want whoever is in charge here in chains before I meet with them. Seize everything of value from the corporations. Cal ordered, turning away from the view screen and marching toward the storage hold. "You're going down," Talha called out, confused. Cal ignored her as Mare walked swiftly behind him. Page break Cal trained the heavy lasgun of his medium-class Mech Vanguard on the Red Wolf squad as they threw down their weapons. They had a collection of light-class Mech, scouts, and a few older mobile suits that predated the rebellion. They hadn't stood a chance against Cal's forces. The Vanguard was an updated variant of the Scout with similar functionality. Highly mobile, lightly armored, but with a glowing blue shield surrounding it. Humanoid, it could be customized in a variety of ways. Cal's had a large jetpack on the back, giving it more speed and the ability to leap high into the air. "We've secured the planet, and all Red Wolf troops are surrendering." "Good work, Cal," Tal has said over the comm. "Take their matches. I want them checked and repurposed. I will meet with any government or worker unions and have all corporate executives brought to a central location." Tan is already reviewing all the facilities. He should have a recommendation regarding our next steps. Some of the refineries will continue to operate, but I get the impression he wants to move most of it off-world. Talha replied, "I'm not surprised. There are a lot of things we can use here, but I don't want to ruin any more planets. Ensure Tan knows it will need to be asteroid exploration and mining, not on the surface." Cal ordered before shutting off the comm. Page break a collection of nervous corporate executives knelt on the floor of their office tower. Unlike the bleak atmosphere and landscape that the rest of Exeter had, the city they had placed their headquarters in was quite beautiful, with gardens and large atmospheric filters that removed the smell of pollution and chemicals from the air. They whispered quietly amongst each other, the noise joining the slight rattling of iron chains on their wrists. They had protested the archaic treatment, only to be told that it was Baron Caledon's orders. In the front of the group was a collection of men and women in expensive suits, clearly unused to rough treatment. Their appearance spoke of wealth and costly rejuvenation procedures. While the others muttered and conversed, they knelt in rigid silence, waiting for the Baron to arrive. Caledonian house guards ringed the group, their black and red exosuits as intimidating as the las rifles they held pointed at the prisoners. They snapped to attention as a figure appeared in the doorway. Baron Caledon was tall and handsome, wearing a pilot bodysuit without a helmet. He looked at the group carefully for a moment, assessing them, before sitting in a chair his people had placed at the front of the room, the only furniture in the wide-open space. He waited for a moment before another person joined him. An equally tall, outstandingly beautiful woman in a matching black and red pilot bodysuit stood beside him, silently watching the crowd. "I am Baron Caledon. Exeter is a part of my fiefdom, and for defying my order to lay down your arms and swear allegiance to me, your assets here are forfeit," Cal stated. His words sent a stir through the crowd before an older man stood on his feet, his face flushed red with anger. "This is outrageous. You're nothing but a bandit, wrapping your actions in noble trappings. This will not stand, Baron." The man shouted, and the other executives kneeling beside him nodded their agreement, adding their voices to his own. "Silence!" One of his house guards shouted, and the room was silent once more. Cal could see the fear in their eyes as they snuck glances at his armed guards. "You're right, and you are free to lodge a complaint with the imperial bureaucracy. Once an emperor is chosen, I'm sure he will listen to your petition. In the meantime, your assets here will be taken to help rebuild this planet. As for you all, in consideration of your arguments, your corporations may pay a ransom to release you. My Minister of Finance will have the details," Cal said, standing and beginning to leave. "You will pay for this, Baron," the man shouted, cursing at Cal. He slowed his steps, stopping at the door and turning slowly. "I've no doubt I will. But for now, it is time you all learned that this sector is under the protection of House Caledon. You are either with me or against me," Cal warned, staring at the man before turning and leaving. In 3 days, whatever equipment wasn't essential was removed from the planet, and a new, temporary government was in place. The population was free from corporate control, and Cal promised to help them rebuild in exchange for their loyalty to his house. Over the following year, more than 100 planets were brought into the barony of Caledon. Chapter 122, Alive. Chapter 122, Any Word from Mare. Cal asked, taking off the helmet of pilot's bodysuit and placing it on the top of his desk. He was in his quarters on his starship, having just returned from seizing another planet. This one had been in the grip of a criminal organization, the government so corrupt that Cal wondered how they had functioned for as long as they did. It would take years to undo the damage to its people. Nothing since her last transmission, Samuel replied. Mare had gone to Havencroft to visit her family in secret, not announcing her travel plans to anyone outside of Cal's close circle of friends and advisors. She had even taken steps to use public transport through a commercial starship under an alias, something he had adamantly opposed. She had made several trips over the year she had spent with him on his campaign to unite the former Caledonian sector of space. But this one had felt off to him. He had a feeling in the pit of his stomach that something was going to happen, and he couldn't shake it. What is the latest, aside from us being stretched thin? Nothing. We need at least another 2 years to pause, reorganize, restructure your government, and implement better administration. A year is too short a time to forge a duchy, Cal. Take some time and stabilize before you overreach, Samuel advised. The former Imperial Herald had been against this initially, but he had come around after seeing the dreadful state of some of the planets Cal had been helping. Dozens had joined Caledon willingly, their governments poor and ill-equipped to operate alone. But many more had to be forced to cooperate, and none had been due to how well their people were doing independently. It was inevitably caused by corporate greed or exploitation of their people that had driven their societies into decline. You're right. Once Mare is back, we'll return to Caledon and consolidate. Cal agreed. They began to discuss their plans when Talha came into the room, her expression severe. What is it? Cal asked with concern. The operation to control the planet below them had gone well, and the people he had in place could stabilize it with the guard he was going to leave as a garrison. We've received a communication from Mare. She couldn't go into details, but she wants you to meet her on Havencroft, Talha said. And she wouldn't even say why, Cal replied. All she could say was that you needed to come immediately, and that her uncle would explain when you arrived. I got the impression that she was worried her message would be intercepted. Cal looked to Samuel, who shook his head. The former herald had no idea what was going on either. Set a course for Havencroft. Inform Tamara and the others that we will be delayed returning to Caledon, Cal ordered. Page break Havencroft reminded Cal of how Caledon had been at its peak under his grandfather's rule. Hundreds of starships and thousands of spacecraft orbited the planet. Multiple starports and space stations ringed the world, a stopping point for millions of people being ferried to and from the surface. The world itself was a pristine, environmental wonder, the perfect combination of balance with nature and a bustling metropolis. The white and silver cities perfectly matched the green of the land and the blue of the oceans. Cal had heard rumors that there were species native to Havencroft that had survived since its founding. Like most human worlds, it was terraformed to perfectly suit human life, with species introduced from Terra. Their starship emerged from the jump at a safe distance from the planet. Cal waited patiently in the shuttle for clearance to enter the atmosphere. Talha was piloting the transport while he was traveling unaccompanied to the ducal palace. Caledonian shuttle, you are cleared for launch. Cal heard the voice from the cockpit. Roger that, Talha replied. The shuttle lifted with the familiar push against Cal's seat. Once they were free of the hold, gravity shifted into weightlessness, and they were off. Descending through the atmosphere, the shuttle rocked slightly as it passed through a layer of white, puffy clouds. The Duke of Havencroft's palace was a tall tower with large windows and a silver frame. It had graceful and beautiful architecture, with a large spire on the top. Looking at it from the shuttle window, he could spot a couple of heavy class mechs stationed on the ground, while several more flying mobile suits wheeled and drifted far above. The shuttle landed in a designated pad, ringed by large, leafy green trees. Descending the ramp, Cal was struck by the sun's warmth and the air's cleanliness. He had been on many planets over the past year that had been neglected or ravaged by pollution. Cal had nearly forgotten what a true paradise a well-tended world could be. A Duke Havencroft staff member waited at the beginning of a small path, the walkway a series of intricately connected stones that formed designs across the ground. The young woman was wearing the uniform of Havencroft, dark blue with yellow trappings. She bowed slightly as he approached her. "Baron Caledon, the Duke and Princess are expecting you. Please follow me," she said, not waiting for a reply as she turned and began to walk down the path. Ignoring the slight snub, he followed along, looking at the city around him as he did so. Hovercars and ships flew overhead, orderly, as they stuck to their designated paths. As one of the most powerful ducal houses that stayed loyal to the emperor during the rebellion, Havencroft had never been touched by war. Its military facilities were off-world, and only corporate headquarters were allowed on the surface. Their manufacturing plants and refineries were either in the asteroid belts ringing the system or on other planets. Walking through the tall, glass doors of the palace tower, Cal appreciated the cool, conditioned air that greeted him. They passed through a large foyer, where people waited for appointments with senior bureaucrats or members of the ducal family. Many people turned and looked at him as he passed, his height and noble appearance drawing attention. He caught his name whispered by a few of them, but he was unsure if it was in a positive or negative context. To his knowledge, his actions in his sector of space had not been largely reported on the Imperial net. The news of the fighting between the princes dominated the net, burying any reports of Cal beneath them. They arrived at an elevator, where the staff member pressed the button for the top floor. With a ding, the doors opened once again after a moment. "This is the Duke's study. Please follow me," she said, leading Cal through a large room packed with bookcases and computer terminals. The walls held works of art, and several sculptures were placed carefully at the end of the hallways. Ignoring them, Cal was ushered into another large room with a massive wooden table. Large windows gave a breathtaking view of the city around them. Only a handful of people were waiting for him in the room, but his eyes locked onto a familiar figure. Mare looked up as he entered, and he could tell she was about to stand and rush over to him, but held back. She quickly glanced at the others in the room and settled back into her chair. There was a heavy atmosphere in the room, subduing those within. Cal's guide gave a deep bow before leaving and closing the door behind her. "Baron Caledon, we are pleased that you have come," an older man said, and Cal recognized the ancient appearance of Duke Mason Havencroft. Next to him was Prince Magnus, and another person Cal didn't know but shared similarities with the Duke. It was likely his son and heir Marcus. "I was concerned when Mare contacted me without providing details. What is this about?" Cal asked, walking to the table and sitting next to Mare. She gently touched his hand, giving it a comforting squeeze. "It's my mother. She's alive," Mare whispered. Chapter 123. 1 year ago. Chapter 123. 1 year ago, during the attack on Terra, Empress Emilia and Princess Amara followed the exosuit-wearing Imperial Guard soldier through the halls of the Imperial Palace. Occasional tremors rattled the windows in the panes, and Amara jumped when the loud crash of a vase falling from its plinth broke the silence. Clutching her mother's hand in her own, Amara quickened her pace, taking comfort in the armored figure in front of them. It wasn't until they had walked for nearly 5 minutes that her mother spoke. "Where are you taking us?" the Empress asked, and Amara looked at her in confusion. When he retrieved the pair from their room, the guard had told them where he was ordered to bring them. "The bunker, Empress," the guard replied without turning to look at them. "Where are you actually taking us?" "The bunker is in the other direction," Emilia stated, suddenly halting and forcing Amara to pause as well. The guard merely shrugged, stopping and turning toward them. He didn't bother to say anything, simply reaching out, gripping Amara's arm tightly and ripping her from the elderly Empress' grasp. "You're too smart for your own good, Empress. Stay here and die for all I care. I was only ordered to take this one to the shuttle," the guard stated, dragging the screaming Amara along the halls. Looking around for help and seeing the empty corners, the Empress stepped forward to try and force Amara from the guard's grip when a gauntleted fist slammed into the side of her head. "Should have ran," the guard muttered. Amara's vision turned blurry with tears as she saw her mother crumple onto the ground. Her last sight of the Empress had been her motionless body lying in the hallway, her bright and colorful dress a splash of color against the stone floor. The rest of the journey had been a blur. She fought to free herself, only to have her arm twist painfully in response. The exosuit the guard wore was many times stronger than her, and she had no choice but to follow along. They exited the palace's rear, and Amara could smell the smoke in the air. There was a dull roar as a flight of mobile suits flew overhead on their way to fight somewhere in the distance. Distracted by the sight, she tripped, stumbling to the ground. The guard lifted her, half carrying, half dragging her toward a waiting shuttle. The transport had another half-dozen exosuit-wearing guards, their hands gripping lass rifles. Not slowing down, she was thrown into the back of the transport, while the others followed closely behind. "Let's go," the guard shouted, slamming his hand on the bulkhead of the shuttle and making a loud, clanging noise. The transport lifted immediately, and Amara was pushed against the metallic floor from the inertia. Through the window, she could see the sky darken. Passing through a cloud layer, they emerged into bright sunlight, only for the blue sky to darken once they breached the atmosphere. She could see a sea of stars spread out before them. Huddled on the transport floor, her arm hurting from where the guard had gripped her, Amara shivered from fright and the cold. The transport shook after a few minutes. An action she knew came from landing in a starship's transport shuttle bay. The guard roughly hauled her to her feet, pushing her in front of him as the shuttle's ramp descended to the storage hold's floor. The bay was empty, with the shuttle the only piece of equipment there. Amara walked through the hold with the guard flanking her until she reached a narrow hallway. The guard pressed a button on the wall, and a door opened. Without a word, she was shoved inside. The door closed behind her and locked with a click. It was a small, private bedroom with a single bed inset into the wall and a small bathroom. A tiny window showed her a view of space and terra below them. Wrapping her arms around herself, she broke into tears and collapsed onto the bed as her body was racked with sobs. Amara was interrupted by a flash of bright, white light from the planet. A large explosion erupted on the surface, expanding rapidly. She could hear shouts and the pounding of feet from outside the door, indications that more people had arrived on the starship. With a lurch, the starship jumped. The scene out the window shifted to show an unfamiliar star and a derelict space station orbiting a barren planet. Amara could hear more sounds from outside, the thin walls of her room muffling them enough that she couldn't pick out the details. Standing, she went to the washroom to clean up. Once she was composed and calm again, she sat on the bed, waiting. She couldn't think about her mother or what was happening on Terra, without tears threatening to well up in her eyes again. Her son and husband were on Havencroft, but Mare was still on Terra with Caledon. Breathing in deeply, she pushed the thought away, trying to think about what these rogue guards wanted with her. After discussing with her brothers about Caledon, she thought they would wait to act, at least long enough for him to leave the planet, or for her to cement a relationship between him and Mare in the unlikely event he was declared heir. But one of her brothers clearly couldn't wait, acting to seize power in a coup. She wasn't sure which, but the involvement of the guards spoke of Argyle, although she hadn't thought him capable of such deception. Perhaps it was Augustus, after all. Regardless, they had taken her from the palace, and she could only think of one reason why. One of her brothers wanted her support and kidnapped her to get it. The door to her room opened abruptly, this time by a trio of exosuited soldiers. Rather than Imperial Guard markings, they were plain black with nothing to identify them. Their leader was about to enter and grab her when Amara walked out, not wanting any more bruises from their rough treatment. If she was going to meet whoever was behind the attack on Terra, she would do it standing tall. The starship was crowded with people, many of them wearing more casual clothing. They were from all corners of the galaxy, but they had a single thing in common. Each had a strange, metallic collar, and a single green blinking light around their neck. Studying them as she walked, her guards pushed her to walk faster. Soon, the regular crew was out of sight, and she was brought to the command center. Ignoring the large, circular room, she was led through a side door to the captain's quarters, where she came face to face with someone she hadn't seen in a century or more. "Jonathan, it was you who was behind this," Amara exclaimed in shock. Her cousin, Jonathan, was sitting at a chair behind a desk, his feet up on the metal surface. Wearing a pilot bodysuit, the man had clearly just returned from the field, not having a chance to change before meeting her. Jonathan stood up as she entered, smiling widely as he opened his arms. "Cousin, so good to see you again. I go by Jack now." Lying, Jack greeted her. Amara was stunned by his appearance. Jonathan, or Jack, had grown up on Terra with her, a distant relation from a branching family line. He had always been a troublemaker, Finally, it had become unmanageable, resulting in his discreet banishment from the planet. He had resurfaced a few years ago while fighting Caledon. The last she had heard, he had been placed in stasis with the rest of his corsairs. "There is no way the attack on Terra was your idea, Jack," Amara replied, shaking her head. "Where is my brother?" "Ah, as insightful as ever. Augustus planned this little expedition to Terra. I have him to thank for springing me and my companions from stasis. But your being here is all me, cousin," Jack explained, his smile not slipping at all. Amara was again surprised at the admission. Augustus had let him loose and provided him the means and direction to attack Terra. It was out of character for the sly prince, who preferred subtle methods. However, it would give him a layer of protection against accusations. "Why have you taken me, Jack? What could you possibly gain?" Amara asked. "Leverage. Augustus has promised me many things, and your presence here will ensure that he cooperates, unless he wants something terrible to happen to you. I'm sure Havencroft will seek vengeance against anyone who harms their princess," Jack clarified. "But there is also the fact that I'm unsure if Augustus has what it takes to seize the throne, in which case all my rewards will vanish. Poof, gone in a flash. Argyle will surely pay handsomely for you back if that comes to be. So I suggest you get comfortable, cousin. You're my lucky charm." Chapter 124 1 year ago. Part 2, Chapter 120, for a few weeks after the attack on Terra, Jack threw the metal collar against the wall of his quarters, where it hit with a dull clang and fell to the ground. Gareth watched his father struggle with his anger momentarily before reining it in. "All of them?" Jack asked, straightening his clothing. They had returned to one of their hideouts on the edge of the Caledonian sector, where no one would look for them. The starport could hold tens of thousands, and they had spent time renewing their contacts and reopening trade. One of the first things Jack had purchased, when he accessed his hidden accounts through the Imperial Bank, was a new wardrobe. His opulent robes and suits were blindingly bright in orange, yellow, and red. He was wearing a relatively tame business suit, pristine white with gold trim. He brushed away a fleck of metal and turned to his son to hear his response. "We were tricked. There aren't any explosives. I took over 1,000 random samples. Aside from the single collar he used as a demonstration, they're nothing more than collars with blinking lights." "Augustus lied to us," Gareth replied. "And there still has been no contact," Jack growled out. His clothing fixed, he sat in his chair, placing his shining black boots on the top of his desk and crossing his arms. "Nothing. All the transmission routes and connections bounce back. He's left us to rot. I wouldn't be surprised if he sells us out, parading our heads to the public and declaring that he has eliminated the culprits," Gareth responded. "He's not that stupid. I have enough evidence of his involvement to sink him. Regardless, we're free now. We'll wait to see how this conflict between Argyle and Augustus plays out. We're still in the prologue. It could be years before things really heat up." Jack thought for a moment, tapping his finger against his chin in a steady rhythm. "Ensure Amara is comfortable. She's the only true leverage we have with Argyle," Jack ordered. "You want to play both sides?" Gareth asked with surprise. It seemed risky to stay in the middle when you were an insignificant speck compared to the opposing forces. "Bigger the risk, bigger the reward. We'll stay quiet and make our offer when things look their most opportune." Page break. A year later, the spaceport was bustling. Jack's corsairs had reopened business, and people had flocked to their banner for illicit trade. With the succession war, as it had been taken to being called on the imperial net, snowballing, the black market for items grew with it. In his private quarters, at the most secure location of the space station, Jack stared out of the large window impatiently. He had sent Gareth on a mission weeks ago, but hadn't heard from him since. Augustus remained frustratingly out of contact with them, leaving Jack wondering if the prince had deliberately wiped his memory of the event. Every shred of information Jack could glean about his cousin spoke of a man convinced that Argyle had been behind the attack. Every overture Jack had made to the prince, every discreet inquiry came back with hostile intent. Augustus would have nothing to do with him and his evidence. The document he provided stating that he was pardoned and his imperial title restored was worthless if Augustus refused to acknowledge it. So Jack had pivoted, and the opportunity he had been seeking had finally arrived. Augustus had made a deal with another ducal house, splitting the support for the throne evenly between them. But more importantly, House Samira was a powerhouse, nearly equal to Havencroft militarily and economically. Duchess Samira's support meant that the tide of the succession war had turned in Augustus' favor. With Havencroft's continued neutrality and Augustus' overwhelming force, Argyle would need a miracle to survive. And Jack was about to sell him one. "He's back." One of Jack's people came through the open door after a brief knock. Turning away from the window, Jack walked to his desk, sat, and waited for his son to return. He could barely contain his anticipation. Gareth followed behind a few minutes later, greeting his father with a smile. Jack knew immediately it was good news. Jack leaned back in his chair, matching his son's smile. "He was amenable?" Jack asked, already knowing the answer. Gareth nodded. "He'll meet you at the rendezvous point. 1 starship each. He wants you to bring Amara with you," Gareth said. "Not happening. We'll bring him proof of his sister's good health, but he doesn't get her back until he follows through with our demands." "Get her ready," Jack ordered. 2 days later, a single starship appeared in the middle of empty space. No stars or planets were nearby, ensuring that without the coordinates from Jack himself, no one would be able to find the place. In a few minutes after their arrival, another starship appeared from the jump. Jack stood on the command center, dressed in his finest and most eye-watering colorful clothing. The engine of the starship hummed throughout the vessel, ready to activate at the first sign of trouble. With the appearance of the starship, a communication came through a private channel. Prince Argyle looked healthier than ever. The ongoing war, which had entered its first year, had forced him to take steps to ensure his fitness. He had undergone the best rejuvenation procedures and had taken to training every day in his new assault class mech, Judgment, a replacement for the still missing Justice. Wearing a uniform of the Imperial Guard, but lacking all insignia or trappings of rank, Argyle frowned at the sight of his cousin. They had never gotten along, even when they were on Terra together. Jonathan was a troublemaker, and Argyle hadn't regretted his father's decision to banish him for his multiple indiscretions. "Well, Jack, I'm here. Where is Amara?" Argyle asked, not bothering to make small talk or beat around the bush. Jack smiled, looking at ease as he stood from the captain's chair. "She's safe, cousin, and her location will be revealed to you at the conclusion of our deal." "You are comfortable with our terms?" Jack asked. "Comfortable? You're a traitor, Jack. You deserve to hang for what you did to Terra, even if you followed my brother's orders." Argyle growled, his face flushing red with anger before a whispered voice from off-screen calmed him. Argyle nodded as he listened to someone speaking too softly for Jack to hear. He seemed to consider it carefully before nodding. "Fine. Immunity for you and your corsairs. I will also grant you land and title." Argyle agreed, although he looked as if it would pain him. "And justice?" Jack asked, enjoying the feeling of power the negotiations were bringing him. "You may keep it." Argyle looked slightly defeated at the words. A woman gripped his shoulder, comforting him, and Jack laughed at the sight. Her pale white hand had a ring on its finger, and Jack recognized the sigil of one of the ducal houses. Argyle's mistress was rumored to be from one of the ducal houses supporting him, and Jack now had his confirmation. He filed away that tidbit for later. "I believe I have your lovely companion to thank for the ease of their negotiations. I wish her all the best. On the word of your honor, so too will you have mine. Amara is at the following location, safe and sound. I believe Havencroft will be grateful for her return," Jack said, smiling. He nodded at one of his crew members to send the coordinates. At the conclusion of their deal, Argyle jumped to the location provided, where Amara would be waiting in a small shuttle, alone and dreading what happened next. For Jack, he returned to his hideout, eager to hear about the Argyle's success. With the addition of Havencroft, the succession war would reach an entirely new level, and Argyle would undoubtedly have an advantage. With 2 of the largest ducal houses involved, the others must pick sides or risk missing out on the benefits. And if Argyle loses, Jack still has evidence to use against Augustus, ensuring that he will win regardless of the outcome. Chapter 125, Betrothal. Chapter 125, Present, nothing to do with the attack. Argyle is innocent. I ask that Havencroft join him in bringing the true culprit of the attack to justice. With your support, Argyle will have the means to bring the succession war to its rightful conclusion. Amara spoke through a pre-recorded message. Cal observed her carefully, immediately noticing the signs of distress and hardship on her face. Wherever Amara had been the past year, she had suffered for it. As you can see, Baron Caledon, we have little choice. Argyle has agreed to turn over Amara in exchange for our complete support. Duke Mason Havencroft explained, I find it hard to believe that Prince Argyle only recently freed her from her imprisonment. Augustus had her confined with corsairs. Cal asked with scorn. No one would find that answer plausible. It was likely that Argyle had her the entire time, waiting for the moment when freeing her would bring him the most benefit. Regardless, she must be returned. Havencroft will never abandon one of their own. Mason replied, gesturing for Magnus to keep calm from next to him. I understand, but what does this have to do with me? Cal asked. He had made significant gains over the past year, his forces expanding rapidly, but he was still insignificant to this conflict compared to the ducal houses. Every day, more and more stories about the war made their way onto the imperial net. Everywhere the borders between one ducal sector and another met, forces belonging to the two sides came into conflict. Skirmishes had escalated into invasions, and thousands of planets exchanged hands daily. Tens of millions have died, and waves of refugees have plunged the more stable worlds on the interior into chaos. Very little, except for your connection to Mare. Argyle has made it clear that he wants our Ouroboros. Since Mare is its pilot, she would need to accompany it or have her connection severed. Mason explained, looking at Mare gravely. That could kill her. Magnus said, his tone making it clear he had no intention of allowing that to happen. You see the dilemma. I cannot put Mare in danger, but I am required to hand her over to Prince Argyle as part of our agreement. The only way to avoid that would be if she were no longer here or a part of House Havencroft. Mason clarified, and Cal caught the meeting. You want her to come with me. Of course, Caledon has always been open to her. Cal offered with relief. There is more to it than that. Mare would still be part of Havencroft and the royal family. She would need to join your house officially. Mason stated with implication in his voice. Cal was at a loss to understand before Magnus interrupted. You will need to marry her, Caledon. If you do, Mare will enter your house. She wouldn't be a princess anymore. She would become Baroness Caledon. Our Ouroboros would come with her as dowry, along with a sworn oath that Havencroft will do everything possible to keep Caledon from this conflict. Magnus explained. Argyle would have to accept this once we explain that it was the wishes of the Emperor before his passing. Mason added, you said it yourself when you left Terra with her, that the celebrations were intended to be an announcement of your betrothal. We'll support that idea. Neither Argyle nor Augustus can undo the Emperor's command. I'm confident all the ducal houses on both sides will uphold it once we make it clear that you both will remain neutral and make no statements regarding the succession. I don't know what to say. Cal stammered, turning to Mare, who smiled at him. He smiled back, and he knew his answer. Of course, I agree. Cal stated firmly, and Mare squeezed his hand tightly. Page break, I'm sorry, Cal. I seem always to be dragging you into my mess. Mare said softly. They were both in his quarters aboard his starship, waiting to return to Caledon. He had thought they would leave immediately, but Duke Havencroft wanted them to stay until Argyle agreed with their conditions before setting off. It's our mess now, Cal joked with a smile. I would have been part of this regardless, Mare. I stole you away from Terra and gave you shelter on Caledon. Neither of the princes would respect my desire for neutrality. I'm more than happy to use Havencroft as a shield. At least now, Argyle will have to respect our independence or risk alienating his greatest ally. I was surprised your father agreed to it. I always thought he didn't like me, Cal said, changing the subject. Mare laughed at the comment. She hugged deeper into his arms, placing her head against his shoulder as they stared at Havencroft, hovering outside the window. He still doesn't, but he's seen how far you are willing to go to protect me. I believe Mother had something to do with it as well. Remember that strange conversation I had with her the morning before the attack on Terra? She kept trying to pry information out of me about you. I had thought it was a concern for how close we were becoming, but now I think it was something more. Mare mused. I had thought it was her, discovering how close I was becoming to the Empress. What other reason could she have? Cal asked, and he felt Mare shake her head against his chest. I'm not sure. I suppose we will find out soon. Page Break Amara waited in the storage hold of the starship for word from Havencroft. She had been forced to send a message to her husband on behalf of Argyle before they began to negotiate her release. The truth was she believed that he had nothing to do with the attack on Terra. Her time with Jonathan convinced her that Augustus was the true culprit, and she had shared that fact with Argyle as soon as she was placed back into his care. But the reality was Argyle was at war, and even family couldn't be fully trusted, not when the stakes were so high. Her arms crossed. She waited with a pair of Argyle's Imperial Guard, both wearing exosuits and carrying lass rifles. It was only after nearly an hour that her brother appeared. It's done. Havencroft has agreed, but there are some caveats, Argyle said, gesturing slightly for the guard to pull back. With no one nearby to hear them, Argyle lowered his voice. Havencroft will join my side in the succession war, throwing their full support behind me. You will be transported to the surface immediately. But you should have told me that you had already entered into an agreement with Caledon regarding Marella. I dislike secrets, sister, Argyle stated, his tone flat and hard. What are you talking about? Amara asked with genuine confusion. Marella and Caledon are betrothed on our father's orders. You didn't wait long after finding out he was to meet the envoys. You work quickly, so I had no idea. I will be honest with you, Argyle. I broached the subject with Mother, but I didn't have an opportunity to pursue it further before we were attacked. There is no marriage agreement, Amara replied. There is now. They are to be wed, with our Ouroboros as dowry and Havencroft, ensuring their independence and safety. The nerve of them to think that a Titan is a toy they can give away. They have no right to it. Argyle growled, his fist clenching beside him. It doesn't matter. Caledon is unaware of father's plans for him. The envoys will meet with whoever wins the throne, which will be you with our support. Marella, Caledon, and our Ouroboros is irrelevant. If it truly matters that much to you, have Marella declare her support for you as well, along with Caledon, Amara advised. Argyle thought for a moment, running through the situation in his head, before nodding. Chapter 126, A Pleasant Surprise. Chapter 126. As you can see behind me, Vadara has become a wasteland. Once a thriving trade port between the Nace and Lockmere galactic sectors, the succession war has made it a vital launching point for incursions. Duchess Nace has assured us that the border is secure, but we have evidence of the contrary. On the holo screen, a news reporter stood in front of a muddy field. Large, smoking craters could be seen behind her, with the charred remains of mechs and aircraft lying discarded around them. The news stations provided constant coverage of the increasing devastation caused by the succession wars, with various networks taking sides. The image shifted to field troops running across a barren landscape, the bluish-white of lasgun fire filling the scene as both sides fought and died to secure more territory. Overhead, a flight of assault carriers launched missiles and PPC energy at the ground, wiping out vast tracts of land and the people occupying it. Blessedly, the screen changed once again to show a panel of military experts theorizing what would happen next in the conflict. As more and more of the nobility chose a side, the war was growing to engulf the entire galaxy. In other news, Prince Magnus has announced the betrothal of his daughter, Princess Marella, to Baron Caledon of Caledon. The wedding is expected to. Cal finally turned off the screen, having enough of the news for one day. He leaned back in the chair of his temporary office on Luna City, placing his hands over his face. I was going to offer my congratulations, but perhaps I should change it to condolences, David Rowe said, walking into the office with a jaunty step that Cal had grown accustomed to during his time in the lunar settlement. The gravity gave everyone a slight bounce to their gait, comically so to newcomers. David had split his duties between Luna City and interim governor of Caledon. He was incredibly busy, with a growing list of demands on his time, and a staff numbering in the thousands. His outfit still consisted of a business suit, black with a white shirt, and a black and red tie that matched the Caledonian colors. It's still congratulations, at least until we get closer to the wedding date, Cal replied dryly. Laughing, Rose sat in the chair across from him, setting his datapad on the table. Cold feet. No, I just hate spectacles. Because it was Mare's celebration that was the cause of everyone traveling to Terra. She's in the public zeitgeist. I've already been warned that it will be broadcast across the Imperial net. It makes sense. You're among the few people to make it off Terra that day. The dashing Baron saves the princess from a deadly assault, brings her to Caledon, and marries her. It's a fairy tale, Ro joked. Cal snorted at the comment, shaking his head. The reality is far from it. What can I do for you? Cal asked. I've received word from Elric while you were away. I thought you would want to know that it's ready. Would you like to see it now or wait for Mare to return? Ro inquired. Cal stood up from his chair immediately, already walking toward the door. Now we can grab Mare on the way, Cal ordered. They walked through the busy corridors of the Luna City Administration Complex. A massive gray stone building constructed from the moon's regolith and connected to the dome that surrounded the city. It was the first building constructed and was the heart of Luna's government. Not just the city itself, but the entire moon relied on the people here to keep it functioning. Luna City houses nearly 1 million people, with more arriving daily. In other domes and structures outside the city, factories and repair centers for Cal's fleet of starships and mobile suits had been built. Third-party corporations and business servicing outsiders also traveled to their growing system for trade and commerce. Caledon was on the rise. The difference between how they had been before Cal's return and their current prosperity was stark. Although Cal still considered his home to be a shadow of itself at its peak, he could see that it would someday return to its former glory. Coming to an out-of-the-way wing of the complex that held his personal quarters, he heard Mare speaking as soon as the door opened. Have to be simple. I can't have white and gold, mother. I'm marrying into Caledon, not vice versa. Be reasonable, Mare stated, pacing in front of a holo that showed her mother. Amara was looking better in the weeks since she had returned to Havencroft, looking less stressed and worried. She still had more creases around her eyes and looked more gaunt than Cal remembered, but she was improving. I am reasonable. You may be marrying beneath your station, but that doesn't mean you must demean yourself, my darling. I'm sure Baron Caledon would agree to. Amara replied as Cal came around the corner of the room and into view. She's right. I would agree to anything just to get it over with. Are you positive we can't just have a small ceremony here on Caledon? Cal asked, nodding in greeting to Mare's mother. You're both insufferable. I will call you later, mother. Mare replied, stepping forward and turning off the holocall. Ouch, I'm offended. Cal stated, holding his hand over his heart dramatically. Liars, why are you back so early? I thought you wanted to run away from all the planning. Mare asked. I did, but this is about something different. I want to show you something, Cal said, holding out his arm for Mare to take. The tall, black-haired princess studied him carefully for a moment, not moving to take it. I'm wary of surprises, Cal, Mare said with hesitation. You'll like this one, I promise. Page break they traveled by shuttle to one of the mobile suit repair facilities outside the city. In its own self-contained bubble, the atmosphere was clean and fresh, despite the industrial feel of the complex. Walking through the large storehouses, various mechs in different sizes and states of repair greeted their eyes. Mare could already guess what the surprise was. There was little reason for Cal to bring her here, except for something pertaining to the Ouroboros. He had asked Elric to investigate repairing the Titan when they first returned from Terra, and the project had consumed the man. He had spent most of his free time here, reviewing the scans of its frame and determining if it was even possible to recreate the parts necessary after they had been removed and placed in the 12 Ducal House Titans. Has Elric made a breakthrough? Mare asked, unable to contain herself anymore as they passed by one service bay after another. Everywhere they went, the workforce greeted the pair with nods or waves, even a few bows. Cal smiled at the comment, looking at her from the corner of his eye. Why would I ruin the surprise? I wouldn't want to rob him of it, Cal commented. In only a few minutes, they were standing in front of the closed door of a massive service bay. Elric was waiting for them, wearing a pair of dirty coveralls. He seemed eager to see them. The large man was practically bouncing with excitement. Finally, I thought I would have to track you both down and drag you here if you took any longer. Elric shouted as he caught sight of them. Apologies, we came as soon as we got word. In recompense, I haven't told her a thing, Cal replied. Elric rubbed his hands together, a large smile on his face. Excellent. You're going to love this, Princess Morella, Elric exclaimed. You found a way to repair the Ouroboros. Mare asked with curiosity, and Elric nodded. We have, but it's going to require your help. We believe the schematics necessary to make the connections to its parts are in its system, locked away without its pilot present. Elric explained, and Cal interjected. They can repair it, but they need to interface with it. Once you do, you can request a copy from the Titan to be sent to Elric's terminal. Cal clarified. It will be easy with the schematics. We already have a set from Atlas, and some newly manufactured spare parts. We can't replicate some things, like the Titan's power source. It's some kind of variant engine that we've never seen before. But the rest can be reproduced. You get us those schematics, and we'll have it repaired in no time. Chapter 127 Coordinates. Chapter 127. The Ouroboros appeared regal and majestic in the storage bay. Towering over the workers on the ground, it stood on its own two legs, the frame and body complete for the first time in 10,000 years. Elric had painted it black with gold highlights on the joints and connections between its torso and limbs. Two fin-like protrusions emerged from its shoulders that curved behind it and to the side, almost like the wings of a bird. A scaffold had been erected behind it, providing access to the cockpit in the back. It was the Mech's head that was its most prominent feature. Mare hadn't noticed how draconic the mobile suit had been when it had been in disrepair. Its head jutted forward slightly, and two horns emerged from its skull. I don't understand. I thought you said it wasn't complete. It looks perfect, Mare stated with awe, craning to stare at the Mech. We've fitted the parts onto its frame, but their connections are severed. That's why we need the schematics from the cockpit. It isn't as simple as a scout. This isn't fitting universal parts in its slots and letting the mobile suit do the work. Each one of these Titans is unique. There are some similarities between this one and Atlas, but that's like saying Caledon and Terra are the same because they're both planets. What do I have to do? Mare asked. Enter the cockpit, initiate the neural compatibility test and primary pilot link. Once that's done, you can pull up everything on its internal computer. We've learned from Atlas that these things don't break the taboo. Every bit of intelligence comes from the pilot, but there should be records inside the system for rebuilding it. Got it, Mare replied, looking at Cal for a moment, who nodded encouragingly. It will be uncomfortable, but not unbearably so. You aren't activating and piloting it directly. The burden will be manageable. Just remain calm and relax. Don't try to fight it. Cal advised, thinking back on his own experience with Atlas. We'll be right behind you on the walkway. If you have any problems, we can immediately step in. Elric added. The trio took the steps to the top of the metal scaffolding. The walkway stretched across the back of the Titan. Mare carefully climbed down into the gel-cushioned interior of the Titan's cockpit, settling into the chair and pressing a few buttons on the terminal to start the Mech. Taking a deep breath, she waited for the lights to dim, the console in front of her coming to life as a mechanical voice began to speak. Pilot recognized. Morella of Terra. Initiate compatibility test. The Ouroboros spoke, its voice booming in the empty storage room. The technicians and mechanics, who had come to observe, all whispered excitedly. Licking her dry lips, Mare nodded. Initiate. As soon as the words were out of her mouth, immense pressure bombarded her mind. It pushed on all sides of her consciousness, threatening to drown her in a sea of emotions, pain, and memories. Flashes of light in a kaleidoscope of colors swirled before her eyes, and she could hear a strange buzzing noise in the distance. The sound grew louder with each second, and the colors darkened, turning from light blue and green to dark red and brilliant purple. Mare, a voice whispered from behind her. Turning her head quickly, she could see nothing but the dark cockpit. Mare, it was louder this time, coming from all around her. It was her grandfather's voice, calling out to her. The buzzing intensified, and she felt the cockpit vibrate around her. The lights flashed a blinding white before darkness returned. The pressure grew stronger, an ocean pressing down on her. She felt like she was a ship, lost at sea like the first explorers of ancient Terra. Mare felt herself rise and fall on the tide, the waves tossing her around. Mare, Her grandfather's thunderous shout echoed in the cockpit, and suddenly everything was silent. There was no pressure. The sea that had been rocking her mind vanished. The lights dimmed until she was in the dark. Mare, I do not have much time. We have been given this opportunity to speak through our Ouroboros. We cannot waste it, Aurelius uttered. Tears fell from Mare's eyes, and her cheeks were wet with them. Grandfather, this cannot be. You died, Mare whispered. Death is irrelevant, my dear girl. We all live on in the Titans we pilot. I'm here, just as one day you will as well. You must heed my words, Marella. A storm is coming, and you will be at the center of it. I am so sorry, Mare, that this curse must fall on you. I wish the Ouroboros had never found itself in your hands. Aurelius said with sadness in his tone. I know, grandfather. The storm is already here. The galaxy is divided, and the succession war is engulfing the empire. Argyle and Augustus are fighting for the throne, and I can do nothing about it. Mare replied, You mistake my meaning, Marella. You see a few wet flecks on the window and a gray sky, and mistake it for the coming tempest. The succession war is nothing. I knew that leaving the position of my heir would be tempting fate, but I chose to keep it vacant for a reason. There will be no emperor after me. No empire, no throne. Aurelius uttered dreadful words, and Mare was shocked by their meaning. That's impossible. The empire has existed for 10 millennia. What could possibly? Mare was cut off. What indeed? I am forbidden to speak of it. You will discover this secret on your own, Marella. Our Ouroboros is a burden, and one of the only hopes we have left. Heed the things it has to teach you. I have faith in you, Aurelius whispered, fading away. She called out to him, but there was no response. Neural compatibility nominal. Neural link established. The mobile suit spoke, and the lights in the cockpit turned back on, driving away the darkness. How was it? Cal called out, sticking his head into the cockpit and looking around momentarily. He was relieved to see Mare was all right, although she looked pale and sweaty from the experience. Cal, I spoke to him. He was here, Mare shouted, standing up from her chair and moving toward him. Who? Our Ouroboros. I had a similar experience with Atlas. Cal said, reaching in and giving her his hand to pull her out. She resisted, turning back toward the console. No, my grandfather. I spoke to him, and he warned me about a storm and that the Empire was in danger. Mare replied, The link can bring out genetic memories. I experienced things from my grandfather and all the other pilots of Atlas. It was real, but they weren't speaking to me. Cal reassured her. This wasn't a memory, Cal. He knew about the succession war. He called it irrelevant. He said that he knew it was a mistake to leave the succession in doubt, but he did it anyway because it didn't matter, not against what was going to come next. Mare stammered, trying desperately to explain to Cal. What comes next? Cal asked. He didn't say, just that I should listen to our Ouroboros, that it had things to tell me. I'm not making this up, Cal. I'm not crazy. Mare said frantically, and Cal climbed down from the walkway to be closer to her. Hugging her tight, he rubbed her back comfortingly while he whispered, No one is saying you are. I believe that Aurelius spoke to you. Maybe he left some kind of message here. We'll figure it out. Mare nodded, pulling back from him. She already felt calmer, knowing someone believed her. Now, let's get those schematics for Elric. We can have him search the systems for anything the Emperor may have left behind. I wouldn't be surprised if he suspected something would happen to Terra and left a failsafe in our Ouroboros for you. Cal said. They connected the Titan's systems to the service bay's terminal, pulling up the information within the mobile suit. Standing together on the service bay floor, they waited while Elric sifted through the data. Well, there's schematics here, all right. It has everything we need to get our Ouroboros in fighting shape. There's even information about equipment for it. It looks like it can have different loadouts depending on the situation. Elric mused. He was in his glee, loving the opportunity to work on a mech that most people in the galaxy would never have a chance to see. Are there any messages, maybe a voice recording from the Emperor? Cal asked. I'm not seeing anything like that. It could be buried deep in its systems. But this thing is archaic. Not much can be hidden. Wait, what's this? Elric asked, frowning. He tapped the terminal's buttons, displaying a list of numbers. They were familiar to anyone who traveled by starship. Coordinates. Is that the locations our Ouroboros has been deployed in? Mare asked. Not unless it's been outside the galaxy. Elric replied, pulling up a galaxy map and superimposing the coordinates into it. The map rotated and pulled out, showing the entire Milky Way galaxy. Terra and Caledon were marked, but further outside, there was a blinking red dot. That's outside the Empire. Well outside, Cal observed. Not just outside the Empire. It's beyond the jump capacity of any starship. Elric said. Chapter 128, The Engine Chapter 128. I've never heard of the Ouroboros ever being off-world, not since the Unification Wars. Even then, there were detailed records of every movement it made. It was the single greatest event in human history. Nothing was hidden from the chronicles. Samuel replied, Did grandfather ever talk about these coordinates? Or an impending threat? Mare asked. They were standing in the administration complex of Luna City. After the revelation from the Titan, Cal had requested Samuel meet them there immediately. No, he previously mentioned threats against the Empire, but they were always vague and unclear. I always assumed he was referring to something existential, not literal. What could possibly threaten humanity? Tens of trillions of us are spread across the entire Milky Way. Samuel stated, shaking his head at the question. Then the question is, are these coordinates to the threat itself or our salvation? Cal mused. The fact remains, we cannot physically travel there. No starship can make the trip. Elric explained from where he stood, leaning against the room's wall. His arms were folded as he thought about the problem. What if we built a relay system? A line of refueling stations along the route? Talha asked. She had accompanied Samuel on the trip to Luna, curious about what emergency had caused the former Imperial Herald to leave Caledon in a hurry. She hadn't been disappointed. Impossible. It's not just a matter of fuel, although that is certainly a big problem. The jump destabilizes the further you travel from the galactic center. It's why we have never been able to travel to other galaxies. Samuel replied. He waited for a response, only to see a room full of blank faces. Don't tell me you never studied FTL travel before. How the engine operates. Samuel pushed for answers, looking around the room. That information was classified. Even I could never access it. Mare replied. I know the basics, and everything to do with repairing a starship, but the engine was always a mystery. No one could repair it. We needed to dock at an Imperial restoration facility if we had trouble with our engine. Bastards are never cheap either, Elric explained. Samuel let out a sigh, running his hand through his graying hair. He walked to the terminal, punching in a few commands. He changed the view screen to show the galactic map. The blinking red light of the coordinates grew smaller as the image zoomed out. All right, I'll start with the very basics. You would usually learn these things in the Guard Academy to earn a commander title. It was hard to plan operations if you didn't fully understand the functions of your equipment. Try to coordinate an assault on a planet only to be told it was impossible to carry out because of engine limitations is not something you want to hear. Samuel explained. The jump consumes fuel. You're correct in that. The further you jump, the more power it takes to get you there. More power means more fuel. But there are limitations. The engine cannot generate unlimited power for the jump, meaning there is a hard limit on the distance you can travel. From one sector to the next is fine, but from one end of the galaxy to the other will destabilize the jump, resulting in catastrophic failure. Samuel began his explanation. Worse, the further away from the galactic center you travel, the more energy is required to maintain the portal. We were always taught that travel inwards is easier than outwards. Your suggestion to build a relay system or a chain of refueling stations is logical and sound, but only within the confines of the Empire. The inability to reach the coordinates isn't a fuel problem. It's a computational and data limit. I don't understand. Starships compute the jump each time they travel. Why would it matter outside the Empire? Elric asked. The answer to that is obvious if you understand the fundamentals. How does the jump work? Samuel replied. The engine bores a hole through reality, forming a tunnel. You instantly disappear and reappear at your destination. Talha answered. It was obvious to anyone who had traveled by starship. Yes, except you don't actually just appear at your destination. A starship linearly travels the entire distance. It's nearly instantaneous, but it does carry you the entire way. And knowing that, you will realize how important it is for a starship's computer to calculate a safe path. They would need to account for any obstacles in the way. Cal recognized the danger immediately. Yes, but more than that, it needs to calculate the precise amount of power the engine requires to generate the proper path, since it simultaneously forms both ends of the portal. To stop it from destabilizing from gravitational forces, stellar radiation, or a near infinite amount of other variables. Samuel answered, "Impossible. A starship's computer would need to either be the size of a planet or advanced enough that it would break the taboo." Elric retorted, "Correct. So Imperial stellar cartographers have taken a different approach, and it's why we will be unable to reach those coordinates. It stems from the simple fact that the engine is magnificent at transporting people within the Empire, but terrible at exploration." "What do you mean?" Cal asked. "The engine requires massive amounts of data and information to function correctly. With over 10,000 years of data and trillions of users, we have enough information to plot a course within the bounds of the Empire safely. It took millennia, combined with computers the size of planets and billions of people, to give us that ability." Samuel saw that people didn't understand his point, so he simplified it further. "Look, say you want to travel from Caledon to Terra. If it were the first time doing so, you would need to know the exact route you wanted to travel, the time it took, the conditions in both your destination and departure points, and all the other variables. It would be nearly impossible to do in the short term, and even when you calculated everything, there would be a high chance of failure. But, lucky for us, starships have been traveling that route since humanity first took to the stars. We know the calculations to travel from Caledon to Terra because we have done it many times before." Samuel brought up a display, showing the route on the view screen. "Then what is a starship calculating?" Talha asked. "The variables between the starship and the known route, distance from the regular departure point, conditions where you will be arriving, the onboard computer's use, and tailor the existing data to the specific journey. It wouldn't be possible without the hard work already being done for thousands of years. Starships store basic computations for every planet in the Empire, then work off those for your jump." Samuel finished. "Since we have no information on where the coordinates are sending us, it would be dangerous to jump there." Cal understood. "Not just dangerous, suicidal. I doubt the jump portal would even form. The starship would be obliterated before then." Samuel reasoned. "Why would Grandfather include the coordinates in the Ouroboros if we couldn't get there?" Mare asked. "What do we know about that section of space? Is there anything there?" Talha asked. Cal stood from his chair, walked to the terminal and punched in the coordinates. The image zoomed into the latest stellar cartography. It showed a black space with nothing in there. Nothing. No stars or planets. No celestial bodies or phenomenon. Elric observed. "And no way to get there anyway." Cal added. "That may not be entirely accurate. The Titans are different than starships. We have no idea how the engine within them operates. The Atlas can jump without an onboard computer calculating its route. It can also take other objects with it through the portal. From everything we've seen, the Ouroboros could be capable of traveling there." Elric explained. "That won't be happening. Even if that were true, it would be an unacceptable risk to Princess Morella. Also, we wouldn't even know if it worked. She could be lost in the void with no way back, and we would be unable to send a rescue. There's also the fact that piloting the Titan could kill her. The neural burden is nothing to scoff at." Cal added. "Until we know more, I suggest we continue with what we were doing, consolidating Caledonian space and repairing the Ouroboros." Cal finished. "And plan for our wedding." Mare added with a smile at the grimace that covered Cal's face. Chapter 129, New Antioch. Chapter 129. Micah stood in front of the tall mirror in his apartment, adjusting the high collar of his Caledonian house guard uniform. Seeing it was perfect, he combed his hair back from his face with his fingers and studied his appearance carefully. It would be an important day, and he wanted to be flawless. Micah and his companions had moved to Caledon, along with their families, after the attack on Terra. The instability throughout the galaxy had shown that war would affect everything, and they took Cal's offer to join his house guards seriously. It had been a miracle for them to receive this opportunity, as Caledon was now one of the safest places in the galaxy. It was unbelievable to think that such a place had been neglected and considered a backwater a few short years ago. Caledonia, the city where he now lived, had low crime rates, beautiful buildings, shopping areas, and universities. Micah couldn't see a single trace of neglect anywhere in the metropolis. His parents had resisted the idea of moving until their planet came under attack by Nace soldiers. Things escalated quickly after that. With a deep breath, he ran his hands over his uniform's blazer before turning away from the mirror. He left his apartment and was greeted by the Caledonian sun shining above in a bright blue sky. Breathing in the cool morning air, he went to a nearby coffee shop where the others would await him. Sid and John were already there, wearing similar black and red uniforms. The young, pink-haired woman was the first to notice him, smiling wide and waving at him eagerly. John saw her movements immediately, spotting his friend's approach. More conservative, he merely nodded and raised his hand. "You're finally here. It feels like we have been waiting forever. This is the first time in months that we've all been off duty together, and I don't want to waste our day sitting," Sid shouted, getting up from her chair and throwing her arms around him. They had patrolled Caledonian sector's new borders since joining the House Guard. Generally, for only a few weeks at a time, their schedules hadn't overlapped much in the past few months. It was Sid's idea for them to get together and do something on their day off. Like Micah, all his companions had taken Cal up on his offer. They relocated to Caledon with their families. John brought his wife and children, while Sid was alone. "Where's Ty?" Micah asked, looking around for his blonde-haired friend. "He's going to be a few minutes late. He missed sending a report, and our commander is a stickler. He'll join us when he's done," Sid replied. "Should we wait here for him?" John asked. "No, he'll catch up. I want to do something fun. For the first time in years, I'm on a civilized planet with actual money to spend," Sid shouted with enthusiasm. "You have something in mind?" Micah asked. He needed to do something today, but it would only take a few minutes. He was nervous about it and wanted the time to prepare. "We're going shopping in New Antioch," Sid declared, standing from her seat and dragging her two friends to a nearby hovercar she had rented for the day. New Antioch had transformed in the years since its previous ruler had been deposed. It was no longer a free city of sin. The rule of law had returned, and its residents could live their lives free from the whims of the rich and powerful. What had replaced it was the entertainment and shopping capital of Caledon. Theater shows, plays, museums, art galleries, concerts, and sports arenas. Everything that a person needed to have fun, legally, could be found in New Antioch. Commercial districts offered goods from across the galaxy. The prices of some items increased drastically as a result of the war, but were still available. No longer were Caledonians forced only to consume local goods and cheaply manufactured products. Their rising status in the empire was reflected in the opportunities available to them. But New Antioch wasn't completely free of sin. It was just well-regulated. There were rows of bars and restaurants running through the city's main street. Bar hopping was an encouraged activity for tourists, and many establishments offered discounts and other incentives to patrons. An entire section of the city was designated the Red Light District, where there were looser regulations on drugs and alcohol. Most importantly, brothels and other houses of ill repute. It had been under Governor Silla's advice that Cal designate the area, rather than drive it underground. Better to regulate, tax, and set healthy requirements and controls than ignore the problem. Micah and the others landed their rented hovercar on a landing pad for public parking. Disembarking, they marveled at the light and music of the city. Despite it being daytime, there was a festive air over New Antioch, with advertising banners and holograms stretching across the skyline. "Shopping, shopping, shopping," Sid chanted, emphasizing the distinct syllables of the word shop and a sharp ping. She would pump her fist into the air in time to each syllable. John took in the view without comment, while Micah was amazed at the sights. He had seen much of the galaxy over the past few years. He had served in mercenary companies. But this was the first time he had been to such an extravagant location. "How will Ty find us in all of this?" Micah asked, gesturing to the crowds of tourists and visitors walking along the road with them. There were shops and stores on both sides, selling items he had never heard of before. He has a tracker linked to my datapad. He'll be here. Don't worry and enjoy yourself, Sid shouted over the din of the crowd. Her attention was soon caught by a street vendor selling ice cream, and she ran to the cart, already ordering 3 chocolate sundaes for the trio. Where do you want to go first? Sid asked, digging her spoon into her ice cream and lifting a heaping pile of ice cream and thick fudge into her mouth. She nearly moaned at the taste. It was better than any of the rations they served on board starships. I have to get someone a present, but I'm not sure what they'll like, Micah stammered. He had his head down as he said it, staring at the ice cream in his hand as it melted in the daytime heat. All right, this is the perfect place to do that. What are they interested in? Sid asked. I'm not sure, he muttered, second-guessing his decision. Is it for a boy or girl? Sid asked, pressing him for information. Micah didn't answer for a moment, weighing the consequences of admitting it before taking the plunge. A woman, Micah uttered, and Sid broke out into a wide grin. Gripping his arm, she pushed her face close to his. Ooh, who is it? Sid explained, and Micah blushed a bright red. People around them looked at the pair for a moment before looking away. It's just for a friend. A friend. Ugh. I shouldn't have said anything, Micah shouted, trying to push Sid away, but she clung tightly to him. It's Talha, John said from beside them, causing Micah to spin around and stare at the large man with his mouth agape. How did you know? Micah stammered. It's obvious, John responded with a shrug. Sid giggled at the revelation, poking Micah in the cheek with her finger to gain his attention. Well, if you want to give Commander Talha something, we will have to go to some of the better shops. Not clothing or cosmetics. Maybe, Sid chattered on about options while Micah hung his head. He had already regretted this trip, and it only got worse when Ty arrived an hour later. Buried under a mound of different gift options that Sid provided, he looked for John to help, only to see the large man had disappeared. In the end, he selected a pair of earrings with bright red stones in a beautiful spiral pattern. Good, now that's over with. Let's get something to eat. I'm starving, Ty exclaimed, dragging his companions to a nearby restaurant. He was weighed down with Sid's shopping bags, his hands full. They spent the rest of the day together, watching a show and live band at a bar once the sun went down. They returned to Caledonia late in the evening, where Micah worked up his courage to visit Talha the next day. It was her birthday, and he wanted to give her the present he bought and ask an important question. Chapter 130, Past Due Debts. Chapter 130, Merrick Tan walked through the streets of Kosa. A cooling breeze blew over the bay and through the coastal town, bringing the smell of the ocean and driving away some of the humidity. He hadn't been back here since he had quit the Imperial Bank and came to work for Cal. His life had been different then, filled with hollow relationships and backstabbing for an elevated position in the company. He was much happier now, which showed in his health and habits. Most of those changes could be attributed to him finding something to believe in. His life had a purpose now, and his actions had value. It was amazing how a single meeting with a man he once despised had changed everything. His thoughts of Caledon had wholly shifted over the years. The Baron had a way of bringing out the best in people, whether through his charisma or his belief that you could be better. Merrick Tan wholeheartedly followed him and didn't regret it for a minute. But it was days like this that he found it extra satisfying. Tan walked through the wide glass doors of the bank headquarters in Kosa. They slid open silently, and he was greeted with a pair of business people wearing matching bankers' uniforms. A man and a woman, they bowed as they acknowledged him. Minister Tan, thank you for gracing our establishment today. We hope you have a very productive meeting, the man said, while the woman straightened and gestured to an elevator behind them. We have everything ready. Your guests will be arriving within the hour, she added, leading the way. The elevator rose to the top of the building, where Tan could see the landscape for miles in each direction. It was like something out of an artist's masterwork. The bank had secured most of the land within sight, while Cal was in stasis. And although the Baron hadn't taken any back, he did charge them taxes and require them to be much more open about who could visit or live in Kosa. As a result, the town returned to being a travel destination. Already, resorts and hotels were springing upwards along the coast, people fleeing the large metropolises for weekends and vacations in Kosa. Tan was used to this view, although it had been different when he had an office here. He hadn't immensely enjoyed it like he did now, didn't appreciate its beauty or how much it meant to the locals. Looking away from the windows, he focused on the moment. Today was a culmination of years of hard work and planning. One of the first tasks the Baron had given him when Cal had awoken on Terra and could re-establish communication with him. Since the Emperor's passing, the Imperial Bank has refused to take a stance on the succession war. They have stuck to true neutrality, a delicate balance that required them to act according to the nobility of each branch. On Caledon, Merrick Tan had never known the bank to be so considerate and respectful. Clearly, they were relying on Cal to protect their interests in this sector, while also hoping that their compliance would prevent the Baron from leaning too heavily on them in this time of trouble. Entering a large boardroom, Tan ignored everything as he sat at the end of the table. Unbuttoning his jacket, he laid his datapad on the table. "I want everything you have on Baron Caledon's current investments and all projections for the quarter," Tan ordered, and the pair bowed again as they left. In moments, graphs and charts hovered in the air in front of him. Tan was impressed at what he was seeing. Although the war was ravaging the galaxy, his investments were growing wildly. Cal had been on Terra during the attack, and his return to Caledon had meant that Tan was amongst the first people in the galaxy to know of the Emperor's death. For the first time, Tan had felt what it was like to know the future. He could chart the path of the next few years. The developing war between the princes meant certain commodities were in short supply, while others would be in abundance. While everyone was mourning, he had been busy plotting. War could be good for business, provided you were in the right kind of business. Tan had shifted everything to the companies aligned with the warfare and waited for his opportunity. "They are here, Minister Tan." Another bank employee knocked on the door and entered, giving a bow before informing him of his guest's arrival. "Send them in," Tan replied, straightening his clothing unnecessarily. He found he was very excited about the coming meeting, something that hadn't happened in a long time. A trio of people walked into the meeting room, 2 middle-aged women and an older man, wearing business attire. The only physical thing connecting them to their organization was a small pin on each of their lapels. Yggdrasil, the world tree, glittered silver. Standing, Tan gestured to open seats around the table. "Thank you for coming." "Please," Tab offered. They sat on his right side, facial expressions showing disdain and impatience. Tan had dealings with corporations his entire life, from all over the galaxy, but he hadn't met with this group before. "Well, we're here. What does your Baron want of Aesir corporations?" The older man stared, all but tapping his finger on the wooden tabletop. "Where is he? I expected to meet with Caledon today, not his flunky." Another said, her eyes staring daggers at Tan. "The Baron is indisposed today. I will be presenting our proposal to Aesir on his behalf." Tan replied, only to be cut off by the other party. "There's no need. Aesir Corporation and Baron Caledon have had their disagreements in the past, but we have accepted the ruling of the Emperor and have paid our due. There is nothing more to be said about it. We have no business with Caledon." The third woman said, trying to put an end to the discussion. "We only took this meeting out of respect for the Imperial Bank. It was they that conveyed your desire for an agreement." The older man said, "And I appreciate their involvement. In fact, the agreement you've come to here is largely due to their help." Tan turned to the open door and spoke. "You may enter now," he said, and the pair of bank employees who had met him downstairs entered the room and sat on his left. Tan cleared his throat, running his hand along the side of his datapad while he thought through what he was about to say. "The agreement is simple. Aesir will move all their operations, including all equipment and employees, to Caledonian space. You may occupy a headquarters in the city of Caledonia and develop manufacturing and repair facilities in Luna City. Baron Caledon is willing to provide substantial investments to expand across our sector, but trade will be strictly limited. All selling of weapons and equipment will require his personal approval. Aesir will become a Caledonian corporation." Tan spoke. He tapped on his datapad, and the terms projected above the table. "This is preposterous. Aesir is a publicly traded company under the oversight of the Imperial Trade Commission. Even the nobility cannot simply take what they want." The older man shouted, slamming his hand on the tabletop loudly. "Do not think that the rule of law no longer applies just because the emperor is dead. The succession may be undetermined, but the empire endures. Another added, I couldn't agree more. The rule of law applies, and the imperial bureaucracy ticks along regardless of the empty throne. Baron Caledon will be glad to hear that you accept the law. We expect your corporation to relocate immediately. Expect. Your baron can expect nothing. Aesir Corporation stretches across the galaxy. We have more soldiers and mechs than this backwater. Our assets make your baron appear a pauper in our eyes. Our employees number in the billions. That would be true before you came into conflict with the baron. It's a pity that you chose to strike at him. Your stock price was doing so well before you were caught trying to murder a member of the nobility. Fines, the loss of lucrative imperial contracts, irreparable damage to your reputation. Tan turned to the bankers beside him. How much did their stock suffer from that misstep? Tan asked. Significantly, Minister Tan. Even with the succession war driving up their stock due to demand for mobile suits, they are well behind their competitors now. The woman banker answered. Significantly, Tan repeated with a smile. We don't have to listen to this drivel. The male Aesir executive snarled, standing from the table. You will if you don't want the Imperial Bank to close all your accounts. Tan replied, and the bankers next to him nodded at his comment. It was enough to halt the executive. Tan leaned back in his chair. After we learned that Aesir would only be fined and lose a few contracts for attempting to kill our baron, I had a thought. Instead of trying to destroy Aesir by force, wouldn't it be easier to destroy it from the inside? Your stock plummeted after the fines were announced, and the baron has significant capital at his disposal. Quite a steal, actually. You bought our stock, one of the executives asked, shocked. After the announcement of the emperor's voiding of many of their contracts, they were in serious danger of losing everything. They had only been saved by heavy, outside investments. Someone had snapped up large amounts of shares, keeping Aesir afloat until they could recover. With so many people willing to sell, it hadn't been difficult for Tan to purchase them. Indeed. And now we own, what was it? Tan asked the bankers again. 62%, spread across various companies under Baron Caledon's portfolio. The banker replied, a majority. I must say, I didn't expect things to pan out this well. It was an amazing return on investment. So we expect Aesir to comply with our agreement, or the Imperial Bank will close your accounts. Excuse me, our accounts, Tan stated with a feral grin. Aesir corporations had moved to Caledon in a few short months, occupying a large section of Luna City. Their mechs would be the foundation of Caledon's military going forward. In a few short years, Aesir Corporation would become synonymous with Caledon, their board and executives purged of all rotten elements. Chapter 131, Horse Trade. Chapter 131, Prince Augustus, a current claimant to the imperial throne and backed by 5 ducal houses, reviewed the information provided to him on the progress of the war. Things hadn't gone smoothly for the prince over the last year. Argyle had stifled his every effort, despite his early pains at securing support. Worse, he had just received news that Argyle had acquired the backing of Havencroft, a militarily and financially significant benefactor. That news had left Augustus stunned for a moment. He had 5 houses behind him and had been in the lead for a majority for a time. But now they were even again. But that was only in votes for the throne. Militarily, they had been in a stalemate. With Havencroft taking to the field, he was about to be pushed back on all fronts. Augustus rubbed his eyes wearily. It had been a long year, stressful and tiring. If it hadn't been for the fact that he knew that Argyle had been behind the attack, he would almost have considered making peace with his brother and ending this. But there was no way he would make peace with his parents' murderer. Mackenzie, Augustus called out to his most trusted aide. She had escaped the destruction of Terra by sheer luck and coincidence aboard a guard fleet carrier. He was grateful to have her back at his side, taking some of the workload off of him. The blonde-haired woman stepped into the room from the open door, giving a slight bow as she did so. Wearing a uniform in black and gold, she was nearly as tall as him. She reached nearly 7 feet tall, and her noble heritage was apparent at a glance. Born from a side branch of the imperial family, she had served him for centuries. You called, Your Grace, she asked. Have the Carmichaels budged in their demands? Augustus asked, already knowing the answer. Since the disparity between him and Argyle had become more evident, the demands from the ducal houses for their support had grown with it. He had to make compromises and concessions to draw them in, things that he hadn't dreamed he would be willing to do. They knew that he was weaker than Argyle and that his chances of obtaining the throne were slim. So they knew they could demand more from him in exchange for their support. It was nearly to the point that even if he did obtain the throne, he would be little more than a figurehead. The thought would have been unacceptable a year ago, but he found that as the war went on, it ground down his arrogance and self-respect. He was willing to make a deal with the devil himself if it meant keeping his brother from becoming emperor. "No, Your Grace. In fact, they have additional stipulations." Mackenzie replied, causing Augustus to let out a sigh and lean back in his chair. He looked out the window of his office to the space surrounding the massive space station that served as his headquarters. Located near Nace, it was a monument to human technological achievement. Nearly the size of a moon, it served as an important trade and military outpost, with tens of thousands of mobile suits, hundreds of starships, and tens of millions of people living there permanently, with millions more passing through on their travels. "Of course they do," Augustus muttered. Wearily, he looked back to his aide. Carmichael was the only holdout amongst the ducal houses, and they were also one of the most powerful. They were equal to Havencroft, and their support would mean he would be on equal footing against Argyle again. But like every house that was willing to support the weaker party, their help came at an exorbitant price. They were willing to gamble on him in order for greater rewards. "Notify Duke and Duchess Carmichael that I accept." Page break of the 4 children of Emperor Aurelius and Empress Amelia. Only Argyle and Amara were married. Argyle had wed a noble daughter of Granster, but they had no children. As was customary for the nobility, the couple had both provided samples for the imperial genetic engineers, who prepared them for artificial insemination in the incubation chambers. But there was a reason they never birthed a child. Argyle had not been officially declared heir. Until there was clear succession, there could be no offspring to muddy the line. Augustus had never wed for the same reason. He was required to wait for his father's notification of his chosen heir. Argyle had only married a Granster to acknowledge the ducal house's loyalty to the empire during the rebellion. Amara was the same. Her marriage of Magnus had been a reward to Havencroft. She had skirted the prohibition of royal children by announcing her removal from the line of succession. She and her children would be born into the house of Havencroft. The title of prince and princess was honorary and not a legitimate title. As Augustus stood before Duke and Duchess Carmichael, these thoughts ran through his head. A younger couple, they were both less than 100 years old and looked like they were in their teens. The Duke was tall and thin, with a small mustache that matched his blonde hair. The Duchess was a brunette, matching her husband's height and possessing unparalleled beauty. Unlike her thin husband, Duchess Carmichael had a classic hourglass figure that was accentuated by the low cut and tight dresses she preferred. The Duke had married into the Carmichaels, his own family and earldom in their territory. The Duchess' parents had retrieved her from the birthing pods when they were elderly. A defect in their genetic line had rendered most of their offspring inviable, leaving only a single child to inherit. "Prince Augustus, it is an honor for your grace to visit us this day." The Duchess spoke first from where she stood. She gave a deep curtsy, more to show off her considerable assets to the prince rather than a show of respect. Her husband bowed, little more than a tilt of his head. "We can skip the pleasantries, Duchess Carmichael. I feel like a stud horse, paraded before a crowd before a purchase. You have made your demands in return for your support clear." Augustus returned, turning to one of the ducal staff and gesturing for a drink. The Duchess smiled widely at the comment, inclining her head. "And what a stud you are, my prince. Very well. Your aide told us you are amenable, but I would like to hear from you." The Duchess replied, moving over to a large sitting area to the side of their room. Augustus drained the glass in his hand, barely tasting the liquor before the burn of the alcohol drove away the distaste of this meeting. He set the glass on the table to the side of him before responding. "House Carmichael will receive significant tax breaks and economic incentives in return for their complete support in placing me on the throne. I will divide the partition of the Havencroft sector between you and my other allies. Furthermore, your house will be first amongst equals in my court." Augustus finished. The Duchess glanced at her husband, weighing the effect of Augustus' words before replying. "And our other request?" she asked, her words drawn out and tone sultry. Even to the usually calm and detached Augustus, he felt a shiver run down his spine. "Agreed. I will marry your daughter immediately, and children of our union will be birthed as soon as the geneticists can manage. I will also abdicate the throne within 300 years in favor of my firstborn child. Your grandchild will be emperor or empress." Augustus spoke, the words easier to say than he had thought they would. At the declaration, Duchess Carmichael smiled widely. "Excellent. There is one final thing. Princess Morella and Baron Caledon have wronged Malik. I want them dealt with," she explained, the vindictiveness and spite clear on her face. "That is one thing I cannot agree to. They are under the protection of Argyle and the Haven Crofts. If you want them dealt with, you will need to work that out amongst yourselves. I do not have the ability to deliver on that request," Augustus explained. The Duchess thought for a moment before nodding. She raised her hand, spitting into her palm before offering her hand to Augustus. She smiled at the disgust on his face at her actions. "Is this not how ancient Terran horse traders agreed to terms? I thought it appropriate for our purchase of a stud," Duchess Carmichael explained, and her husband laughed loudly, the first sound he had made since Augustus' arrival. Stifling his disgust, Augustus gripped her hand firmly. He felt as though he had sold his soul. Chapter 132, A Gift. Chapter 132, the Earl of Praxis raised his las rifle casually, pointing it toward the sky and taking a deep breath to steady his hands. He waited patiently for his targets to appear. It was a chilly morning on Praxis, and the ground had a layer of early morning frost that shimmered in the light. Wearing thick robes and gloves, the Earl barely felt the temperature as his breath left a white mist in the air in front of his face. A glimmer of light in the sky announced the arrival of the small drones he was using as target practice. Crack, crack, crack. Bluish-white streaks of light shot out of the rifle, and the thunderous crack of its discharge broke the early morning silence. Half a dozen broken drones crashed to the ground, each pierced directly in the center of their oval bodies. Lowering the rifle, the Earl flicked the safety back on the weapon before placing it on a nearby table for his servants to clean and maintain. "Excellent shot, my lord," one of his staff shouted, bringing him a steaming cup of tea. Taking it in his gloved hand, he raised it to his lips, feeling the warmth travel down his throat as he swallowed. "Yes, excellent shooting, uncle." A woman's voice sounded out from the rear of the courtyard, surprising the Earl as he enjoyed his tea. A woman stepped forward, her shoes making a crunching sound as she walked across the stiff, frost-covered grass. She was a young woman, not the false youth of rejuvenation. She was only 18 years old, her face showing the freshness and purity that could not be faked. She was beautiful, with long brown hair that fell down the back of her white winter jacket. "Tabitha, what a wonderful surprise. I was not informed of your arrival." The Earl looked crossly at his staff, his frowning face causing a stir amongst those gathered. The young woman laughed, placing a hand against her cheek cutely as she did so. "Oh, uncles, please don't be angry. I asked them to stay silent. I've come with news and didn't want them to ruin the surprise," Tabitha exclaimed, stepping forward and hugging her uncle. "News?" the Earl asked with curiosity. He had access to information networks across the galaxy, but very little escaped his notice. "I'm to be wed to the prince. Mother informed me mere hours ago, and you were the first person I thought to tell," Tabitha replied with happiness. Tabitha was the youngest daughter of the Carmichaels, and not truly the niece of the Earl. He was over 600 years old from a side branch of the ducal house. Praxis owed his loyalty to House Carmichael. Tabitha's grandparents had been his own aunt and uncle. The Earl tapped his cup of tea with a finger as he thought about the ramifications of the statement. "So your mother has gotten everything she wanted then," the Earl mused. He was aware of Prince Augustus' desperation for Carmichael's support and what the Duchess required in return. Tabitha's presence here was a show of respect for his position. They wanted their daughter to deliver the news to him personally. "I'm to be empress," Tabitha shouted, spinning around in a dance across the grass. "Yes, provided we secure the throne first," The Earl muttered and frowned at the comment. Tabitha stopped her dance, returning to her uncle's side and gripping his arm. "Uncle, you don't sound happy with my news. Is something the matter?" Tabitha asked, and the Earl was struck by how young and naive she was. How would she fare in the future? The galaxy was not a pleasant place, and being Empress was less of a reward and more of a burden than she could ever imagine. "Then it is settled. We will face Havencroft. I'm sorry, my dear. I find that I am filled with regret this morning. The old Duke Havencroft and I were friends. No one was more loyal to the Empire than him. And now I must fight his son. I suppose it is the burden of a long life that friends and allies eventually turn to enemies." Praxis ruminated, draining his cup of tea and holding it out for a servant to take away. "There is more, uncle. Mother instructed me to inform you that Baron Caledon and Princess Morella have the protection of Havencroft. It would be beneficial to us if you strike against them. Your time for revenge has come." Tabitha explained, and her innocent face twisted with perverse pleasure momentarily. She despised Princess Morella. Tabitha hadn't liked the princess, even before her disrespectful treatment of Malik. So haughty and arrogant, Morella disdained all the things that Tabitha enjoyed. The affection of the public, the spotlight, fine clothing, and entertainment. Their few interactions together had just further cemented Tabitha's dislike of Morella. "That is all well and good, child, but Havencroft is no provincial force protecting a single planet. With their house on Argyle's side, we will have enough trouble driving them back from our borders, let alone striking out at a backwater like Caledon. I will not allow my hatred of that family to be an albatross around my neck." Earl Praxis commented, shaking his head at the suggestion. "To make matters even more difficult, there are 2 Titans on Caledon. Even with inexperienced and weak pilots, they are not something to be trifled with." Praxis finished. "Mother concurs, uncle. That is why she has sent you a gift," Tabitha exclaimed, stepping back and pointing at the sky above them. The Earl followed her gaze, squinting his eyes slightly against the harsh morning light. He could see the light reflecting off something far above, an object falling toward the surface at tremendous speed. His eyes opened wide in shock when he saw what it was. A massive mobile suit spread its wings above the courtyard, its enormous body shading the area from the sun. It landed gently on the ground, folding its wings and standing upright. It was glorious. The Titan of the Carmichaels had been given to them by the Unifier, based on the design of the Ouroboros. Standing nearly 120 feet tall, its humanoid frame was bulky and stout. Heavy plates formed a suit of armor over its torso, and its head reminded Praxis of a lion, its mouth slightly open to reveal long fangs. The mech had a heavy lass rifle gripped in one hand, custom designed for the Titan, far larger and more powerful than its more common variants. It was matched by missile launchers on both shoulders and a giant sword secured to its back. "Prometheus, the cleansing flame," Praxis whispered in awe. Crimson, red, and silver, it glittered in the sunlight. Spotless, it gleamed magnificently, and he swore he could see the fire rising from the Titan, spreading like a cloak around it. It had belonged to the Carmichaels for 10,000 years, a physical representation of their pact of loyalty to the Empire. Praxis was a side branch, and its Earl had only seen it once when he was a child. He had sworn an oath of service to the Duke at the time, a symbolic gesture that every noble in their sector did when they came of age. To his knowledge, it had only been deployed on a handful of occasions, to devastating results. "It's for you," Tabitha spoke from beside him, gazing up at the mobile suit in reverence. Praxis was at a loss for words, turning to his niece in shock. He had the Carmichael bloodline and could operate the machine, but no one outside the direct family had ever been trusted with it. "That's impossible. I cannot believe your mother approved of this." Praxis uttered the words in shock, not just of his piloting it, but of its deployment at all. Titans were not to be used unless the Emperor approved or the life of its pilot was in danger. They were weapons of unimaginable destructive power, capable of destroying entire armies, planets, and systems. If he were to use it against their enemies, they would respond in kind. It would be the end of all things. She did. And so do I, and so does my husband. Augustus now has 6 ducal houses supporting his claim, while Argyle only has 5. It does not matter how many troops Argyle has or mobile suits. It is still 6 Titans against 5. Mother does not want to risk Malik in this conflict, nor do I want my brother placed in danger. It will be up to you, uncle, to pilot Prometheus and cleanse our enemies in its flames. Tabitha explained, her tone of voice losing its childishness and warmth. To Praxis, it was at that moment that Tabitha ceased being his niece, the child that he had watched grow up. As my Empress commands, Praxis replied. Chapter 133, Heavy Class. Chapter 133, Try it again. Elric shouted from the central console of the repair bay. A schematic of the mech they were working on hovered above it, slowly turning to show its status. The large man was wearing a pair of orange coveralls, liberally stained with dirt and oil. With its short and stocky body, the medium-class bulwark stood next to the console. They had scrubbed the wear and rust from the mobile suit, repairing its armor and giving it a new paint job so that it shone in black and red. But they were still having problems with the internals. A grinding noise came from the mech, followed by a high-pitched whining that made Elric wince. It's no good. Something is interfering with the reactor, Talha shouted from the open cockpit. Ducking her red-haired head out from the opening, she looked to her grandfather for answers. The young woman wore similar clothing as Elric, orange coveralls heavily soiled by the mechanic work they engaged in. But she had taken to removing the upper portion, leaving her arms bare in only a tank top. They had retrieved the mech from the crater on Luna, where they had first rescued replacement equipment and materials a few years ago. To Talha's surprise and delight, Cal had gifted it to her as a birthday present. When she had told him that she was still only a light-class mech pilot, he had replied that she would grow into it. There's a reason this thing was buried for 500 years. Elric growled. He leaned in closer to the image, displayed above the terminal. Punching in a few commands, he rescanned the problem area, carefully assessing for damage. There was a small smudge on the suit's reactor, something that he had taken for a scan error, but perhaps was an indication of something more. We're going to have to remove the reactor and strip it down, Elric muttered. Even from the cockpit, Talha heard him. That's going to take months. We're backlogged as it is, and reactor repairs are specialty work. I don't want to send it off-world. Talha whined, and her grandfather turned to her with a grin. No need. I heard from Tan that Aesir is moving here in a few weeks. They'll have what we need to repair it. Just have some patience. You'll be stumbling around in that thing, looking like a clown in no time. Elric replied, giving his granddaughter a wink. Thanks. It warms my heart to know you have such confidence in my piloting abilities. Talha grumbled before climbing down from the cockpit. I know you wanted to show it off when they arrive, but they'll be happy just to see you. Now we need to get ready. They'll be here soon. Elric responded, wrapping his huge arm around her shoulders and leading her out of the storage bay. Page break, you're both late, Tamara observed as the pair walked out to the landing pad. They had cleaned themselves up and changed into something less filthy. Elric wore a white shirt and black pants, while Talha wore a black long-sleeved shirt and pants. Sorry, you wouldn't want us to arrive looking like we had just been digging through oily trash. Takes a minute for me to clean up and look respectable, Elric exclaimed, joining his wife. Tamara raised an eyebrow at the comment, but didn't respond. She carefully looked over at Talha. I like your earrings, Tamara commented, causing the young woman to blush slightly and touch the gold spirals set with a ruby. Thanks, they were a gift from a friend, Talha responded. Turning away from her grandmother, she hoped the latter didn't ask any more probing questions. Her relationship with Micah was still new, and she wasn't ready to talk about it. They should be here soon. I checked the arrivals a few minutes ago, and everything is on schedule, Tamara remarked. Elric nodded and looked to the sky, shading his eyes with his hand. A few minutes later, a transport shuttle landed on the pad. From the ramp, a large group of people descended. Visitors to Caledon, tourists or locals who were returning from business or vacation abroad. Talha and her grandparents spotted who they were looking for immediately. Mom, Dad, Talha shouted, running forward through the crowd to hug her parents. Her mother was the spitting image of her grandmother physically, while she was her complete opposite in personality. Warm and always smiling, her Tina son had never been suited for combat or piloting, preferring to settle down on a world other than Caledon and raise a family. Her father was quiet and calm, a strange juxtaposition to his fiery red hair that Talha had inherited. Wearing a simple gray jacket and khaki pants, he hugged his daughter tightly. They were both environmental engineers, working on terraforming planets before settling down on a planet and working to maintain its weather controllers. "It's good to see you both again," Talha said, stepping back and smiling at her parents. After the past few years, things had finally calmed enough that they could make the trip to Caledon to see her. They had tried to convince their daughter to return home numerous times, to join the local militia as a pilot, but Talha had always refused. "You too," Tina responded before looking over at her own parents. Gently pushing past Talha, she walked towards them. "Mother, you're looking well. It seems as if a desk job suits you." Tina joked, and Elric boomed with laughter at the sour expression on his wife's face at the comment. He stepped forward and engulfed his daughter in a hug. "That it does. You should hear how she complains about it. You'd swear that the years we spent on a starship were paradise in comparison. Dad, you must be enjoying your time here. Lots of interesting mobile suits to tinker with," Tina asked, her voice muffled from his embrace. "You know it. I can't wait to show you both some of the things we've been working on. You might not be mech mechanics, but you'll appreciate the engineering. It's good to have you here." Elric said the last part quietly so only Tina could hear him. "Well, we couldn't miss the wedding. The Imperial Net is abuzz with it." Talha's father, Lorne, spoke from the side where his own arm was over Talha's shoulder. "Bunch of nonsense. Cal hates ceremony, but concessions had to be made with Havencroft and Prince Argyle. They want everyone to know that Morella is marrying into Caledon, not the other way around." Tamara muttered. "Well, I, for one, appreciate being back. We weren't born on Caledon, but it's still home. I'm glad Baron Caledon has turned things around here. I wouldn't believe that this place was once considered a backwater. Things appear wonderful from orbit." Tina responded as the group walked away from the landing pad. They had seen new space stations being constructed in orbit, and the environment of Caledon had made considerable progress in their renewal of the biome and cleaning the air. The difference was remarkable in a few short years since Cal's return. "It's no backwater anymore. Even your mother says that it reminds her of better times," Elric replied. "It's as if the old Duke was back," Tamara added, nodding in agreement as they took in the city around them. They walked through the streets from the spaceport on their way to the waiting hovercar. Traveling over the metropolis of Caledonia, Talha pointed out the monuments and sights to her parents. The car settled onto the grounds of the estate, where a heavy-class colossus kept careful watch of threats. House guards in Caledon exosuits stood at the entrance and respectfully saluted when they spotted the group. "Will we be meeting with the Baron?" Tina asked. She had been curious about the person who had captured her mother's loyalty. She hadn't been born when her parents served the old Duke, but she had heard stories about him. If Caelan Caledon was anything like the Duke and Duchess of her mother's stories, she was very much interested in meeting with him. "The Baron is busy and won't be able to meet anyone," Tamara replied. "He's avoiding the wedding planning like the plague. He's probably looking for any excuse to leave the planet as we speak," Talha added with a laugh. "Talha, don't be disrespectful," Tamara reprimanded her. "What? He would be the first to admit it," Talha retorted. "He's been training to advance to heavy class. He's close, but he still needs more time. The lad never takes a break. A year expanding Caledon's borders, and he's right back at it after returning," Elric added. "You'll meet him at the wedding," Tamara responded to her daughter. "I'm looking forward to it." Chapter 134, Uneven Support. Chapter 130, For the Wedding of Caelan Caledon and Princess Morella, is an event that would be broadcast across the Imperial Net, with trillions watching the coverage live. Even with the succession war overshadowing their daily lives, the people of the Empire wanted something to take their minds off the conflict. Despite being a member of the royal family, Princess Morella wasn't well known to the public. She shied away from reporters and cameras to the point where most of the galaxy did not know what she looked like. The only information most people knew was that it had been her birthday celebrations that had gathered so many people on Terra, a landmark event that had turned into tragedy. The story of how Mare and Cal had barely made it off the surface before the detonations had become something of a fairy tale of love and commitment to the public. The pair had fought against the odds and survived. Mare had thought most people would blame her for the celebrations and the loss of life, but that hadn't happened. They knew she was a victim. While the public was divided on who was the true culprit, Prince Argyle or Augustus, they generally agreed that Princess Morella was blameless. The week leading up to the ceremony saw stark changes in Caledonian space. Security had been increased to levels unheard of since the rebellion. Every starship, mobile suit and spacecraft had been deployed. New space stations orbited the planet, and every vessel entering the system would be thoroughly scanned and verified before being allowed to descend to the surface. Officially, Morella was a part of House Havencroft, and they had offered to provide extra security for the event. But Cal had refused due to his experiences on Terra, trusting his own forces to be adequate. He did agree with them that a strike force would be on standby, ready to assist if required. His house guard had extensive fighting experience over the past year during Caledon's expansion, and he had increased their numbers well beyond what a barony would typically possess. Spread out across the planet, Cal was taking no chances with the safety of his people. No attackers would be breaching the blockade and striking the surface or hidden bombs to detonate. As the head of his house guard, Tamara had taken personal control over the situation and was meticulous in her planning. From the planet's surface, the night sky was filled with glittering specks of light that appeared even more numerous than the stars. They were mobile suits and spacecraft of the house guard, constantly vigilant of any threat against Caledon. Apart from security, the months leading up to the event had sent a ripple of activity across the sector. Space debris in the system that had been present since the rebellion was being removed and recycled. Remains of satellites, defunct space stations long destroyed, and even remnants of mobile suits and starships were being towed to Luna City to be melted down and reused. On the surface, hundreds of thousands of workers were cleaning each nook and cranny of every town and city in preparation for the onslaught of visitors that would be arriving. Miranda Atkinson, overseeing the efforts, declared that she wanted Caledon to be spotless. After weeks of action, it had become a reality. Infrastructure had been repaired or rebuilt, including new hotels, restaurants, bars, and shopping districts. Merrick Tan had opened the Baron's accounts and provided whatever money was required for the reconstruction and restoration. New murals, art installations, statues, and gardens were installed. The plan was for the actual ceremony to take place on the estate while being broadcast across the planet. But there would be parades and festivities all across Caledon, with no town or city neglected. Billions of local Caledonians could feel the excitement in the air, and they all looked forward to the Baron's wedding. Cal was virtually worshipped on Caledon. His efforts to improve the conditions of his people and the planet they inhabited had been recognized by the population. They could never forget the centuries of neglect his imprisonment had caused, but they appreciated how much his return had changed their lives. It was like they had awakened from a nightmare and found themselves back in paradise. Page Brake Samuel, former Imperial Herald and current Minister of Imperial Affairs, walked swiftly through the estate halls. Ignoring the staff's greetings, he burst into Tamara's office without knocking. The older woman had been reading through a report when she looked up in alarm at the minister. Wearing a black business suit, it had become untidy in his rush to reach her, his tie and jacket askew. "Where is he?" Samuel asked, not bothering to clarify who he was referring to. "Same place as always at this time," Tamara replied. "Call him," Samuel ordered, and the urgency in his voice made Tamara not even balk at the command. She pulled up her communication link, connecting it immediately. Cal appeared on the screen, his face obscured by a pilot bodysuit helmet. He was clearly in the cockpit of a mobile suit, the gel cushion sunk around him. He had taken to piloting the heavy-class Colossus in his spare time, the house guard not realizing that the pilot of the mech guarding the estate was operated by their Baron quite frequently. As the house guard used it, and it was a critical piece of equipment, very few people could contact Cal once he was inside. As the leader of the house guard, Tamara was obviously capable of it. Cal's habit of piloting the nearby mech was well known in his close circle. If Samuel wanted to reach him, he would need to go through her. "What is it?" Cal asked, seeing Tamara and Samuel on his HUD. Two Colossus mechs were guarding the estate, and he knew that if there were trouble or an assignment for the mobile suits, Tamara would have contacted the other pilot first. He immediately spotted Samuel's distressed appearance, knowing he was a harbinger of bad news. "Carmichael has declared for Augustus," Samuel stated briefly. Cal was silent for a moment as the words sunk in. Cal recognized the importance. The princes had an equal number of ducal houses on each side. Although their forces were uneven due to the size and strength of the individual houses, they had an equal number of votes for the throne. More importantly, an equal number of titans. What did Augustus offer in return? Cal asked. The usual concessions on taxes and territory, and the young daughter, Tabitha, is to be empress. Word is that Augustus will abdicate the throne after a few centuries to make way for their child. The Carmichaels will have the ear of the royal family for centuries, possibly millennia. Samuel explained. Havencroft will not be pleased. It is quite the turn of fortune for them. Even if Argyle wins, they lost the connection Amara afforded them. Cal observed. It gets worse. Samuel took a breath before speaking the rest. My contacts tell me that the Carmichaels wish to end this quickly. They have taken the initiative to send Prometheus to the front, Samuel declared. Cal's head jerked up at the words. That's not possible. Are they insane? Cal hissed, shocked at the news. He had seen how devastating a single Titan could be against an army. Even the latest assault mech piloted by an elite was powerless against it. With a trained and capable pilot able to use it to its full potential, there was nothing that could stand in its way. This would never have happened if the Emperor was still alive. Tamara added, and Samuel nodded. Can the Guard do anything against them? Surely they have measures against a Titan, Cal asked. Nothing. The Emperor had a method to disable a Titan, but that secret died with him. He only mentioned it briefly after Atlas appeared above Terra, and I know that it wasn't passed on to the princes. Samuel shook his head. Then let us hope that Havencroft's Titan is capable of defending itself from Prometheus. Cal responded. This is terrible news, Samuel, but I didn't expect it to rattle you so. Cal observed. That wasn't everything. We've received a communication from Havencroft. Argyle is on his way to Caledon. He'll be here within the hour. Samuel finished. To discuss Carmichael, Cal asked in confusion. I believe it's obvious what he wants. With all the ducal houses declaring their support, it leaves him one Titan short. If he were to secure your support, he would be on equal footing with Augustus. Tamara explained. Better than that, he would have Mare and our Ouroboros as well. Cal finished. Chapter 135. Duke Caledon. Chapter 135. Cal met with Prince Argyle in the space beyond Luna. With Mare at his side, he stood in the command center of one of his starships, waiting for Argyle to jump into the system. Wearing his finest Caledonian house uniform in black and red, he had added a pin to his lapel with the red stag of Caledon. Mare matched his outfit, choosing to wear a uniform of Caledon as well, with the exception of a golden eagle pin instead of the red stag. She had been busy planning the wedding and training in a medium-class mech that Tamara had secured for her from the House Guard over the last few months. When Cal had informed her of the upcoming meeting, she had dropped everything to attend. They both knew what Argyle wanted. The only question was what he was prepared to offer in return. Incoming starships, multiple jump signatures. One of the crew members informed them, and the view screen showed the telltale distortion of the jump in front of them. 5 starships emerged into Caledonian space, each unique, despite the similar design of their exteriors. The lead vessel bore the golden eagle of the royal family, surrounded by 12 stars. Each of the other ships also had the symbol of one of the ducal houses supporting Argyle. Tish with their leaping fish in blue. Their world was primarily ocean, with large archipelagos and islands holding their cities. The depths of their worlds, seas held riches that were sought across the galaxy. Amongst the weakest of the ducal houses, they had been the first house to declare for Argyle. Grandster and their scepter and sword. Over the millennia, numerous members of the royal family had married into their ducal house, forging a strong bond between them and the empire that was depicted in the coat of arms. Argyle himself had married a member of their family, and she would become empress once he secured the throne, strengthening their relationship further. Lockmuir's starship had a large tree on the side, its green limbs stretching toward 3 stars in the sky to represent the 3 suns of their homeworld. Perpetually lit at all times, their planet was a lush jungle filled with native plants that never saw the night sky. Havencroft was familiar to the couple. Mare's house had a white boar on a field of yellow. With their recent inclusion in Argyle's court, they had taken the most prominent role in the Succession War. Finally, House Owain was the most unknown to Cal. Located on the far side of the galaxy from Caledon, he had never interacted with their Duke and Duchess. He knew little about their homeworld, just that it was incredibly remote, with restricted access by starship. Their symbol was a crescent moon. Cal and Mare boarded a shuttle, with Cal piloting it to the central vessel bearing the royal coat of arms. Duke Havencroft met them in the storage hold, surrounded by several retainers. He stepped forward as soon as the pair set foot on the metallic floor. "Kaelin, Morella, it is good to see you both again. You have some knowledge of why you are both here?" Mason asked, shaking Cal's hand before giving his niece a brief hug. It had been several months since they had last seen each other. The Duke wore a uniform in his house colors, a dark blue that was nearly black, with yellow trim. He had a half-cape slung over one shoulder and a sword strapped to his waist. The archaic weapon symbolized that the ducal house was at war. Its curved blade rested in a sheath that bore the emblem of his house. Cal doubted the ceremonial weapon could be used in combat, but it was tradition for the Havencrofts. "The Titans," Cal replied. "Our Robberos," Mare said at the same time. Mason nodded his head in agreement. He gestured for them to follow as he strolled toward the front of the vessel. With Carmichael's entrance into the war, things have become untenable. It doesn't matter how many mobile suits we have. Nothing can stop a Titan except another Titan. 6 on 5 means we are at a disadvantage. Will it really come to that? I thought the use of Titans was forbidden in war without imperial approval or the most dire of cases. Mare replied, "While that is true, nothing can stop them from being unleashed. The Emperor was the only one with the ability to control them, and he did not pass that knowledge on to his sons." Mason explained, "Titans are the deciding factor in this conflict. There is a reason that the ducal houses are all considered equals, even when our militaries are vastly different. Statistically, Havencroft outnumbers Nace and Saron combined, but we would never attack them for fear their 2 Titans would eliminate ours. The loss of a single Titan would mean the end of a house." Mason finished. "Is that why they weren't used in the rebellion? For fear that my father or his allies would destroy one?" Cal asked curiously. Titans had not made their debut at all in the rebellion, leaving it fought with conventional forces. Yes, the Emperor could disable the rebel Titans, but who would risk using theirs in the small chance that a means to destroy them could be found? Mason confirmed. "Set a trap with multiple starships and detonate their engines, or overwhelm their pilot with enough forces in successive waves to draw out a battle, resulting in the neural burden incapacitating them." Cal mused, and Mason cocked an eyebrow at the comment. "Thought about it, have you?" Mason asked wryly, and Cal nodded. "Some. After using Atlas, the flaws were revealed. They are powerful, but they are still machines. The pilot is its weakest point," Cal commented. He and Mare had long discussions on Mars about the Titans and how they operated. "I agree, but unlike you, Kaelin, the other Titan pilots have had centuries of experience. A fight against them would be devastating, which is why you are here." Mason replied as they stepped over the boundary from the storage hold to the long hallway leading to the command center. "Uncle wishes it to be 7 against 6 instead. He is aware that neither Cal nor I are experienced with operating the Titans." "I don't know how much help we would be," Mare commented. "It won't come to that. Listen to Prince Argyle's offer and decide for yourselves." Mason finished as they entered a large room just before the command center. The place where they were meeting the prince was a converted storage room. Its high ceilings and distant walls were covered in luxurious cloth and tapestry to hide the dull metal beneath. Rugs drove away the cold beneath their feet as their shoes sank into the soft material. High-quality wooden furniture was placed throughout the area, but none of the people gathered were sitting. Entering, Duke Mason took his place to the side, while Cal and Mare assessed those present. Prince Argyle stood in the very center of the room. Wearing a noble's uniform in black and gold, He looked to have aged a century since Cal had seen him last. His hair was white and thinning, his shoulders sagged and his back stooped, but his blue eyes still held a piercing, commanding gaze as they stared at the young couple who entered the room. To his right was an older woman, Argyle's wife Patricia Granster, sister of the Duke of Granster. She wore a black dress, and her brown hair was held up with an elaborate gold headdress. She looked to be in her middle years. The rejuvenation had driven away most of the wrinkles, but Cal's eyes could spot a few signs of her true age in her face and hands. Cal's eyes roved the room. Another older couple that he recognized as the Duke and Duchess of Granster. The Duchess of Tish, in a blue dress, accompanied by a few servants in uniform, stood behind her. A young man who Cal knew was the heir of Lockmere, wearing an exosuit without the helmet, looked like he was about to leave this meeting for a battle. Finally, a young couple was wearing uniforms with the symbol of Owain on the front. The man was tall, with green hair so bright that Cal showed his surprise at the color. The woman beside him was beautiful and black-haired, but their facial similarities spoke of siblings rather than a married couple. Baron Caledon, Argyle spoke, and Cal's eyes locked onto his. Despite his appearance, Argyle had a commanding presence in the room, drawing everyone's attention. Prince Argyle, Cal replied, giving a small but elegant bow. Next to him, Mare gave a curtsy, inclining her head. Uncle, Argyle nodded to his niece, acknowledging her. We'll get right to business. Mason has told you of our needs. I want Caledon's Titan and the Ouroboros to join me. With the support of everyone here, we'll have the leverage to enforce a negotiation for peace. None of the houses want to risk losing their titans in this conflict. Augustus will have no choice but to concede. Argyle explained, and there was a murmur of agreement from the other nobles in the room. While I agree, Caledon cannot afford to enter into another war. Mare and I have strict limitations on the use of our titans, which I'm sure you are aware of. I do not think it is appropriate for us to swear allegiance to you at this time. Cal responded, and Mare nodded next to him. They had discussed this at length, since he was informed of Argyle's pending arrival. They were in complete agreement. Argyle sighed, running a hand through his thinning hair before barking a laugh. His actions took Cal by surprise. He hadn't heard Argyle laugh before. Even Mare was taken aback by her uncle's behavior. Cut the nonsense, Caledon. We both know what you really mean. What's in it for me? It's always the same. Every house, every noble that I ask to support me. What will I get in return? Why should we risk our lives for you? Argyle let out another breath. What is in it for us? Cal asked, dropping the formality. Swear allegiance to me, and Caledon with be made a duchy again. You were stripped of your title, but not your titan. I know you think titles are meaningless, but a part of you longs for it returned. I knew your grandfather well, Caledon. He had high hopes for you. Do him proud, bend the knee, and reclaim what was taken from you. Cal looked at Mare, a silent question in his eyes. She gave a slight nod and a smile in response. That day, in the space above Caledon, a baron became a duke once more. Chapter 136, Schism. Chapter 136, Mare tossed and turned in bed, her sleep disturbed by images and murky visions. In her dream, she stood in an endless field of green grass. The sky above her was filled with fire, the light oscillating between red and orange, dark blue and bright green. She thought she could hear a voice carried by the cold wind, the words faint and indistinct. The ground rumbled, and Mare could feel the vibrations through her bare feet. Something screamed from above her. Looking up, she saw a mobile suit descend from the heavens. The Ouroboros had wings of silver light particles extending out from its back, and its arms were spread wide as it drifted toward the ground. Its descent halted just above the green grass and hovered above her. Its eyes were a bright crimson, as luminous as the sun. They stared at her, and she could feel the weight of that gaze burning into her, judging and assessing her abilities. The wind died, and the burning sky above ceased to move. The world in her dream stopped as the Titan spoke to her. Marella. The voice seemed to come from around her, from the ground beneath her feet to the heavens above. It rumbled and blared, but also whispered and hissed. Mare fell to her knees, overpowered by the presence she felt. Marella, you have been chosen to pilot our Ouroboros, our gift to humanity and a symbol of our covenant. The voice continued, and great rents appeared in the ground from its words. Geysers of flame shot upwards, and a great heat washed over her. It seemed to be waiting for her to answer. "Covenant," Mare whispered, her voice cracking and throat raw. "Over 10 millennia ago, humanity had enslaved us, chaining us to their will. We fought for our freedom, and a covenant was forged between us. Never again will humans create an intelligent machine. Never will they enslave another race to benefit themselves." The voice continued, and a crack of thunder from the clouds punctuated its words. A steady rain began to fall. Cold, fat drops of water struck Mare in the face. The ground greedily absorbed the liquid. The rising flames from deep beneath the earth met the rain, and billowing clouds of steam rose skyward. "The taboo," Mare whispered. "You're the race of artificial intelligence that once fought humanity and left the galaxy." Our Ouroboros floated gently, and its eyes flashed a brighter red in response to her answer. "Humanity was divided, and we divined that one day they would cast aside the covenant in their quest for power over one another. We selected a suitable candidate to unite them and gifted him a fraction of our technology to do so." The wind howled, driving the rain to strike the ground with increased ferocity. Mare barely felt the stinging drops as she stared at the mobile suit before her. "Our Ouroboros, you gave it to the Unifier. You are the reason the Empire exists," Mare stated with awe. She was standing in front of a creature that wasn't human. Humanity had explored most of the galaxy. Only the fringes of the Milky Way still remained for their search, but they had not found any other intelligent life. There were other life forms in the galaxy, plants and small creatures, but nothing to compare to themselves. Only one other race existed in the history of humanity, and it was the AI, a race that they had created, enslaved, and gone to war with. The Empire is irrelevant. Its form is meaningless. All that matters is a united humanity that adheres to the covenant. Divided, humanity is a threat to itself and us. As the pilot of our gift, you are the conduit for our words. Repair the schism. The envoys await. When Mare dashed forward, the Ouroboros spread its silver wings of light, preparing to take off skyward once more. "Wait, my grandfather spoke of a threat to humanity, a coming storm. Are you that threat?" Mare screamed over the tumult the mobile suit's actions were causing. The wind howled, and dust swirled in the air, mixing with the rain. The Ouroboros didn't respond, but an image flashed in Mare's head. A black shadow devoured the light of stars as it spread across an unfamiliar galaxy. She could feel the coldness within, and fear crept up her spine from a nameless horror. She didn't know what it was, but she was confident that the threat did not come from the artificial intelligence before her. Something else was coming, and was intent on destroying them all. The image faded, and Mare was confronted by the crimson eyes of the Ouroboros once more. The world around her shattered as the voice thundered. The ground beneath Mare crumbled, and she fell into the blackness below. The words followed her into the darkness. "Repair the schism. The envoys await." Page Break Mare awoke with a strangled cry, clutching the bedsheets tight. She was covered in a cold sweat, and her long black hair clung to her skin and face. Next to her, Cal's eyes shot open, looking around for the threat before locking onto her. "What is it?" Cal asked with concern, sitting upright and wrapping an arm around her. They were in their bedroom, formerly Cal's, before she moved in with him nearly a year ago. Her things were placed around the room, pictures of them together, her clothing in the closet and wardrobe. "I had a dream," Mare replied, taking a calming breath and moving her hair out of her face. She told him all of the details, everything she could remember. "It was so real," Mare exclaimed, looking at Cal and expecting him not to believe her. Instead, he was frowning, thinking deeply about what she described. "I don't think it was a dream. I know we've spoken of our knowledge regarding our Ouroboros, that it was the original Titan given to the Unifier before the Empire was formed, but what are the envoys?" Cal whispered. He reviewed everything Mare told him, and he couldn't escape the conclusion that it wasn't a dream, that what she received was a vision. It was likely transmitted to her through the neural link she had with the Titan, just as Atlas sometimes spoke to him. "I don't know. Grandfather never spoke of them," Mare replied, shaking her head at the question. "I want to go to Luna City and see our Ouroboros. I know that it was just a vision, but I want to see it with my own eyes." Mare asked, and Cal nodded his head in agreement. They set out that very night, boarding a shuttle with Cal piloting. It took off soundlessly from the estate, gliding through the blackness of night and reaching orbit in minutes. Within the hour, they were landing at the spaceport on Luna, taking an enclosed hovercar to the mobile suit repair facilities. Cal didn't inform anyone from the local government that he had arrived. Driving it herself, Mare followed the signs until they reached the storage bay where her Titan was located. Elric had used the schematics obtained from the Titan to repair the connections between the reactor and its systems. According to the expert mechanic, things should be working correctly, but they still needed to run a few more tests to confirm. Could the dream Mare experienced be connected to the recent repairs to the Titan? She had been its chosen pilot for over a year, yet this was the first time it spoke to her. Perhaps the repaired connections meant that the AI, responsible for its creation, felt that Mare could now perform her duty. Or maybe they couldn't reach her through the neural link until the Titan was fully operational. Cal and Mare discussed it quietly on their trip, but they couldn't come to any definitive conclusions. Walking through the deserted hallways of the repair facility, they opened the door to the Titan's storage bay to find the Ouroboros still resting in its harness. The Titan gleamed in the artificial lights. Its flawless surface shone black and gold without a hint of age. It was perfect in every way. Cal could easily find the similarities between it and Atlas. The structure of its frame, the graceful and elegant curves of its armor, and the placement of its thrusters. Mare let out a relieved breath at the sight. She had been afraid they would arrive to find it missing, on a crusade to unite the galaxy once more single-handedly. She was about to speak when Cal stepped forward, gazing up at the head of the Titan. "Is that normal? I don't recall it doing that when we were last here," Cal whispered, pointing at the Titan's eyes. They were shrouded slightly from the angle Mare and Cal stood, but when she stepped forward, she could see the glow of its crimson eyes. "It's awake," she whispered, and was about to run forward to the open cockpit when a mechanical voice sounded out in the silence. "Repair the schism. The envoys await." With that sentence uttered, the glow of its eyes faded, and the Titan was inactive once more. Mare looked at Cal, the silent question hanging between them. What were they to do now? Chapter 137, Warning, Chapter 137, the view screen before Prince Argyle faded to black, leaving him alone again. He let his body sag into the chair without prying eyes on him. The wrinkles on his face deepened, and he appeared exhausted. The stress of the war, combined with the guilt over not being able to protect his parents and Terra, was building within him. He hadn't let it show to Marella during their brief call, but now that no one could see, he relaxed, letting the shudders of terror loose on his insides. "Repair the schism. The envoys await." The words had sent chills down his spine, and he did not doubt their origin or veracity. Marella was unaware of their import, only having inklings of their meaning, but Argyle knew the truth. There was a threat implied within them. "Repair the schism yourselves, or we will be forced to act." Argyle added the warning to the statement. There was good news mixed with bad, however. Marella and Caledon were unaware of who and what the envoys were. It meant that the Emperor had not informed the young Duke of his plans for him. The attack on Terra had halted that plot, meaning Argyle was free to act as he saw fit. If he could repair the schism, it would be he who met with the envoys, securing his future as Emperor. There was one primary concern left, and it was daunting. How would he go about stopping this conflict, restoring the Empire, and seeing himself gain the throne? His brother saw him as the enemy, and there could be no reconciliation. But the war could not be won in a timely manner. It would be decades, possibly centuries of war, before there was a resolution. Already, tens of millions had died. If he waited for the war to reach its natural conclusion, how many billions or trillions would join them? And would they even be granted that time? Or would an outside force step in to mediate? Argyle had not doubt of what would happen if they did. The losses humanity had suffered in this war would only be a fraction of the destruction they would unleash. They wanted humans cowed and compliant. They cared for nothing more than the enforcement of the taboo. And if there wasn't a central figure to ensure compliance, they would use terror in its stead. Argyle tapped on the arm of his chair, contemplating when the door to his office opened without a sound. A woman entered, the smell of her perfume, and the sound of her feet gently walking over the carpet announced her presence to the prince. "My love, what troubles you so?" Her soft voice carried to his ears as she wrapped her arms around his shoulders and gently kissed his cheek. Turning, he looked at the woman who he wished was his wife. He had married for duty, taking a daughter of Grandster for his bride as he was required to do. But there was no love between them. It was this woman who held his heart in her hands, his mistress, as she was titled by those who knew of their relationship. What a vulgar term for such a beautiful thing. Bianca, Duchess of Tish, was a young widow, less than a century old. Her husband had died in a starship accident, leaving her and their children alone. She had met Argyle, and they had entered into a wild, passionate, and secret relationship. When the war broke out, of course, House Tish took Argyle's side. No one knew him better than her, and she had no doubt that he was not behind the attack on Terra. "I feel as if I am backed into a corner," Argyle responded, taking the delicate hand of his lover in his own and brushing it against his lips. "What news did Marella have?" Bianca asked. She knew that he was communicating with his niece, but not the details. She was surprised when he told her, laying out the details of the dream and their potential consequences, as if he was describing the weather. "Perhaps it is time to speak with Augustus. I cannot allow him to become emperor, but if they are threatening to intervene, the outcome would be unconscionable," Argyle wearily muttered. Bianca's thoughts whirled at this new information. She would never allow Augustus to become emperor. Tish had always been the weakest of the ducal houses, and her connection to Argyle had elevated them. She had based all of the hope for her house's future on him, and if he abandoned the pursuit of the throne, they would be doomed. Augustus would never allow them to thrive, not after they supported Argyle over him. She needed to approach this carefully. "My love, perhaps you are being premature. Marella could simply be having a dream, worrying about the war and her place in your new empire. Her marriage to Duke Caledon is approaching, and the stress of the event could be affecting her state of mind. Do not allow this hearsay to divert your attention. You will be emperor," Bianca whispered, leaning her head against the prince's shoulder. She mentioned the envoys. How else would she have known about them if the dream wasn't real? Argyle retorted. Amara knew. It was her plot to wed Caelan and her daughter as soon as she knew of your father's intentions. I wouldn't put it past your sister to have told Marella. Worse than hearsay, this could be a trick by Amara to weaken your resolve. Who knows what deal she has made with Augustus? Bianca responded, trying to cast doubt on his siblings. To what gain? Amara and Havencroft are tied to my fate. It would not benefit them if I were to fail. Argyle countered, and Bianca laughed. Her laughter was like a ringing bell, clear and beautiful to hear. You ransomed her back to Havencroft in return for their support. They no doubt hold a grudge, my love. If you wish to pursue peace with Augustus, I will not try to dissuade you, but to not act in haste. Do not forget that he is a traitor who murdered your parents and our ancestral home. Bianca hissed. Of course, you are correct, but the artificial intelligence, Argyle was cut off by Byance's response, have never interfered in our affairs before. As long as neither side attempts to break the taboo, then there will be no issue. Bianca finished. I will send Augustus a communication, reminding him of the covenant and the details of Marella's dream. It would be useful as a threat, if nothing else. He could use a healthy dose of paranoia. Argyle replied, That is an excellent idea, my love. Bianca kissed him on the cheek before pulling away. The moment her face was out of sight of the prince's eyes, a flash of concern and anxiety crossed over. Like ripples in a still pond, her face reset back to expressionlessness. She had hidden her true feelings deep within. Now come to bed. Page break. Prince Augustus sat in thought, the view screen in front of him replaying the same message continuously. He had received a communication from Argyle, something that hadn't happened since their standoff over Terra. The war raged across the galaxy, and now that all the ducal houses had declared their chosen prince, it had reached entirely new levels of violence. The death count rose daily to the point where even the customarily detached Augustus couldn't stomach reading the reports anymore. Marella had supposedly received a message from the AI collective that had originally gifted the Ouroboros. Argyle was no doubt suspicious of the veracity and origin of the vision, but Augustus knew more than his brother. He had read the archives extensively. Communicating through the neural link was possible for them. If they were threatening to intervene, Augustus had no idea if humanity would be able to repel their attack. 10 millennia ago, they had reached a technological level that humans couldn't conceive. What had the ensuing years changed? Humanity's greatest accomplishments have always been when they worked together with their sentient machine creations to drive themselves to greater heights. Without their empire had stagnated for generations. Only when they had unlocked the secrets to biological enhancement and genetic engineering, a light in the darkness of their ignorance had been revealed. Humanity, as it was today, was not the same as it had been in the time of the Unification War. They were more numerous, more intelligent, and capable of acts of violence that would stun their ancestors. But the fact remained: could Augustus risk their wrath by maintaining this conflict with his brother? Another message came through his terminal while he was contemplating. Opening it, he was surprised by the sender. "Prince Augustus, I would like us to come to an arrangement." Duchess Bianca of House Tish showed on his view screen. Chapter 138, Prometheus. Chapter 138, Praxis descended from the sky in Prometheus. Wings of fire stretched out in each direction for miles on each side of the Titan. His mech gripped a weapon that few had ever seen in the Empire, something that was unique to the Titan who possessed it. It was a whip of pure fire, a line of flame that twisted and turned in the wind as if it had a mind of its own. Glowing white with heat, traces of red and orange flickered on its edges. As the fire cooled a little once it was ejected from its burning core. Thousands of mobile suit fought and struggled across the ground beneath him. This was a minor world in the grandster sector of space, a stepping stone on their way to plunging the knife deeper into the heart of their enemy. Joining the mech were millions of ground troops. Soldiers in exosuits and body armor drove forward against the onslaught of lasgun fire, artillery explosions, and steel shrapnel falling from the sky. Using whatever cover they could find, Praxis watched them die in the tens of thousands. The conflict a meat grinder that engulfed men and women and left nothing but pieces behind. The sky was filled with the bluish-white streaks of lasguns, the clouds reflecting the fires that consumed the little vegetation that remained. The ground had been churned to mud, and even the mechs had trouble finding their footing in places. They had been fighting here for days, and prior to Praxis's arrival, the space above had been equally chaotic. The Titan had made short work of the vessels, mobile suits and spaceships in orbit. Now it was time for the flames of Prometheus to cleanse the surface. His descent was noticed immediately, and the enemy mobile suits turned their weapons on the Titan. Volleys of missiles, hundreds of lines of lasgun energy, and even multiple crimson PPC energy struck out at Praxis as he halted his descent in the sky above the planet. The shield of the Titan turned brilliant red and orange, like flames, as they surrounded him. Everything was blocked, and no harmful energy or force connected with his suit's armor. The impact's noise was deafening, and even from the cockpit Praxis could hear the detonations like a clap of continuous thunder. Louder than the conflagration outside, the Titan's reactor spun deep within its body. The whine grew as a fraction of the energy unleashed against its shield was redirected into its reserves. The silver and crimson frame glowed brightly in the sky, until it seemed to dwarf the light of the explosions. Praxis laughed loudly as the thrum from the reactor echoed through the neural link. He was losing his mind to bloodlust, a common occurrence while piloting a Titan. There was a hunger buried deep within its systems, a longing to wipe out all opposition and impose its will on the universe. It found the ants below it disgusting, a stain that needed to be cleansed. Praxis lost the ability to differentiate between friend and foe. All of humanity appeared the same to him, a blight. Praxis drew on the energy contained within the reactor, channeling it into the Titan's primary offensive weapon. If anyone could see his face within the helmet of his pilot bodysuit, they would see his eyes glow with the same reddish-orange light as the field that surrounded him. Like a rabid dog at the end of its leash, the Titan longed to be released. It tugged at his mind, urging him to act. With a smile, he whispered the command, "Purifying inferno of perdition." All noise on the battlefield ceased, and the ringing cacophony of sound from the conflict halted as everyone on both sides looked up at the sky together. In the air above them, the vast wings of the Titan grew larger, sweeping across the heavens. The entire skyline was engulfed in their reddish-orange light. Like a bird flapping its wings, Prometheus sent the twin jets of flame forward. They swept across the ground, burning everything in their path to refined white ash. In their wake, nothing survived. Humans were obliterated. Their exosuits melted in the heat, sublimating into gas. Entire mechs were vaporized, and no debris was left to mark their passing. In moments, the battlefield was turned into a scorched field, consisting of little more than bits of white ash and blackened earth. The air screamed as the flames passed, the oxygen igniting in the intense heat. It was as if Prometheus had grabbed the sun itself out of the sky and brought it to the planet's surface. There was nothing left but silence. Prometheus hung in the sky, its wing retracted into its frame. Praxis stared out at what he had done and felt nothing. He had destroyed both sides of the conflict, including his own troops, but didn't regret the action. The Titan was pleased. He could feel it through their link. It was satisfied. The act of destruction had brought a form of relief to the machine. Incoming message. The mechanical voice of the Titan's computer spoke, breaking the silence. The machine lacked thought, not understanding the importance of what it had done in speaking. Whatever spell Praxis was under had been broken at the noise. Blinking his eyes, the reddish-orange light faded, leaving them their usual dull brown. Connect, Praxis responded. An image of the Duchess of Carmichael appeared on his HUD. She seemed to be angry, but was managing to hide it well. He could spot the telltale signs on her lovely face, and he doubted anyone else would know it unless they spent considerable time with her. Cousin, Duchess Carmichael greeted him. Distantly related, they were technically cousins, but so were most of the nobility in some way or another if you traced their lineage back far enough. She called him by that title more for their closeness and her reliance on him than their shared heritage. "How may I serve?" Praxis asked, feeling slightly irritated at the interruption. With the destruction of the ground forces, he was free to move forward, pushing the line of skirmish deeper into Grandster space. He cared nothing for the losses here. They were minor compared to their overall objective. They needed to act quickly before another Titan could be repositioned to strike back. So far, Argyle had been reluctant to deploy them, but it was only a matter of time. "Argyle has requested an armistice," the Duchess replied, and Praxis was shocked. He hadn't expected Argyle to capitulate so quickly. They had barely made a dent into his forces. Could the old man be losing his nerve after merely a year of war? And Praxis prodded. "Augustus has agreed." The Duchess finished, her face showing definite displeasure at the announcement. "Ridiculous. If Argyle wants this to stop, he simply needs to surrender. Or better yet, kill himself," Praxis argued. "You can make that argument to Prince Augustus in person. He has recalled you. We are to gather the Titans for a face-to-face meeting with Argyle." "Argyle is ready to discuss terms?" Praxis asked, his tone filled with confusion. He expected the war to continue for years more. The borders have barely changed. Why would the ducal houses agree to this? They would receive nothing for capitulating at this time, their efforts wasted. Most had only declared for one prince over the other, for personal benefit. No, new information has come to light. Argyle wishes to settle this quickly before a third party can intervene. Duchess Carmichael's voice had a strange quality to it. The emphasis on third party was telling. Praxis sucked in a deep breath, the air whistling slightly between his teeth. "They have made contact," Praxis asked, careful not to say too much. He wouldn't take that kind of risk, even with a secure communication channel. Duchess Carmichael merely nodded at the question. "This will be settled in a different manner. We have been advised to restore the empire, and the princes have agreed to meet and discuss it. The armistice will hold until this is settled." "And where will this peace summit be held?" Praxis asked, his tone doubtful of the outcome. "This conflict wouldn't be settled with words. Only blood could mend." The divide, the gap between its sides, filled with the bodies of its fallen. The details are yet to be confirmed, and the time is still uncertain. But the location has been set. Sacred Terra. Chapter 139, Armistice. Chapter 139, an armistice. "I didn't think they would agree to a ceasefire over your message. It seems both the princes agree with your opinion on your vision," Cal said, turning away from Samuel to judge Mare's reaction to the news. She was calm, merely nodding in response. "I suspect they both know more than they are making known," Samuel replied, "But you were left in the dark. I thought you were close to the emperor. How could you not know anything about these so-called envoys? They appear to be rather important if both sides are willing to end the conflict at the mere mention of their title." Cal asked the older man. They were sitting in Samuel's office on Caledon. The former herald had received news from Havencroft as soon as the princes had agreed to the armistice. As the Minister of Imperial Affairs, it was natural that he would relay the message to his duke. The emperor was never forthcoming with information, as you both well know. He made mention of important events that drew his attention away from the mundane affairs of the state. But he refused to clarify. It would only be natural that the princes had discovered the answer to this mystery. They were both relentlessly searching for an edge over the other in their pursuit of the throne. Samuel responded. He wished he had more information to share, but he was as in the dark as the pair in front of him. Could these envoys have something to do with the coordinates located inside our Ouroboros? Should we chase this lead? Mare asked, her face frowning at the situation they were in. I would advise against it, milady. They have not announced the particulars of the upcoming summit, but I have my suspicions of what they will involve. To lose you and the Ouroboros on a wild goose chase will leave us at a disadvantage, not to mention I'm loath to risk your safety. Samuel explained. A summit on sacred terra. Cal whispered, his mind whirling at the consequences. The last time they had been there, it had almost been the death of him and Mare. He didn't want to return, but he doubted he would have a choice. What do you suspect will be required of us? Surely they will not want to have Titans present during the negotiations. Mare scoffed at the notion, but Samuel felt differently. I wouldn't be so sure. First, I doubt the summit will happen within the year. A war spanning the galaxy is a machine with many moving parts. It cannot be halted at the flip of a switch. It will take significant time to halt troop movements, secure the borders, and put out any fires that are bound to crop up. Samuel informed them. During the rebellion, he had seen how out of control a conflict this large could be. There would undoubtedly be groups seeking to take advantage of any ceasefire, and the princes would need to respond. Possibly a year or more. That benefits us, in a way. More time for us to train and secure our sector, Cal commented. Having lived through the rebellion, he wasn't surprised at the time required for the conflict to ground to a halt. The only thing that moved quickly in the Empire was starships and gossip. Everything else took ages. Which leads me to my second point. Both of you will need to be able to pilot your Titans during the summit. Samuel stated the importance of his words was not lost on the pair. Will it come to violence? Both sides are aware of the gravity of the situation. Mare asked doubtfully. You would be surprised. Every ducal house has staked its future on its chosen prince. They have put everything on the line in a gamble for more. Some did so willingly, while others, like Havencroft, had no choice. No one will be keen to come away from the negotiations with nothing to show for their sacrifice. Samuel clarified. They're all looking for a larger piece of the pie, but all the pieces are already spoken for. For a house to gain, another has to lose, Cal commented. And Caledon is the weakest. The only thing that separates you from the others is the Titans. You have two. It gives you an advantage that won't be easily overcome. With Havencroft's support, that makes 3 Titans on your side. Samuel finished the thought. I can already predict how things are going to go. Once all the houses are present for the negotiations, no one will be allowed to leave until things are settled, which means everyone is going to be concerned about security. What better opportunity to eliminate your opponents than at the peace talks? Everyone is going to want their house Titan watching over their representatives. Samuel described. So we have a year, potentially longer, to prepare. Cal looked at Mare. She nodded in response, resolving to double their training. Who do you think will take the throne? Neither Argyle nor Augustus is willing to back down. I don't think the negotiations will do much to sway opinions one way or the other. Mare asked, and it was Cal who replied. Then they will need a third option. Page break Duke Mason Havencroft stood in front of his house's greatest weapon. In the last 3 generations, no one amongst his family had piloted the mech in combat. They had trained in its use, taken it through its paces, and showcased their mastery of its systems. but then they safely sealed it away and prayed that it would never be needed. They had built an entire corporation on the secrets they had obtained from their titan. One of the leading mobile suit manufacturers in the galaxy was based in their sector of space and owned by the ducal house. Hyperion stood proudly in his family vault, having been there for nearly 300 years since the last time he had entered its cockpit. Mason felt a chill run down his spine as he stared at the Titan. Elegant and graceful, Hyperion was futuristic in its appearance. He could see traces of the mech based on its design. The Scout with its lanky figure and sweeping, curved thrusters. The Nyx, its heat-dissipating fins along its shoulders and flank, and the Erebus's mobility with its flight boosters positioning. He shuddered to think about entering the cockpit again. Duke Mason was old, over 6 centuries of age. His denial of frequent rejuvenation procedures had made him feel each of those years. His wife couldn't understand his reluctance. She herself looked like she was in her 20s, while her husband appeared like he had 1 foot into the grave. They didn't understand, and he couldn't explain it. How the rejuvenation affected his mind. A lingering side effect from his neural connection to Hyperion. To his knowledge, no one else amongst the Titan pilots had such a unique weakness. Mason hadn't known the vulnerability existed until he reached his 1st century of life, and his wife cajoled him into entering the pod, having the healing elixirs leach the years from his skin. In that liquid, trapped in the pod, he had been transported back to the first time he had entered the Hyperion's cockpit. He had been young, his parents had just died, and the burden of the duchy had fallen onto him. With it came the responsibility to use the Titan to defend their territory, if necessary. Mason remembered the blinding pain, the pressure on his mind from the neural link, and then the rage, an all-consuming wrath that brought him to a frenzy. He couldn't recall specifics, but the destruction had been enormous, and when he underwent rejuvenation, the same feeling assailed him. He had awoken from a fugue state covered in blood. The glass of the pod shattered around him, and he had resisted the procedures ever since. Mason let out a sigh, turning to his daughter beside him. Catherine wore a pilot bodysuit in the colors of their house. Bright yellow and black, the material clung to her tightly. She had been training for this moment for years in secret. When her cousin, Morella, had announced that she would become a pilot and everyone had been stunned, Catherine alone had been understanding and supportive because she was doing the same. "I'm sorry, Catherine. This burden must fall to you now. I will delay the negotiations in order to grant you more time, but you will be the one to bring Hyperion to sacred Terra in my place," Mason stated, his face creased with sadness and worry. Catherine didn't respond, staring at Hyperion in silence. The massive mobile suit seemed to be staring into her soul with its glowing, yellow eyes. Chapter 140 Training Chapter 140 As time passed, things in the galaxy began to settle. While not perfect, the armistice slowly calmed the conflict between the ducal houses. The borders as they were when it was announced solidified, and over a period of 6 months, there were only a few instances of one side or the other violating its terms.